Chapter 51, Slave Mark are necessary for slaves, Mr. Kai. Stella's surprise was evident as she noticed Aether following her. Well, I couldn't just let a girl suffer alone, right? Aether replied awkwardly, unsure if she bought his excuse or not. One affection, well, she is easy. Aether thought to himself before following her a step behind. As they walked through the dark forest, Aether couldn't shake the worry gnawing at his mind. He half expected to encounter some sort of monstrous creature at any moment, but to his surprise, none appeared. Can you tell me where we are? Aether suddenly asked as he tried to gather some information. You don't know? Stella responded incredulously. No, I'm a bit lost, Aether admitted sheepishly. Stella regarded him skeptically as if questioning how anyone could be lost in such a dangerous place. Nevertheless, she answered as they continued to hurry along, we're in a forest called the hunting place. Oh. I see, Aether nodded, inwardly cringing at the ominous name, hunting place. What exactly is this hunting place? Aether inquired, his curiosity piqued. Stella came to a halt, turning to face Aether with a puzzled frown. You really don't know anything, do you? Haha. Aether chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Stella's frown deepened, her curiosity piqued, but before she could inquire further. Boom! Another deafening blast reverberated through the forest. Reacting swiftly, she darted towards the source of the commotion, with Aether sighing and following closely behind. He trailed after her not out of blind heroism, but rather to gain a better understanding of his surroundings and gather valuable information about this unfamiliar world. And might as well get the reward. Soon, they stumbled upon a group of individuals, many of whom were gravely wounded, and some lay lifeless on the forest floor. Aether instinctively covered his mouth as the stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses, the thick air saturated with the sickening odor. He wasn't sure why he hadn't fallen faint seeing the grotesque, and yet something tells he saw worse than this. Is everyone all right? Stella's voice rang out, breaking the tense silence as she cautiously approached the group. Initially startled, the group tensed up and braced themselves, weapons at the ready. However, upon seeing a woman, their demeanor softened, and they lowered their guard. Miss, do you guys have a healer? One of the members asked, their voice trembling as they cradled a heavily wounded man in their arms. Yes, and I am the healer, Stella replied with determination, swiftly retrieving a white, feathery batch and showing everyone before hurrying towards the injured individuals. Aether, suppressing his urge to vomit, followed her closely. However, his presence did not go unnoticed. Hey, who are you? Questioned a black-haired man, eyeing Aether suspiciously. Before Aether could respond, Stella intervened. He is my helper. Accepting Stella's explanation, the black-haired man nodded, though he continued to cast wary glances in Aether's direction before stepping back. Aether sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the role thrust upon him, and trailed closely behind Stella as she approached the wounded. Hold him, Stella instructed, crouching down beside the man whose leg had been grievously injured. With steady hands, Stella touched the man's flesh, her hand now stained with blood. Unfazed, she muttered under her breath, /recovery/ as a luminous ethereal glow emanated from her hand. Arar. The man groaned in pain as the healing magic took effect, eliciting a gasp from Aether. Despite the discomfort, Aether raised his eyebrows in astonishment as he witnessed the miraculous sight of the broken leg slowly regenerating, resembling the regrowth of a starfish. It's beautiful. Aether muttered, his voice barely audible as he found himself fully immersed in the serene, white ethereal light. It enveloped the wounds and slowly healed. Aether felt he wanted to touch the purity. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely only a minute or so, the broken leg had been completely regrown. The man, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain of the regeneration process, had passed out. It seems healing magic doesn't have a painkiller effect. Aether observed silently, his thoughts lingering on the nature of the magic he had just witnessed. With Stella's guidance, they continued to assist those in need, Aether carefully following her lead as they tended to the wounded. After an hour or so, everyone gathered around the campfire, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion. They shared solemn glances, each grappling with their own fears and uncertainties in the aftermath of the ordeal. So, what did you guys encounter? Stella inquired as she settled down among the group. It was a 2-star silver orc, the black-haired man replied, his expression grim with dread. 2-star silver. Stella exclaimed in shock, her features reflecting the gravity of the situation. Did you guys defeat it? The black-haired man shook his head solemnly, and the others followed suit. Their faces drawn with pain and sadness, Stella didn't press for further details, sensing the time needed to heal their sadness. However, shouldn't we move away from here first if the monster is still alive? Aether interjected, voicing the concern that lingered in the back of his mind. It seemed like the logical course of action. Staying in a place recently ravaged by a powerful monster was surely perilous. However, instead of receiving acknowledgement or agreement, Aether was met with blank stares from the group. Their expressions akin to those of dead fish. What? Aether asked, bewildered by their reaction. The group then turned their incredulous gazes toward Stella, as if she had committed some unfathomable offense. Aether didn't understand what was happening, but seeing their expression he wasn't sure what was wrong. Their inexplicable behavior left him feeling uncertain and uneasy as they dispersed to their tents, their faces clouded with sadness and gloom. As the others retired for the night, the black-haired man remained on guard duty, vigilant against any potential threats. Mr. Kai, Stella's voice broke through Aether's thoughts, but Aether remained silent, his attention drawn to the mission prompt. Pondering over the seduction aspect and unsure of how to proceed, Kai. Stella tried again, placing a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Aether jerked back, a reflexive response born of tension and apprehension. Stella too was taken aback by Aether's sudden reaction, but she couldn't help but giggle at his terror-stricken expression. Ahaha. Why are you so tense? I'm not going to snatch you up and claim you as my stray slave. Oh, shit. Stella's words trailed off as she realized she had said more than intended. Aether was stunned, his mind racing with questions. How does she know? As he opened his mouth to speak, how? Sigh. Stella sighed heavily, her gaze turning skyward as she reluctantly explained. There's a slave mark on the back of your neck. What? Chapter 52. It's getting worse. A slave mark was more than just a symbol, it was an indelible stain, a permanent reminder of one's past servitude that could never be erased. Once branded as a slave, an individual carried that mark for life, forever condemned to be judged and treated as such by society. Even in the rare event that a slave was granted freedom by their master, the mark would remain etched upon their skin, an enduring testament to their past bondage. Despite their newfound liberty, they would forever carry the burden of their former status, forever branded as a slave in the eyes of society. No matter how far they traveled or how much they achieved, they would always be viewed through the lens of their past. Judged and scrutinized for a label they could never escape. The mark served as a constant reminder of their subservience, a scar that refused to fade, ensuring that they would always be seen as inferior, unworthy, and lesser than in the eyes of others. Silence hung heavy between Aether and Stella as they sat by the crackling fire, the weight of the revelation settling upon them like a suffocating blanket. A slave mark itself is a curse that cannot be lifted until death. No matter what, people would judge him just by seeing the slave mark. A simple tattoo that gives anyone the right to judge him, but the mark's significance didn't end there. When a slave ran away from their master's control, the mark took on a new role, a warning to all who crossed paths with the stray. It glowed with an eerie light, signaling to society that this individual was no longer under the authority of a master. And in a world where strays were viewed as disposable, the consequences were grave. A stray slave was deemed unfit to exist, a threat to the established order that needed to be eliminated or reported to the authorities immediately. Truly, it was dangerous, and yet, Aether had only just become aware of its dangers. After a minute or so of somber silence, Stella broached the subject awkwardly. Mr. Kai, you might not be aware, but the garment you're wearing is itself an indication of your status as a slave. So, it's hardly surprising that you bear the mark on the back of your neck. Is it possible to remove it? Aether inquired, hope flickering faintly in his eyes. Stella's response was a weighty silence, her expression conveying more than words ever could. Sighing deeply, Aether realized the dire predicament he was in. Even if he managed to escape, the mark of his past servitude would continue to haunt him, casting a shadow over any semblance of freedom he might attain. Why, he pondered silently, grappling with the unfairness of his circumstances and the harsh reality of his situation. He began to feel that death was better than this shitty life, seeking some solace in understanding. Aether turned to Stella. "What about you?" he asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Stella tilted her head in confusion. "I mean, you said you wouldn't snatch me away, right?" Aether clarified, his words tinged with doubt and curiosity. "Well." Stella's response came with an awkward smile, her eyes reflecting a sense of compassion. "You helped me, a stranger, in the middle of an unknown forest. So, I don't have the heart to do that, is that so?" Aether muttered, his gaze fixated on her eyes for the first time. A deep ash color that perfectly complemented her whitish-gray hair. She truly appeared to be a wonderful girl. "You have beautiful eyes." "Stella," Aether blurted out unconsciously, eliciting a deep blush from her cheeks. "One affection, so, that's why that man looked at me with a wary face?" Aether inquired, gesturing towards the man who stood guard. "Yes, they must have thought you were a stray slave and might have killed you, fearing you could be dangerous," Stella replied with a serious expression, her thoughts drifting to the hardships they had endured. "Can't blame them, considering all they've been through," she mused silently. Aether felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as the gravity of the situation sank in. With trepidation, he asked, "Can you tell me about this world? I really don't know anything." "Please." Since Stella believed him and even gave him some affection points, Aether found himself beginning to trust her, if only a little. Upon seeing Aether's serious expression, Stella smiled warmly and began to explain. "We are in the empire called Aquarius Naiadae, ruled by Royal Empress Marisandra Naiadia. Currently, we are around the outskirts of the forest near a village called Shia Village, which is renowned for its hunting forest," she continued, her tone becoming more animated as she delved into the details. "This forest is popular among those seeking to increase their levels, as it is teeming with numerous monsters of different varieties. It offers ample opportunities for individuals to significantly boost their levels. However, it can also be dangerous at times, especially when high-level star monsters roam the area." Stella's gaze drifted to the black-haired man who stood nearby, his eyes filled with curiosity when he looked at them. "High-level star monsters?" Aether raised his eyebrows inquisitively. "Yes, just like us, monsters are also blessed by arcane energy. However, instead of having an arcane card, they possess a large crystal stone embedded between their chests or any other parts of their body. These crystals come in colors like golden, silver, copper, and blank, and inside them are stars that determine their levels," Stella explained. "I see." Aether nodded, drawing parallels to his gaming experiences. "So, it's like in the game where defeating monsters would drop valuable items," he mused silently before voicing his question. "So, do these crystals help us level up?" "Yes, with those crystals, we can level up," Stella affirmed. "Then what about the slim that I countered before?" Aether thought as tried to recall his traumatic incident, and yet he was sure he didn't see any kind of crystal, frowning in just about her when Stella's gaze turned vigilant as she noticed the black-haired man approaching. Seeing this, Aether stood up and sat beside Stella. "One affection." Aether blinked, his thoughts in disarray. "I didn't even need to seduce her, do I?" he pondered, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. "Hello, Miss Stella," the black-haired man greeted with a respectful nod as he settled before them, his gaze intense as he looked between Stella and Aether, assessing them both. "Hello," Stella replied warmly, her eyes reflecting gratitude for his acknowledgement. "I know this might be late, but I truly thank you for your help," the black-haired man continued, his voice sincere as he bowed slightly in appreciation. "If not for your timely arrival, we might have lost a few more people." Stella's cheeks flushed with a mix of humility and gratitude as she hastily responded, "And no need for that, sir, the name is Blake," the black-haired man interjected. "There is no need for that, Sir Blake," Stella continued, her tone earnest as she explained. "I am simply fulfilling my duty as a member of the healer community. I cannot ignore the call to aid those in need." Though there was little embarrassment in her eyes, Blake's expression softened, his eyes reflecting understanding as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, I understand. Your dedication is commendable, haha." Blake chuckled softly before his demeanor turned solemn. Today, if not for my insistence on staying here, our team might not have lost those members. I know others were angry at me for dragging them out at night, but it was the only chance to enter the tournament of Empress Melisandre's daughter's engagement. What? Aether tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 53, A man in 30s cannot understand a teenage girl, Blake looked at Aether with a quizzical expression, his gaze probing. Is something wrong? Oh, no. It's just that I didn't hear about this before, Aether replied awkwardly, feeling slightly doubtful. Yes, even I didn't know that the Empress was conducting a tournament for her daughter's engagement, Stella added, her brow furrowing with doubt as she processed the unexpected revelation. Well, it's not announced to the public. Only a select few members were called for the tournament. It's a test for the person chosen for her daughter's hand, Blake explained. Shedding light on the clandestine nature of the event, I see. Stella nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the new information. Meanwhile, Aether couldn't help but stifle a laugh inwardly. You've really gotten yourself into something, Kai. Your future mother-in-law is quite the character. He mused silently, struggling to suppress a grin. Those who win against the Empress's future son-in-law will receive 1,000 gold coins and a job in the royal house, Blake continued, his voice tinged with excitement at the prospect. 1,000 gold coins. Aether's curiosity was piqued as he tilted his head, contemplating the significance of such a sum. However, the gleam in Blake's eyes hinted at the wealth and security it could provide, sparking Aether's imagination. Aether understood it might be enough for their entire life to live luxuriously. That's quite a substantial amount, Stella remarked, her surprise evident in her expression as she processed the implications of the reward. But then, Blake's demeanor turned somber as he muttered, that's why we came here to level up, but never in hell did we think we'd run into a silver star monster. A heavy silence descended upon them, filling the space with an air of tension. Aether couldn't help but ponder. 2 silver stars mean mid-level aptitude with a level 30 monster, right? He hesitated, wanting to ask about the monster's level, but the somber expression on Blake's face dissuaded him from voicing his question. After a few moments, Blake broke the silence with a query, so, why are you guys here? It seems like it's our time to answer, Aether thought to himself, but he remained silent, deferring to Stella to handle the situation. We are here to level up, but we somehow got lost in the woods and didn't know the way out, Stella said, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness as she tried to maintain her facade. Aether observed Stella's attempt at deception with a mixture of taken back and frustration. Damn, girl, you really need to work on your lying skills, he screamed inwardly, and it seemed Blake had noticed something was amiss. I see. Blake nodded, his expression growing more serious. Then, he posed a direct question that caught both Stella and Aether off guard. So, do tell me, why was that slave mark blinking red? Hearing Blake's question, Stella and Aether exchanged a quick, apprehensive glance before turning serious. It looks like someone has strayed away from their master. Blake's frown deepened as his hand slowly moved towards his weapon, his suspicion evident. Aether was about to interject, but before he could, Stella spoke up unexpectedly. Yes, she said, surprising Aether with her response. Aether was taken aback, he had disbelieving eyes controlling his anger, and he cursed himself for placing trust in a stranger. Seeing Blake's hand inching towards his weapon, Aether prepared himself for the worst. However, Stella continued speaking, catching Aether off guard once again. Since we got separated from our group, Stella explained with a hint of sadness in her voice. Separated? Blake's expression softened slightly as he lowered his guard, his curiosity piqued. Yes, we came here with a group of 4, Stella began, her voice carrying a weight of regret, but we got separated when we stumbled upon a cliff and fell into the river. We lost contact with the rest of our party members and his master was among them. Her words echoed the pain of their predicament, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. I see, now, Blake nodded in understanding, his expression softening as he offered a reassuring smile to Aether as he lowered his guard. Aether glanced at Stella, feeling a mix of relief and disbelief towards the girl who had just played with his life. As Blake departed to attend to other areas, leaving them alone once more, a tense silence settled between Aether and Stella. Aether glared at Stella, who seemed determined not to meet his gaze. As if suppressing a laugh that threatened to escape her lips, "You really pulled some shit now." Aether muttered, his tone heavy with frustration. Hearing his words, Stella couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She burst into giggles, unable to contain her amusement. PPFFFT. Ha ha ha. I mean, look at you, ahaha, you looked like you almost, ahahaha, shaha, shit yourself, ahahaha. Aether clenched his fist and gave Stella's head a soft, playful tap. "You are not cute at all, little lady," he muttered in an annoyed tone. Despite her laughter, Aether found himself feeling irked by Stella's teasing. After all, he was a man in his previous life, approaching his 30s, and being teased by a teenage girl was more annoying than endearing. Stella's laughter came to an abrupt halt as she felt the gentle tap on her head, her cheeks flushing a bright shade of red. Aether tilted his head in confusion, unsure why Stella had suddenly stopped laughing. Stella found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Aether's blue eyes, her blush deepening by the second. It felt as though she were staring at a rare and precious sight. "See, could you take your hand of me?" Stella stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, her embarrassment evident in her flushed cheeks. "Oh. Right," Aether responded promptly, withdrawing his hand. As he observed Stella's flushed face and shy demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It must be uncomfortable for her, he thought, realizing the impact his actions had on her. One affection. Aether's gaze softened as he recognized Stella's happiness at his respectful gesture. He made a mental note to always be mindful of her boundaries. However, Stella shot a few quick glances at Aether, her heart skipping a beat when she heard him call her cute. After an awkward silence, Stella mustered up the courage to speak. If you don't have anyone, you can follow me," she stammered, her face flushing so deeply it seemed smoke might come out of her head. Hearing her offer, Aether turned to look at Stella with an incredulous expression. "Are you serious?" he asked, his tone filled with disbelief. Stella nodded, though her eyes remained fixed on the flames dancing in the fire. Aether paused for a moment, contemplating why this girl would suddenly extend such an invitation. He recognized the danger in blindly letting a stranger, particularly a male. Acting as a mature and responsible man, he reached out and gently grasped Stella's shoulder. Stella's face turned even brighter red as Aether leaned in closer to her. "Listen, girl," Aether interrupted firmly, his voice tinged with concern. "It's good to have a beautiful heart, but you shouldn't let a stranger follow you, especially a male. You might not know what kind of snake you are inviting into your room." Stella took a moment to process Aether's words, her face burning with shame. "Why you? What the hell are you talking about?" she exclaimed, flustered and embarrassed by his warning. "Of course, sex puff." Before Aether could complete his sentence, Stella's fist met his face with a resounding thud, a mix of shame and anger fueling her blow. "You jerk." Stella's voice echoed with indignation as she spun on her heels and stormed away, her steps brisk and purposeful. Aether stood there, momentarily stunned by the unexpected assault. Rubbing his cheek where Stella's punch had landed, he couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and frustration. "What just happened?" he muttered to himself, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He had only been attempting to offer some well-intentioned elder's advice, yet it seemed to have backfired spectacularly. Though it's not as painful as Celine's, Aether couldn't help but think back to the girl who had offered him a cookie. A faint smile tugging at his lips at the memory, pushing aside his thoughts, he decided to follow Stella. She was his best chance at avoiding trouble with others in this unfamiliar place. Chapter 54, Sliver Star, Why Are You Following Me? Stella's voice was tinged with a mix of confusion and concern as she furrowed her brows, observing Aether trailing behind her like chicks obediently following their mother hen. "I'm following you because you're the only way I can get out of here without risking harm," Aether explained, his expression awkward as he scratched his head. "If you feel insecure, I'll leave you alone." Although he said it, he wasn't sure what action to take next. As for the mission, well, the whole idea of seducing her felt like a distant fantasy already, and now it was clouded by the reality of their situation. Hearing his awkward and serious tone, Stella let out a resigned sigh, her features softening slightly as she shook her head in understanding. Well, I'm also sorry for getting all worked up, she admitted, her tone tinged with a hint of shamefulness since it should be her who should framed her words correctly. Aether simply offered a grateful smile in response, his eyes reflecting a mixture of relief and gratitude for her understanding. Stella's ash-colored eyes lingered on the masked figure beside her, taking in his appearance with newfound curiosity. Despite his initial impression as a degenerate, she couldn't help but sense there was more to him than met the eye, so. Aether's voice broke the momentary silence, his gaze scanning the surroundings in search of a suitable resting spot. Understanding his intentions, Stella also surveyed the area, searching for a suitable spot to spend the night. However, startled by her outburst, Aether turned to her with a mixture of concern and curiosity. What happened? He prompted, his voice laced with concern. My friends have all the camping equipment, tisk. Stella's frustration was palpable as she muttered under her breath, the click of her tongue punctuating her words. Well. Aether's voice trailed off as he scanned the vicinity for a patch of grass to settle on for the night, his mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts. Though he briefly considered seeking assistance from Blake, he ultimately dismissed the idea, realizing the importance of maintaining a low profile until he could safely escape the forest. Let's take rest here, Stella suggested, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion as she settled near the flickering fire camp. She grabbed a blanket, spreading it out on the ground before gingerly lowering herself onto it, seeking solace in its warmth. Aether's smile was tinged with a touch of awkwardness as he noticed the single blanket. Realizing it was barely sufficient for one person. Despite her efforts to create space, he knew he would have to make do with the cold ground. It's fine, I can rest on the ground, he insisted, suppressing any hint of discomfort as he resigned himself to his makeshift bed. Stella's protest was cut short as Aether interjected, his voice firm yet tinged with a sense of resignation. I am a slave, and if we sleep on the same blanket, others might start to doubt. So it's better to maintain the status quo, he explained, his words laden with a mix of gratitude and reluctance. Though he found himself drawn to Stella's kindness, he couldn't risk involving her further in his precarious situation. In this cruel world, it was often the generous and naive who met untimely ends, and Aether couldn't bear the thought of endangering her. Shit. Did I just raise a death flag? Aether's mind raced with worry, but exhaustion soon overtook him, pulling him into a deep slumber before he could dwell further on his concerns. It had been a grueling day, and sleep claimed him swiftly, offering temporary respite from the trials of his reality. Observing Aether's peaceful slumber, Stella couldn't help but smile softly, a wave of tenderness washing over her weary heart. With a gentle sigh, she too succumbed to the embrace of sleep, her dreams a refuge from the harshness of their world. Meanwhile, a little distance away, the enigmatic figure of Blake watched over them with silent vigilance, his piercing gaze lingering for a moment before he resumed his patrol, a silent guardian in the darkness. As the morning light descended, casting a warm glow over the forest, a voice pierced the tranquility. Mr. Kai, Kaih. Aether's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding with adrenaline as he was rudely awakened from a deep sleep, his face drenched with sweat. You had a nightmare? Stella's concern was evident as she offered him a handkerchief, her eyes searching his for signs of distress. Why yeah, Aether managed to stammer out between heavy breaths. Still shaken by the vivid images that lingered in his mind, in his dream, he was being relentlessly pursued by a monstrous creature, its grotesque form bouncing toward him with terrifying agility. The memory sent shivers down his spine, leaving him truly traumatized by the ordeal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Aether glanced around, noticing that the others were already preparing to depart. It seems that monster didn't come during the night. Aether remarked as he rose to his feet, his voice tinged with a mix of relief and disbelief. He had half expected to be awoken by the creature's rampage, but the forest remained eerily calm, with people casually going about their business. Stella breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Aether regain his composure, offering him a reassuring smile as she explained, you might not know this, but when hunting monsters, one must be aware of their surroundings. This forest is home to creatures of varying levels that mix with each other, and fighting between monsters is rarely unavoidable, so lower-level monsters tend to avoid areas with powerful energy. With a flick of her wrist, Stella conjured a swirling mass of silver particles, their ethereal glow illuminating her features as she continued, this is the aura of a high-level monster, silver ranked, after a fierce battle. Any creature of lower rank would sense this energy and steer clear until it dissipates. I see. Aether nodded in understanding, but his curiosity soon got the better of him. What about if a 3 silver star ranked monster appears? Well, they do appear, but since silver aptitude is rare in these parts, encountering a 3-star monster is highly unlikely, Stella reassured him, her voice tinged with optimism, but Aether couldn't help but press further, his mind buzzing with questions. And what about gold? That's a national-level disaster, Mr. Kai. We'd all be already dead before we even realized, Stella interjected with a solemn expression, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Aether nodded silently, absorbing the information as he began to grasp the norms of this unforgiving environment. And so, with their conversation concluded, Aether and Stella joined Blake's group, who were about to leave the hunting forest. As they walked, Aether found himself captivated by the surrounding forest, its familiar yet foreign beauty reminiscent of the woods in his own world. However, the sight of strange plants that seemed to speak and consume large animals served as a stark reminder of the differences between this world and his own. Lost in his thoughts, Aether was brought back to reality by Stella's voice, her husky tone cutting through the quiet murmurs of the forest. So, are you coming with me? Stella's question hung in the air, laden with unspoken implications. Ms. Stella. As much as I'd like to escape my past. Aether's gaze met hers, his eyes drawn to the enigmatic depths of her ash-colored irises as if they held lots of secrets. I don't want you to suffer because of me, he said with a small smile. His words were a reflection of his inner turmoil, torn between the desire to flee and the need to grate for those who had shown him kindness. Aether couldn't bear the thought of dragging Stella into his dangerous situation, where the shadows of his past loomed large. Hearing his heartfelt confession, Stella's smile was a beacon of warmth and reassurance. Don't worry, my father is a powerful man. He will help you, she offered, her words brimming with confidence as if her father's aid was guaranteed. A flicker of hope ignited within Aether's chest at her unwavering faith, but before he could fully process her words, boing, boing, the sudden sound of bouncing echoed through the forest, cutting through the tranquility like a sharp knife. Fuck! Aether's scream pierced the air. Chapter 55, Call me by my title, anyhow, continue to support me guys, we should run. Aether's voice was urgent as he grabbed Stella's shoulder, his sudden aggressiveness startling her, but before Aether could make a move, the unexpected happened. Chuck, with astonishing ease, Blake's team dispatched the huge slime monster, their actions swift and effortless. Easy peasy quick and lazy. Huh. Aether's expression was a mixture of disbelief and confusion as he watched the massive creature dissolve like molten lava under the blade of a sword. It was as if reality had suddenly shifted, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate. Aether's mouth hung open, but no words escaped, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. He felt like a fool for his panicked reaction, a stark reminder of his own inadequacy in this new world. As the group began to move on, oblivious to Aether's inner turmoil, Stella turned to him with a quizzical expression. Mr. Kai, she queried, sensing his distress. Unable to contain his bewilderment, Aether finally spoke up. Is that monster really so easy to defeat? Oh. You haven't encountered any blank monsters, have you? Stella's question cut through his thoughts, and as he remained silent, she pieced together the situation. With an awkward smile, she explained, well, creatures without aptitude crystals are known as blank monsters. They're relatively easy to kill, like slimes. While defeating them won't improve your levels, they provide a safe opportunity for rookies to train and adapt. Aether's silence spoke volumes, his face burning with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. He couldn't believe he had let fear dictate his actions, especially against such a seemingly punny opponent. Stella's smile softened as she observed his flushed cheeks, her intuition guiding her to offer a gentle reassurance. Leaning in close, she whispered, you might want to work on controlling your expressions. Even I could guess what you're thinking. Though Aether was taken aback by her proximity, her soothing words had a calming effect on him. With a nod, he replied awkwardly, don't worry, I'm still adjusting to these surroundings. It'll take some time. Stella simply nodded her head and walked a little closer to Aether, their strides falling into sync as they traversed the forest together. To an outsider's eyes, their proximity might have suggested a secret couple or clandestine lovers sharing intimate conversation. But Aether knew better. He understood that Stella's ease around him stemmed from a sense of comfort rather than romantic affection. After all, he didn't receive any kind of affection points from her after the last night. She was just comfortable with him, that's all. Yet, as they walked, Stella couldn't help but steal a quick glance at Aether, her mind filled with questions about the man beside her. Do not mistake her intentions, she was merely pondering why, yesterday, upon awakening to find herself face to face with a stranger slave, Stella had instinctively scanned her body with energy to check for any impurities. It wasn't a matter of bias, rather, it was a stark acknowledgement of the harsh reality of their world. In a world where slaves were often treated as little more than objects, their minds warped by the cruelty of their masters, trust was a rare commodity. Stella knew better than to let her guard down, especially in the presence of a stray slave whose past was shrouded in uncertainty. She thought he had committed an unspeakable act against her while she lay unconscious. If he had indeed done something to her, or violated her in any way, Stella knew she would not hesitate to take action. She was not one to suffer fools lightly, and any harm inflicted upon her would be met with swift and decisive retribution. Kill him. Stella's surprise deepened as she recalled the slave's unexpected display of herbal knowledge. The makeshift wound plasters he fashioned from leaves had nearly healed her wounds, a feat that went beyond the norm of their world, where healing potions were the standard remedy. It was a revelation that sparked a newfound curiosity within her. How had this slave acquired such knowledge of plants and their medicinal properties? The thought lingered in her mind, reminiscent of the elves, who were renowned for their affinity with nature and mastery of herbal lore. Since that moment, Stella had made a concerted effort to test the slave's character, to gauge his trustworthiness and assess whether he was truly worthy of her confidence. And with each passing test, he had exceeded her expectations. Proving himself to be more than just trustworthy, when she inadvertently revealed that she knew the truth about his identity, she braced herself for his reaction, expecting him to resort to any means necessary to silence her. Yet, to her surprise, he remained composed, handling the situation with a maturity that belied his circumstances. Even now, as they encountered a perceived threat in the form of a harmless monster, his first instinct was to protect her, grasping her firmly and urging her to flee to safety. At that moment, Stella couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude towards him. She really was happy to find someone with a beautiful heart just like her. Earth. To Stella came the voice, pulling Stella out of her thoughts. She turned to find Aether looking at her with a questioning expression. Earth? What's that? Stella asked, genuinely curious. T, that is just a word to represent the ground. Aether replied awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Stella shrugged, assuming it was a local expression, and was about to inquire further when Blake's voice interrupted. Stray slave. Blake called out to Aether, causing the group to come to a halt. Aether and Stella stopped in their tracks, their attention drawn to the group surrounding them. There were 7 members in total, 3 women and 4 men, forming a tight circle around them. Aether's expression twisted into a wry grimace as he stood protectively before Stella. Stella frowned, perplexed by Blake and his team's sudden blockade. They were still some distance away from the forest's exit. You see, you shouldn't lower your guard in front of a stranger, Blake stated sternly, drawing his sword and pointing it at Stella. Miss, it's evident that you're associating with a stray slave. So, just step away from him. What are you Stella began, but Blake cut her off with a sharp interruption. You really suck at lying, he remarked with a cold certainty. Then, turning his attention to Aether, Blake's voice hardened. You have some nerve to run away from your master. You know the consequences of such actions, right, bastard? Call me by my title. Blake's roar reverberated through the forest, his anger casting a heavy tension over the group. Aether met Blake's furious gaze for a fleeting moment, his mind racing with the realization that now was not the time for pride or defiance. With the other men scrutinizing Stella intently, he knew he had to tread carefully. Chapter 56, They Left Me, Bastard. Call me by my title. Blake's roar reverberated through the forest, his anger casting a heavy tension over the group. Aether met Blake's furious gaze for a fleeting moment, his mind racing with the realization that now was not the time for pride or defiance. With the other men scrutinizing Stella intently, he knew he had to tread carefully. "Mr. Blake, I assure you that I am returning to my master," Aether spoke calmly, his voice steady despite the storm brewing around them. "This girl agreed to help me, that's all." Stella flinched at the tension, her gaze shifting to Aether, but she remained silent. "I know that, dumbass," Blake responded with a smirk. Then, his expression turned sinister as he continued, "You know, hunting humans is more useful than hunting monsters." What do you mean?" Aether asked, his suspicion growing as he began to grasp the situation. "I mean, it's much easier to level up by hunting humans than monsters," Blake declared, his tone sending a chill down Aether's spine. Aether instantly understood what Blake was saying. "Player killers, but she's helping you," Aether attempted to protest, but Blake cut him off. "That's why we're letting her go, though she might as well help us with some other needs," Blake explained casually. "You bastard, she's just a child, you fucking old man." Aether's voice cracked with anger as he confronted the middle-aged man's callousness. "Child? What are you talking about, brat? She is a fresh fruit that is waiting to rip." Blake's smile grew wider as he began to advance towards Stella, sensing danger. Stella prepared to fight. "However, you think I trusted you, dumbass?" Aether's voice rang out confidently, a smirk evident in his tone. Blake frowned at the sudden display of defiance from a slave. Before he could react, however, "Puuuff." Aether swiftly slammed his leaf-masked face, unleashing a dense cloud of white smoke that enveloped their surroundings. Panic ensued as the smoke obstructed their vision, causing discomfort and irritation among Blake's group. Some felt a burning sensation in their eyes, while others, especially women, experienced itching and redness on their skin. Amidst the chaos, Blake leapt towards where Aether had stood, sword drawn, ready to strike. But to his surprise, there was nothing but empty air. Blaze. Blake muttered under his breath, feeling the wind swirl around him as it dispersed the lingering white dust. When the smoke finally cleared, revealing the empty space where Aether and Stella had stood, Blake's frown deepened. As the smoke cleared, Blake's prediction proved correct. Aether and Stella were nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he turned to his teammates, who were suffering from various skin problems and eye burns. Blake, I can't see. It's burning." One man cried out, rubbing his eyes frantically as tears streamed down his face. "Lane, my pristine white turned bright red." A woman exclaimed, horrified by the appearance of pimples on her now red skin. Faced with his team's disorientation, Blake's anger boiled over. "You fucking slave," he roared, then immediately directed his team towards the forest exit. He was certain that Aether and Stella would head in that direction due to its proximity. But as they ran, something nagged at the back of his mind. Huff. Aether panted heavily as he dashed through the dense forest instead of heading towards the exit, his breath ragged from the exertion. "Why, you can put me down," Stella said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized she was being carried like a sack. Indeed, Aether had hoisted her over his shoulder, carrying her swiftly as he navigated the forest. After what felt like an eternity, Aether finally came to a stop, his senses telling him they were at a safe distance from Blake's pursuing team. Thud, setting Stella down gently, Aether leaned against a nearby tree, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through his body, accompanied by a familiar chime. Ding, 1 agility, 7, 1 strength, 6. With hazy eyes, Aether glanced at the black transparent log before him. A sense of satisfaction washing over him. "I guess, running for your life, while carrying a weight is really, worth it," he muttered to himself between gasps for air. But suddenly, a hushed sound filled the air, drawing Aether's attention. His body began to glow brightly, and in an instant, the fatigue and strain that had weighed him down were washed away as if they were nothing but dirt. "Cool," Aether murmured, marveling at the sensation of rejuvenation that swept over him. Turning to Stella, who wore a concerned expression, he couldn't help but express his awe. You can not only heal but also rejuvenate lost energy. That's awesome. Instead of answering, Stella's tone turned serious as she questioned him. Why didn't you run away by yourself? Her words were sharp, filled with frustration and confusion. Aether tilted his head, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Stella's frustration boiled over, and she grabbed his sack dress, her voice rising in agitation. If you had run away by yourself, you could have already exited the forest. W8. Aether attempted to protest, but Stella's grip was firm, threatening to tear his old sack dress. Drip, drip, as tears welled up in Stella's eyes. Aether halted his struggles, his concern piqued. What happened? In a flood of emotion, Stella broke down, her sobs echoing through the forest as she confessed. They left me. They left me in the middle of night B because I am useless healer. Aether was taken aback by Stella's revelation, unsure of how to respond to her sudden emotional outburst. But he knew one thing for certain. He needed to listen. Who left you? Aether inquired gently, his voice soft and comforting. Sob, but Stella was unable to answer, overcome by her tears and grief. Aether sighed, surveying their surroundings before slowly embracing her with his large hands, offering solace as he softly patted her back. It's okay, little girl. You can tell me. At his words, Stella cried even harder, clinging to him tightly for comfort. Aether sighed once more, resigning himself to simply being there for her, offering support as she allowed herself to release her pent-up emotions. Chapter 57. What I said earlier was a lie, Stella began, her voice trembling with emotion as she opened up to Aether. I didn't get separated from my friends, she confessed, her gaze fixed on the ground as she recounted the events that had led her here. It was a 2-copper star goblin that attacked us, trapping us in its clutches. We were defenseless against its ferocity, and as the situation grew dire, desperation set in. Her voice wavered as she continued, the memories still fresh in her mind. It was then that they decided one of us had to be sacrificed as bait to distract the goblin while the others escaped seeking help. And in their eyes, it seemed logical to choose me, the so-called useless healer, for the task. Even more. They didn't even ask for my consent, Stella continued, her voice tinged with bitterness. They just assumed I would comply, that I would willingly offer myself up for their survival, and foolishly, I did. I played my part, drawing the attention of the goblins as they fled into the night, leaving me behind. With a little hope at least they called for help. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recounted the loneliness and fear she had experienced in those moments of abandonment, yet those little hopes were shattered when the night came. I ran until I couldn't anymore, until my legs gave out beneath me and I collapsed. Defenseless against the horrors lurking in the darkness. I thought it was the end for me, but then the landslide happened, and, you know the rest. Her voice trailed off as she clutched to his sack dress tightly. I see, Aether murmured, his hand still gently patting Stella's back as he absorbed the weight of her story. He struggled to find the right words to say, his heart heavy with sympathy for her plight. Despite feeling a pang of sadness at her naivety. Just hearing her story he could already guess what kind of girl she was, even in the situation you're going around and helping others. Aether muttered, his thoughts drifting back to the moment when Stella had bravely stood up to danger despite just having suffered herself. He couldn't forget the image of Stella bravely standing up and walking towards danger, her fear masked behind a facade of determination. That's what a healer should do. Stella replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, she was naive and perhaps even a bit foolish, but to Aether, she was also a beacon of hope and innocence in a wretched world. She was one of the rare souls who remained untainted by the cruelty of their surroundings, always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need. These kinds of people, he thought, were what made life worth living. Their unwavering belief in the goodness of others, their willingness to help those in need without hesitation. It was something he could never quite understand, and yet, Aether, who had endured his fair share of suffering in life, couldn't bring himself to live like them. To him, their altruism and selflessness were nothing more than additional burdens to carry in an already heavy heart. He had learned the hard way that trusting others and opening oneself up to vulnerability only led to pain and disappointment. though he may never fully understand their perspective, Aether couldn't deny the impact that people like Stella had on the world around them. Their presence was like a ray of sunshine cutting through the darkness, offering hope and solace to those in need. Everyone was selfish in a way. As Aether gazed into Stella's ash-colored eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and connection. Her eyes seemed to draw him in, like wormholes into another world. They held a depth and beauty that captivated him, and he found himself unable to look away. "Your eyes are really beautiful, little lady," he muttered softly, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Stella's teary eyes widened in surprise at his words. She had been so lost in her own thoughts and emotions that she hadn't noticed his face. A face that finally revealed from the degenerate. As she looked at him more closely, she couldn't help but be struck by his handsome features. The perfect symmetry of his face. The chiseled jawline, the small nose, his crystal blue eyes sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight, and she found herself unable to look away. It was truly captivating. 100 affection. As Aether noticed the new triple-digit affection points for the first time, a frown creased his brow. His attention momentarily shifted away from Stella's face as he processed the unexpected development. Meanwhile, Stella's thoughts were in a whirlwind as she realized her position, sitting on Aether's lap, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was about to move away when Aether gently held her in his arms, pulling her closer to him. Her heart raced as she felt the warmth of his embrace. Her cheeks burning with embarrassment at their close proximity. After narrowly escaping death and finding himself enveloped in Stella's embrace, Aether found it difficult to remain still for long. With gentle care, he leaned down, still holding her in his arms, and carefully settled her onto his lap. Her face immediately flushed crimson, her embarrassment evident as she shifted uncomfortably. But before she could make a move, "Yes, I had the option to escape by leaving you," Aether muttered, his gaze fixed on the black screen of his mission panel. The blinking green light of the "Save and Seduce Stella" mission caught his attention, but he couldn't discern what it meant. His system log seemed utterly useless in explaining anything. Finally tearing his gaze away from the screen, Aether looked directly at Stella's face. "Yes, I truly thought for a moment to escape by leaving you with them," he admitted, his voice tinged with regret. As he truly thought about leaving her in a spur moment. Don't get him wrong, as much as he likes to save others, he never wanted to be a hero. He was a normal man with the useless system that screwed him over every time. Everyone is selfish, and he wanted to save his own life. There was nothing wrong with it, however. No matter what, he wasn't that heartless to leave a girl who was obviously in danger, with a middle-aged man leering at her like a pervert. So, at that moment, he decided to take her, no matter what the end result would be. If death was his fate, he would gladly accept it because at least he saved a girl and chose his own destiny instead of letting others control his life. Hearing Aether's words, Stella found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to his unexpected confession. Disappointment clouded her eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the shattered expectations she had held. Aether seemed to sense her disappointment, his chuckle cutting through the tension. "Ha! You must have thought I was some kind of knight who descended to save the princess, right? And now truly disappointed that I am not, right?" he remarked. His tone light-hearted despite the weight of his words. Stella managed an awkward smile, caught off guard by Aether's insight. She couldn't deny that a part of her had secretly wished something like, "I saved you because you are important to me." Just remembering it made a crimson flush that tinged her cheeks. Before she could respond, however, Aether's solemn voice pierced the air. "Sometimes even a knight needs a princess to save him," he murmured, his words tinged with longing and pain. She wondered why his pain stinging her heart. Then, in a moment that sent shock rippling through her, Aether caught her shoulder and revealed his true identity. "My name is Aether, an eternal slave in Frostblade Duke House," he declared. Stella's initial surprise quickly gave way to shock, her features contorting with disbelief before settling into a mask of fear. Aether observed her reaction with a knowing smile, his anticipation of her response confirming his expectations. "Anyhow, we need to move away from here. Come on, let's go before those bastards figure out our whereabouts and come this way," Aether urged, his voice low and urgent as he gently tapped her back to prompt her to move. Stella complied without much reaction, her mind undoubtedly reeling from the revelation. As they hurried away from the scene, Aether couldn't help but ponder Stella's subdued demeanor. She must be too shocked. He mused inwardly. Chapter 58, All I Did. Just for you, step, 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 step. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed through the silent forest as Stella and Aether walked cautiously, their senses on high alert. Yet, despite the tension in the air, an awkward silence hung between them, each lost in their own thoughts. After several minutes of walking in silence, Aether finally broke the quietude. "Is it really that shocking that I belong to Frostblade House?" he asked, his expression awkward with uncertainty. Startled out of her reverie, Stella's response came out in a stutter. "Yeah, and no, that's not," she trailed off, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Aether tilted his head, silently urging her to continue. "You said eternal slave, right?" Stella pressed on, her expression now tinged with dread. A heavy sigh escaped Aether's lips as he confirmed her suspicions. "Yes, I am an eternal contracted slave," he admitted, his tone weighed down by the gravity of his confession. Stella's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she struggled to comprehend what she had just heard. Her gaze darted around nervously before she finally voiced her concern. "Why did you agree to that?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. That is." Aether hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Aether found himself unable to provide a straightforward answer to Stella's question. The truth was, he didn't fully understand why the previous owner of his body had agreed to become an eternal slave. All he could do was offer a half-truth, citing his supposed amnesia and uncertainty about his past as the reason for his compliance. This explanation seemed to satisfy Stella, who nodded her head in understanding, though he could see the flicker of pity in her eyes. Despite their conversation, an uneasy silence settled between them as they continued their journey through the forest. Stella found herself struggling to find the right words to say, opening her mouth to speak only to falter and remain silent. She wanted to offer reassurance or comfort to Aether, but she wasn't sure how to express herself in the face of such uncertainty. Suddenly, Aether's sharp senses kicked in, and he swiftly covered Stella's mouth as he pulled her behind a nearby tree. Peeking out cautiously, he spotted two members of Blake's team patrolling not too far away. "It seems they've already checked the exit and now split up to search inside," Aether whispered, his mind racing to devise a plan to evade their detection and escape unseen. In his urgency to evade the approaching threat, Aether momentarily overlooked the fact that he was holding the teenage girl in his arms. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to breathe. Aether's hand, while covering her mouth, unintentionally obstructed her nose as well. What's more, when he hugged her tightly, she could even feel something on her back. Puff, literally, a hot flush swept over Stella, radiating from her head down to her neck and ears, as embarrassment engulfed her entirely. "Let's take a little detour." Aether's voice broke through the awkward silence, his decision to veer off the beaten path aimed at avoiding Blake's vigilant team. Aether stole a glance at Stella, receiving a hesitant nod in response. However, as he caught sight of her bright red face mere inches away from him, ba-dump, Aether felt his heart quicken its pace, a subtle flutter of excitement coursing through him. Quickly regaining his composure, he nodded back at her before leading the way. Their proximity lingering in his thoughts, it took Stella a few moments to shake off her unwanted thoughts, her initial embarrassment gradually fading as she lightly punched Aether's shoulder and muttered, "You jerk, Aether lighted his head, puzzled by Stella's sudden reaction. With a huff, Stella simply pouted in response, turning her head away to hide her still flushed cheeks and racing heart. Observing Stella's behavior with a furrowed brow, Aether couldn't quite decipher her actions. Nevertheless, he refocused his attention on their mission, determined to navigate their way out of the forest without further delay. While walking in an awkward silence, Stella suddenly asked, "So your true name is Aether?" "Ah, yes, what about you?" Aether replied without hesitation, aware that people sometimes use pseudonyms when encountering strangers. Stella awkwardly responded, "Well, Stella is my name." Aether halted his steps and looked at Stella with a perplexed expression as if she had just said something utterly foolish. Caught off guard by his reaction, Stella's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly punched his shoulder and muttered, What?" "Nothing." Aether dismissed her naivety with a shake of his head. She was really naive. Clearing her throat, Stella quickly changed the subject. Ahem. So, mind telling me what you did back there with your weird mask? Curiosity piqued, she was genuinely intrigued by the mysterious white dust that had halted Blake's group. Though unsure of their levels, surviving the presence of a 2-silver-star orc implied they were at least level 10 in silver aptitude or above level 50 in copper aptitude. Oh. That was. Aether's tone suddenly shifted to one of awkwardness. Sensing his discomfort, Stella gently nudged him and urged, "Come on, you can tell me." "Well. Actually, I made that for you," Aether confessed with a hint of hesitation, before explaining, "You see, when I found you wounded, though I wanted to help you but I couldn't help but worry that you might attack me. So, when gathering materials for you I also gathered materials like dried resin, plant material, and moss spores, ground them into fine powders, mixed them with charcoal dust, and since I don't have pockets, I crafted a makeshift mask out of a large leaf folding nicely fitting for my face and I wore it like a mask not wanting to create any suspicious." Aether's voice carried a touch of pride as if he had executed the task flawlessly. Stella stared blankly at Aether, her expression silently questioning. "What in the world are you talking about?" Nevertheless, she couldn't help but ask, "So if I had done anything harmful to you, you would have thrown those weird things at me?" "Yes," Aether nodded without hesitation. She had a horrified expression. "That was quite funny." Chapter 59, Happy Times Lives Short. "Stella. Are you angry?" Aether's brows furrowed with concern as he observed her deliberate avoidance of walking near him. "No," Stella responded almost reflexively, though her demeanor betrayed a lingering sense of agitation. Aether, sensing there was more beneath the surface, simply shrugged, deciding to take her word for it. Despite her insistence, Stella remained ensconced in a grumpy disposition, her irritation evident in her every movement. She couldn't quite wrap her head around the fact that this boy had gone to such lengths as crafting a smoke weapon, solely as a precaution against any potential threat she might pose. While she comprehended the necessity of such defensive measures, akin to her own, still the notion that the slightest misstep on her part could result in inhaling the noxious materials he had ground left her feeling disconcerted. She found herself idly pondering how he had come to possess such intricate knowledge about plants, but swiftly dismissed the thought as irrelevant. After all, they needed to get out of this forest first and she had already imparted the destination to him. Leaving him in charge of leading the way, noticing her lingering anger, Aether made a conscious decision to shift the conversation. "So, may I ask why you often refer to yourself as a useless healer?" At his query, Stella's complexion paled, and she instinctively averted her gaze, a subtle sign of discomfort. Recognizing the impact of his words, Aether inwardly cursed himself for broaching such a sensitive topic. "If you prefer not to, unlike many other healers." "My healing skills are really bad," Stella interjected, her hand emanating a gentle, ethereal warmth as she spoke, underscoring her point. "Bad means?" Aether's brow furrowed in confusion as he recalled the countless times he had witnessed Stella selflessly aiding others without hesitation. "That time required to regrow an entire arm is about 2 minutes generally, but for me, it's almost 8 to 10 minutes. It's not just double or triple, it's quadruple the time required for me to heal compared to others. It's truly useless." Stella muttered, her expression one of defeat and frustration. Aether was at a loss for words, unsure of how to assuage her concerns. While he possessed wisdom from his own realm, he couldn't help but feel inadequate in offering solace in a world teeming with monsters and magic. Stella noticed his struggle and offered a small smile, deciding to change the topic. "Are you, by any chance, related to the elves?" "Elves?" Aether's eyes widened with childlike wonder at the mention of the mythical beings. "Indeed," Stella replied, her head tilted in confusion at his reaction. "You mean there are actually living elves here?" Aether's excitement was palpable as he eagerly grabbed her shoulder and leaned in close. His eyes gleaming with anticipation. Stella's face flushed bright red at his sudden proximity, nearly biting her tongue in surprise. "Why yesh, she stammered out, flustered by his unexpected enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha ha." Aether couldn't contain his laughter at her adorable reaction, his affection for her growing with each passing moment. 100 affection. Attempting to regain her composure, Stella turned away, intending to shoo him away playfully, when suddenly, boom, a loud, thunderous blast reverberated through the air, causing Stella and Aether to exchange a glance before nodding in unspoken agreement. Stella made a move towards the source of the explosion, but before she could take another step. Thud, hey, what are you doing? Stella's voice rose in protest as she found herself hoisted up by Aether, who had scooped her up like a sack and began running in the opposite direction. Aether, where are you going? Stella demanded, her voice laced with urgency. Of course, we're going to where we might have a chance to save our lives. Aether replied, his pace unrelenting as he raced forward, hoping fervently to encounter no obstacles along the way. Ouch! Aether let out a yelp of pain as he felt a sharp pinch on his back. What are you doing, Stella? What are you doing, you idiot? Let me down, I need to help, there could be someone injured. It's my duty. Stella screamed with unwavering determination, delivering another pinch to his back for emphasis. Ouch! Aether's lips twitched in frustration. Here he was, trying to ensure both their safety, and yet Stella was adamant about rushing towards danger without a second thought. Who knew there might be another weird guy who would kill him without even questioning them? Sighing heavily to express his internal conflict, Aether hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. What kind of assistance do they require from the useless healer? The weight of his words caused Stella to flinch, her fingers releasing their hold as she withdrew into a silence that spoke volumes. Witnessing her reaction, a pang of guilt tugged at Aether's conscience, yet he knew that with someone as headstrong as Stella, sometimes unconventional measures were necessary. However, a sharp cry of pain escaped Aether's lips as he stumbled, his balance momentarily lost. That really hurt, you idiot. Aether's frustration reverberated in his voice as he cast a reproachful glare at Stella. With a petulant pout, Stella muttered grumpily, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your tactics? Humph! Aether couldn't suppress a soft chuckle at her response before resuming their brisk pace, though the tension between them lingered, still harboring the urge to retaliate. Stella was poised to deliver another pinch when, slap, Stella let out a shrill cry of pain as a searing sensation erupted across her backside. The next time you decide to pinch me, you won't have a soft butt to sit on, little girl, Aether warned with a steely resolve that brooked no argument. Stella's eyes welled up with tears as she still felt the lingering sensation of 5 fingers on her backside. Observing her silent distress, Aether couldn't help but stifle a chuckle internally as he redirected his focus to their escape plan. I hate you, jerk. Stella muttered through tearful eyes, her words tinged with both frustration and vulnerability. 100 affection. Oh, is that so? Aether replied casually, inwardly amused by her reaction. I truly hate you, jerk. Stella reiterated, her tone filled with genuine disdain. 100 affection. Oh, well thank you then, Aether responded with mock sincerity, his amusement growing with each exchange. TSK, I hate you, pervert. 500 affection. Aether couldn't help but smirk at her escalating points. Oh my. Really? Well, thank you for your honesty then, Aether chuckled softly to himself, thoroughly entertained by Stella's outburst. Their brief moment of banter was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. Here you are. Stray slave, a voice pierced through the air, startling both Aether and Stella. Sishing, thud, before Aether could react, he stumbled and tumbled down a few meters before crashing into a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Stella had already been jostled off Aether's shoulder, falling to the ground with a startled cry, Aether. Stella called out, her concern evident as she moved to rush to his aid, but before she could take a single step, she felt a firm grip on her hip. Slowly looking down, her eyes widened in surprise as she realized it was none other than Aether's hand. Chapter 60, Save her at any cost. Cough, cough, Aether spluttered, his chest heaving with the effort as he expelled blood from his lungs. His hazy eyes fixated on the gaping void where his left arm used to be. A trail of crimson staining the ground beneath him. Drip, drip, blood continued to ooze from the severed stump, a stark reminder of the brutality they had just faced. Aether. Stella's voice trembled with fear and urgency as she rushed towards him, her hands trembling as she clutched the severed arm that had once belonged to him. You really are something, aren't you? Blake's cold voice sliced through the air like a knife as he loomed over them, a malicious grin twisting his features. Stella let out a pained cry as Blake seized her by the hair, his grip cruel and unyielding. "Arr!" Stella's voice wavered with agony as she felt the roots of her hair being mercilessly yanked. Despite the searing pain, she refused to release her grip on the severed limb, her fingers clinging desperately to the last remnants of hope. "Be bastard, let me go," she screamed, her voice raw with defiance and anguish, her eyes blazing with unbridled fury. With a disdainful snort, Blake tore the severed hand from Stella's grasp, his grip unyielding as he lifted her effortlessly by her hair, causing her to cry out in anguish as the pain radiated through her scalp. In her desperation, Stella released her grip on the severed limb, her hands flying to her head as she fought to endure the agony coursing through her. Thud, with a callous disregard, Blake discarded the severed hand, his attention turning to Stella as he delivered a brutal blow to her gut. Puff, the impact sent Stella hurtling towards Aether's side, her body crumpling in a heap as she landed beside him, her breath coming in ragged gasps as unconsciousness threatened to claim her. Despite his own injuries and fading strength, Aether summoned what little resolve remained within him, mustering the strength to reach out to Stella. "Tisk, tsk." Blake clicked his tongue in annoyance, casting a disdainful glance at Aether as he spoke. "What's wrong with this girl? She's supposed to be helping us catch the stray slave, not aiding him." Wait, suddenly, Blake's eyes widened in realization, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Don't tell me you two are an item." "Ah. Now, that makes everything clear," he mused aloud, nodding to himself as he pieced together the situation. However, Aether paid no heed to Blake's words. His sole focus was on Stella, whom he cradled tenderly in his arm, desperately trying to rouse her from unconsciousness. "Stella, wake up." Aether's voice was tinged with urgency and fear as he felt his own consciousness slipping away, the loss of blood taking its toll on his body. Hee. Blake chuckled softly, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. He was curious to see how they would react, knowing full well that they were both in no condition to mount any sort of escape. Unlike before, when they had managed to catch him off guard with a surprise smoke attack, this time Blake was prepared. He had already called for his party members to join him, confident that victory was within his grasp. "Aether." Stella's voice quivered as she slowly regained consciousness, her gaze meeting Aether's worried expression. I try to hold him off sometime." "Please, run away," Aether whispered urgently, his eyes filled with concern as he pleaded with Stella. "No, Stella's response was cut short by Aether's interruption, his words piercing through the haze of uncertainty that clouded her mind. "Do you think we can defeat him?" Aether's voice was firm, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the harsh reality they faced. When faced with reality, Aether was quick to acknowledge that there were no buts or ifs. The reality was harsh and unforgiving. The reality was reality. Biting her trembling lips, Stella glanced at Blake, who appeared to be patiently awaiting the arrival of his party members. "No, I won't go." Stella's voice quivered with determination, her resolve unyielding. "Stella, their target is me, a stray slave. Are you prepared to risk your life for a mere stranger whom you've known for less than 12 hours? Aether's tone was serious, though he couldn't help but admire her courage. Yet, there were times when idealism annoyed him. Stella's retort was swift and fierce. "The same could be said of you," she fired back, her voice tinged with defiance. "Why are you willing to sacrifice yourself for a mere stranger whom you've encountered for less than 12 hours? Her words resonated with raw honesty, challenging Aether's resolve. Aether chuckled wryly, though deep down, his desire to save Stella, but in truth he was doing his mission. Yes, he was on a mission that required not only seducing her but also ensuring her safety. As long as he could save her, he knew his peculiar ability, his mysterious fuck log would fuck him, just as it had plucked him from the hotel and deposited him in the forest without a trace. Aether still couldn't fathom how he had eluded the watchful eyes of the guards and receptionists at the hotel. Nevertheless, saving her was his ticket out of the forest, and that was the mission this strange fucking log had given him. Sigh, so many fuck. With a heavy sigh, Aether finally confessed, "Because you are important to me." Though he added inwardly, "For the mission, of course, ba dump, for once in her life, Stella felt a surge of warmth envelop her as she absorbed Aether's words. Her heart skipped a beat again, and this time her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as if her deepest dreams had suddenly come true. She had spent her entire life yearning to hear those simple yet profound words. "You are important to me." In that fleeting moment, she felt a profound sense of validation and worth. For once, she felt truly seen and cherished, as if she mattered in someone else's eyes. 1000 affection. The unexpected surge of affection from Stella left Aether stunned, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. Before he could comprehend the significance of her actions, Stella rose to her feet and reached out to touch his torn hand. Recovery. A gentle warmth enveloped his left hand, spreading a soothing sensation throughout his body. "What are you doing?" Aether tried to stop her, but Stella was undeterred. "Be because you are also important to me." Stella's voice trembled with sincerity as she continued to focus on her healing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She knew it might take some time, but she was determined to see it through. Glancing at Blake, who was busy scanning their surroundings with a furrowed brow, she reaffirmed her resolve. As long as Aether remained conscious, everything would be alright. That's what her heart told her. Aether inwardly clicked his tongue, torn between appreciation for Stella's unwavering kindness and frustration at her stubbornness. While he cherished her innocence in this harsh world, he couldn't help but resent her naive persistence at times. But something felt off. Why didn't I feel the pain? Aether thought as he observed his left hand slowly beginning to regenerate. It was a bizarre and somewhat unsettling sight, simultaneously disgusting and fascinating. Yet, unlike previous experiences when Stella healed others, he didn't feel any pain accompanying the process. Why didn't I feel the pain? Aether voiced his confusion, his gaze fixed on his miraculously healing hand, seeking an explanation. Stella remained silent, her focus solely on the task of healing Aether. However, a small drop of blood trickled from her lips, betraying the strain of her efforts. Ding, 1 agility, 8 Hey. Aether's voice carried a sense of urgency as he hastily intervened, stopping Stella in her tracks. He cast her a stern look, his expression demanding an explanation. "What the hell are you doing?" he questioned, his tone tinged with concern. Before Stella could formulate a response, a deafening roar shattered the air. "What the hell?" Blake's enraged voice thundered through the forest, causing both Aether and Stella to freeze in fear. With bated breath, they turned to face the source of the commotion, only to freeze in fear. Chapter 61, Leave her. "What the hell?" Blake's voice echoed with shock and disbelief as he witnessed his team members and several unfamiliar figures rushing towards him. But it wasn't their sudden appearance that shook him to the core. It was what lurked behind them, a towering orc monster, standing at least 12 feet tall, lumbered behind them, its thick, red skin rippling with muscles beneath. In its massive hands, it wielded a humongous tree branch-like weapon, its gnarled surface hinting at the creature's immense strength. But what truly caught the eye was the sliver-colored crystal embedded in the center of its chest. This crystal, almost the size of a palm, emanated a mesmerizing glow, casting a radiant light that illuminated the surroundings. Within its depths, 2 bright stars seemed to twinkle, lending an otherworldly aura to the fearsome creature. As it advanced with purposeful strides, the orc monster exuded an air of power and menace, its presence instilling fear in all who beheld it. "This bastard." Blake muttered in fear, recognizing the same monster that had nearly wiped out his party the night before. The sight of it sent shivers down his spine, and he couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Be Blake. Help us." One of his members cried out for assistance, snapping Blake out of his daze. Without a moment's hesitation, Blake rushed forward to aid his comrades, determined to confront the monstrous threat head-on. Meanwhile, Aether and Stella, their faces etched with fear, finally broke out of their stunned state. "We need to run," Aether exclaimed, his half-healed hand clutching at his side as he struggled to stand. Determination flickered in his eyes as he made the decision to flee while they still had the chance. But Stella, thud, she collapsed to the ground, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she fought to regain her strength. "Stella?" Aether frowned in concern, reaching out to help her up. I am fine," Stella muttered, though her voice was strained, and blood trickled from her lips. She attempted to stand, but her legs trembled uncontrollably. Refusing to obey her commands, "What are you doing? Pull yourself together," Aether urged, attempting to lift her to her feet. But Stella's breaths came in shallow gasps, her eyes growing hazy as she struggled to remain conscious. Aether, leave, go." She managed to gasp out between labored breaths. "I've reached my limit." Her voice trailed off as darkness threatened to engulf her, and she succumbed to the overwhelming exhaustion that gripped her body. "What do you mean?" Aether's frown deepened, his confusion evident. "Don't worry. I just increased your speed as much as possible. Please, leave now." Desperation tinged Stella's voice as she urged Aether to depart. Stella, in her healing, understood that only one of them needed to be able to escape when they were caught by Blake, and when she saw how much Aether wanted to live, despite the challenges of his own messed-up life, she recognized his determination to keep moving forward. Unlike herself, who had given up when her friends abandoned her, Stella came to the conclusion that Aether was the one who had saved her. Therefore, she didn't mind sacrificing her own life to save his. She was truly naive. In this world, healers possessed the ability not only to heal wounds and regenerate limbs but also to enhance the skills of others, temporarily or permanently. However, permanent enhancements could only be achieved by sacrificing one's own skill point in exchange. Furthermore, there were rare cases where healers could even resurrect the dead. However, this ability was extremely uncommon and typically only wielded by the highest order of healers within the temple. Anyhow, during her healing of Aether, Stella not only absorbed his pain but also bestowed upon him a permanent boost to his skills by sacrificing her own. As a result, she was left in an unstable state and in need of time to recover. But the situation was dire, and she knew that Aether's survival was paramount. Seeing Stella's stubborn determination, Aether clicked his tongue in frustration. Carefully, he lifted her with his other hand and began to run, ignoring her protests. Stella attempted to protest. But her words were cut short. "Shut up, you stupid girl." Aether's shout drowned out her voice as he pressed forward, determined to ensure their escape, regardless of Stella's selfless sacrifice. "You really messed something up." Aether's annoyance was palpable, etched on his face as he spoke. "No matter what you did, we're either escaping together or you're getting out on your own." His stubborn resolve rang clear in his voice. Stella's eyes welled up with tears. She couldn't comprehend why Aether was so determined to save her, but despite her confusion, she felt a flutter of warmth in her chest. Thank you," she murmured softly. Snort. Aether scoffed at her response, but a gentle smile softened his features. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the moment. "Aether!" Stella's panicked shout filled the air as she spotted an arrow hurtling towards them. Chuck! Once again, Aether was knocked to the ground, but this time, he shielded Stella with his own body, holding her tightly in his arms. "Caught you," the red-haired woman from Blake's team breathed heavily, her body adorned with blood and wounds, signaling to her comrades triumphantly. "I caught him." In her hands, a stunning bow dissipated into particles, morphing into a copper-colored arcane card. Boasting 3 stars, 2 of which gleamed brightly. This indicated her maximum level at 45, though her current level hovered around 30. Stella, with a heavy heart, extracted the arrow from Aether's back and attempted to heal him. Yet, to her dismay, her energy had already dissipated, leaving her powerless as she watched him endure the agony. The red-haired woman wore an amused smirk as she addressed them. "Blake ordered you to be the bait, and in exchange, we'll let this girl without harming her." Before Stella could voice her objections, Aether, his eyes filled with pain, intervened with a question. "Is that true?" Resignation tinged his words as he reluctantly accepted their fate. Observing Aether's willingness to sacrifice himself, the red-haired woman couldn't help but smile, her thoughts aligning with Blake's suspicions about Aether and Stella being a couple. Aether, what are you saying?" Stella's shocked expression betrayed her confusion, but Aether disregarded her and addressed the red-haired woman with a furrowed brow. "Let her go first, then I'll be your bait." The red-haired woman pondered whether Aether would uphold his offer, but before she could respond, Blake emerged with the same blood and wounds in his body as if they were facing a dangerous monster and said, "You can leave." Aether nodded in acknowledgement, casting a serious glance at Stella, who was visibly horrified by the turn of events, and no, I can't. Stella shook her head, overcome with fear and despair. Stella, Aether's grip on her shoulder tightened as he spoke earnestly. Go on. Live for me. With a solemn expression, he rose to his feet. Wait. Stella's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Aether, who still managed a comforting smile. It was evident that their weakness made them pawns in the hands of others, much like how her friends had abandoned her. You are not a useless healer, Stella. Aether's words were firm and reassuring. You are the strongest woman I have ever known. Be proud of who you are and be the healer you aspire to be, he encouraged, his gaze unwavering as he turned to face Blake with determination. With Blake leading the way, Aether followed, and the red-haired woman cast a glance at the crying Stella before joining them. Why? Stella's anguished cry echoed as tears streamed down her face, leaving her behind. Aether sighed inwardly. Phew, so much for emotional dramas. As he glanced at the mission indicator, he noted it had stopped blinking and returned to normal text. It seems separating from her is the best way to protect her, he pondered. Boom, the ground shook as the huge orc monster unleashed its devastating attack on the defenders. Now. Draw its attention. Blake commanded before seizing Aether by the neck and hurling him toward the monster. Chapter 62, Thrill. Thud. Aether landed amidst the bloodbath area, his gaze flickering briefly back to Blake before scanning the surroundings. Hey, we can leave now. Some of the onlookers muttered, their voices tinged with urgency as they glanced at the slave and then nodded in agreement. It was a grim reality they were all too familiar with. Using slaves as bait was a common occurrence in their world. Gruro. The monstrous orc emitted a menacing growl as it prepared to pursue the retreating individuals. Bastard. Aether's voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, though his legs trembled with fear. However, the fear was short-lived as his mind suddenly calmed down as if natural. The orc halted its advance, its dark, black eyes fixing on Aether with an unsettling intensity. See, come at me. Bastard, Aether taunted, summoning his courage as he hurled a small pebble at the monster's eyes. The stone found its mark, striking the orc's eyes with precision, eliciting a deafening roar of pain as the creature clutched at its injured eyes. Enraged, it swung its weapon at Aether with deadly intent. Boom. Aether, anticipating the attack, reacted swiftly, executing a graceful roll that allowed him to narrowly evade certain death. With Aether successfully diverting the monster's attention, the other onlookers wasted no time in retreating, their eyes turning towards Blake for guidance. We should run or use this chance to hunt this? One of Blake's members voiced the question. Uncertainty lacing his tone. I think we should escape. A frightened voice chimed in from among the people who had been hunting in the area. Blake contemplated the options, his gaze fixed on the orc that was now fully engrossed in its pursuit of Aether. The creature had already sustained considerable damage from the previous day's encounter and today's skirmish. Perhaps a little more push could bring it down. Furthermore, the value of the silver crystal embedded in the creature's chest was astronomical. If they managed to obtain it, he and his team could live comfortably for the next 2 years. And if they presented the crystal to the Empress, who knew what rewards they might receive? A smirk played on Blake's lips as he made his decision. Ready your spells, we are blasting it, he commanded. Blake's party members nodded in agreement, their resolve unwavering. However, the newcomers who had just suffered losses couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear at the prospect. Despite their reservations, they reluctantly acquiesced to Blake's plan, knowing that the potential rewards outweighed the risks. Huff huff dash. Aether's breath came in ragged gasps as he continuously evaded the orc's crushing blows. Inexplicably, amidst the chaos and danger, Aether began to feel a strange sensation stirring within him, an odd mixture of excitement and fear, despite the terror of facing the monstrous orc. There was an undeniable thrill coursing through his veins. Despite his previous terror when faced with the slime monster, Aether found himself strangely exhilarated by the current peril posed by the orc. It was as if the near-death experiences were awakening something dormant within him, gradually changing his perspective on danger and survival, and even more. Ding, survival rate, 0.79%, boom. Survival rate, 0.8%, boom, survival rate, 0.81%, boom, survival rate. 0.82%, boom, yes, with each narrow escape from death, Aether's survival rate steadily increased. It was a curious phenomenon, one that he couldn't quite comprehend. Yet, as long as he continued to defy death, his chances of survival grew incrementally. Aether wasn't sure why it didn't happen before his near-death incidents, but Aether believed it must be because he saved Stella, though he wished for more, but still a growth was growth even if it was a tiny bit. Arrgh. The orc monster suddenly shouted in anger when it saw its food jumping around and annoying it more. The orc monster had already suffered enough, it needed food to rejuvenate its energy, and yet this food was darting around like a pesky insect, eluding its grasp at every turn. Come on, big boy. I need more. Aether shouted in a burst of jubilation, his spirits momentarily lifted. However, his joy was short-lived as he watched a blinding light engulf not only himself but also the orc, causing both of them to squint and blink in discomfort. BBBOM. The deafening explosion reverberated through the forest, sending shockwaves rippling through the trees and shaking the earth beneath their feet. The combined force of the fire spells unleashed by everyone present was enough to reduce anything in its path to ashes. A towering mushroom cloud of smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the once clear sky and casting a dark shadow over the surroundings. Aether. Stella's voice trembled as she made her way towards the exit, her eyes brimming with tears. However, her steps faltered as she caught sight of the inferno raging behind, her heart sinking at the thought of what may have transpired. Coming to Blake's side, we have done it. The red-haired woman shouted in jubilation as if they had finally achieved the impossible by slaying a formidable monster that had surpassed their capabilities. Blake smiled, showing little concern for the fate of a mere stray slave. As the smoke cleared, they beheld a massive crystal, gleaming brightly in a silver hue, almost the size of a large palm. Retrieve the arcane crystal, Blake commanded. Blake's group, along with the newcomers, moved towards the crystal, eager to claim their prize. Cough, cough. However, their excitement was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, dry cough echoing through the silent horizon, causing them all to flinch. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the horrifying sight of Aether standing near the arcane crystal. As Aether stood amidst the aftermath of the fiery blast, his body engulfed in agony and his senses overwhelmed by the searing pain, he felt as though he was teetering on the precipice between life and death. Every nerve ending screamed in protest as the flames licked mercilessly at his charred flesh, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable torment. With each labored breath, he drew, the acrid scent of burnt hair and singed skin filled his nostrils. A stark reminder of the inferno that had engulfed him moments earlier. His vision blurred and danced with flickering shadows, the world around him swirling into a hazy, surreal blur, and then, amidst the wreckage of his broken body, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his cracked lips. It was a smile born not of joy or relief, but of something deeper, more profound. He just found it and acknowledged it. Everyone was utterly shocked by the sight before them, as if they were witnessing a ghost walking among the living. How is he even alive? That question echoed in their minds, reverberating with disbelief and confusion. Chapter 63, I hate her. Aether himself wasn't entirely sure how he had survived the blast. The last thing he remembered was a blinding light, and then pain, a horrible pain. All he could recall was the searing agony that coursed through every fiber of his being, engulfing him in a relentless inferno of torment. It was as if his very essence had been consumed by the flames, leaving nothing but raw, unyielding suffering in its wake, and then nothing, a nothingness. Yes, after that, he couldn't feel anything. It was as if he had been plunged into a void of numbness, a state of existence where sensation ceased to exist. He was suspended in a limbo between life and death, trapped in a realm of emptiness where time seemed to stand still. It was a sensation eerily reminiscent of his first death. A haunting echo of the void that had claimed him once before, and yet, here he was, defying the odds and staring defiantly at the bewildered onlookers. It's truly amusing that his life was really messed up, to the point where no one even felt guilt about killing him. Thinking about killing, yeah, hee. I killed him, didn't I? Aether's mind suddenly remembered that he killed Jack Sparrow, when he bathed in flames. The memories of that fateful day surged into Aether's consciousness like a rushing river breaking through that safeguarded his sanity, overwhelming his thoughts and emotions. Never in his previous life had he ever taken someone's life, and yet in this unfamiliar world. He had committed such an irreversible act, and yet, strangely, he didn't feel the weight of it right now, as if he felt nothing. It was as if the harsh law of nature had taken precedence in his mind, kill or be killed, or perhaps, after enduring a series of horrors, fears, and pain, maybe, just maybe, he started to adapt his mind, and this lesson, he only learned after suffering for an entire night. First, he was almost devoured by a viscous slime, but then his log gave him hope. As it increased his powers, then, he fell down from the highest cliff, an event that would have claimed anyone's life, but then the hope of a river fall saved him. Next, a naive but kind-hearted girl appeared. Wounded and unconscious, offering him a chance to survive in this unforgiving forest, when others thought he was a mere stray slave, intent on killing, she intervened and put her life on the line, a death, and hope, a death. And hope. Again, a death. And hope. Again and again, a complete cycle. Thud, the impact of the explosion left Aether's burned skin slowly breaking down, revealing torn and charred muscles underneath. Those witnessing this grotesque sight couldn't help but scrunch their noses in disgust, unable to fathom how this seemingly frail slave managed to survive such a powerful attack. Aether's gaze drifted towards the silver crystal lying near him amidst the chaos. Heh! A strange, mirthless laugh escaped his burnt lips, a mix of pain, irony, and defiance echoing in the air. Aether's mind was in turmoil as he froze there, his burnt body a testament to the brutal ordeal he had endured. In a moment of painful clarity, he felt like he had unraveled a hidden truth. I know now. Log. I know, you are. You are trying to change me. His thoughts raced, forming a bitter monologue within. First, you put me here to feel the fear of the outside world and wanted me to suffer in it. Then you pulled that innocent girl into our mess and, he couldn't deny the complexity of emotions stirring within him. It was a mix of resentment, understanding, and a hint of realization. You want to say that not everyone wears a fake facade. You want me to seduce her so that I feel guilty if I leave her. You want me to protect her so that I would feel the pressure of another life on me. You want me to understand others' pain so that I am not the only one who is going through hardship. You want me to understand there would be someone who doesn't betray me and is ready to sacrifice for me. It was as though a puzzle piece had clicked into place, showing him a broader picture of his predicament. Yet, at the same time, you want me to fight to protect the ones who don't betray me. You want me to get used to the pain and blood. Don't you? You just want me to adopt this new so-called life. Aren't you? Arcane bitch. Aether mumbled inwardly, though his half-crisped eyes only stared at the shining crystal, the air thick with bitterness and frustration. But there was no response from Log, no comforting presence to assuage his torment. Cough, cough dash. Aether couldn't help but laugh, a hollow sound tinged with desperation, as each rasping cough expelled a puff of acrid smoke from his charred lips. Hearing his laugh, Blake's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in consternation, while the others recoiled in shock, unable to comprehend the depths of Aether's suffering. He is still laughing in that situation, one of the people muttered incredulously, their voice barely above a whisper, as they exchanged bewildered glances with their companions. Kill him. Blake's command cut through the tense silence, his voice steely and resolute as he motioned for his teammates to carry out the order. His teammates nodded grimly, their faces set in grim determination, as they advanced towards Aether, their hands tightening around their weapons. However, Aether's attention remained fixated on something else entirely, his thoughts swirling in a turbulent sea of doubt and resentment. Come on, Log. I am not a 15-year-old child with teenage hormones. Go with the blood-pumping act. I know you are trying to turn me into something. Why you desired, right? Still no response. The silence was deafening, echoing Aether's inner turmoil and the void left by unanswered questions. Yeah, I understand everything, you fuckers. Aether's mind teetered on the edge of madness, the weight of his suffering and betrayal threatening to engulf him in darkness. Hey, are you even alive? The red-haired woman's voice cut through the tension, her words sharp with disbelief and perhaps a hint of pity. Aether's gaze wandered, unfocused yet piercing, as if searching for something beyond the physical realm. He felt a strange calmness settle over him. A premonition of sorts, as if he could almost see the threads of fate weaving around him. He knows. He knew, you are going to save me, right, log? Aether thought with amusement and curiosity, only a simple silence around Aether, yet he deep down knew he need to live for whatever this bitch was cooking behind everyone. Then, in a sudden shift of events, the mission panel materialized before him, its digital presence a stark reminder of his entrapment. Blink, blink, the words, save and seduce Stella, blinked in luminous green, Aether. Stella's urgent cry cut through the air, her footsteps echoing a mix of concern and urgency as she approached. Not you again. He. Fuck you. Aether's inner scream was a symphony of frustration and resentment, a reflection of his growing disdain for the innocent girl unwittingly caught in the manipulative machinations of his reality. He clearly starting to hate this naive girl. Who was causing a pain in the ass. Chapter 64, It's coming, you again, Tisk. The red-haired woman clicked her tongue in annoyance when she saw the whitish-gray-haired girl standing before Aether, her glare piercing like daggers. Please, he's done what you asked. Please leave us, Stella pleaded, though her voice quivered with fear. That ain't. Before the red-haired woman could finish her sentence, Blake appeared beside her. His expression unreadable as he whispered in her ear, we cannot kill her in front of the strangers. Let's leave, he's already dead as meat. Before walking away with a determined stride, the red-haired woman hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the group of onlookers who were clearly disapproving of their actions. She then reluctantly picked up the silver crystal and started to walk back without saying a word, her frustration evident in her clenched fists. It was painfully evident that the group didn't care as long as it was a slave. Their indifference spoke volumes about the disregard for a life deemed less valuable. However, if the situation involved someone else other than a slave, they might have voiced their opinions and objections. Truly an injustice to a slave's life. Anyhow, as Stella watched them leaving without saying anything, she sighed deeply, her heart heavy with the injustice she had witnessed. She turned to see Aether, his battered body telling the story of immense pain and suffering. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the extent of his agony, yet there he stood, resilient against all odds. Drip, drip, the sound of tears hitting the ground echoed softly in the clearing. Stella's compassion and empathy overflowed as she couldn't bear to see Aether in such a state. Despite her fear and trembling legs, she resolved to do what she could to alleviate his suffering. Recovery. She whispered the word, her voice trembling with emotion, as she directed her healing powers towards Aether. Slowly but steadily, his body responded to her magic, wounds closing and burns fading. Aether's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. He desperately wanted to scream at Stella to run away, to save herself from the danger that loomed over her due to their entangled fates as he could see the green light blinking in the mission tab. She was in a really dangerous situation, yet, his charred throat refused to produce any sound, leaving him frustrated and helpless. He felt his throat was turned fully roasted like meat so no voice came out from it, as Stella worked tirelessly to heal him. Her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry, she repeated softly, almost like a mantra, each word heavy with regret and sorrow. She knew if she had not left him, he wouldn't suffered like this. Aether's heart was pierced with a pang of pain and guilt as he watched Stella's selfless actions. Despite his silent plea for her safety, she continued to pour her energy into healing him, her determination shining through her tears. She is too good for her own good, he. Aether thought with a sigh, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. It was at that moment, amidst this intense scene, Stella's focus snapped to the source of the sudden cry. Her expression shifting from one of dedication to one of sheer horror. Hiss, the massive white snake, its ivory scales shimmering in the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Its sinuous body was coiled with deadly precision on the red-haired woman. The snake's eyes were dark and penetrating, as it stared at Blake and others. The palm-sized silver crystal atop its head glowed faintly, pulsing with arcane energy that seemed to resonate with the creature itself. Only one star glowing inside, indicating it was mid-level aptitude with level around 15, Lane. The frantic cries echoed through the forest as everyone watched in horror. The red-haired woman, Lane, was ensnared within the coils of the massive white snake. Struggling desperately for her life. Help. B. Lake, help me, cough, cough. Please. Lane's voice trembled as she fought against the crushing pressure of the serpent's grip. Her eyes widened in fear, blood trickling from wounds inflicted by the creature's constriction. Lane. Blake's anguished cry pierced the tense atmosphere as he witnessed the horrific fate of Lane. His heart pounded with a mix of sorrow and helplessness, knowing that he was unable to save her. The fear of facing another formidable foe, especially after the intense battle with the orc, sent tremors through his legs, leaving him rooted to the spot, despite the white snake being a one-star monster. The group had exhausted all their energy dealing with the orc. Blake's mind raced, desperately trying to think of a solution, but his throat constricted with pain, and he found himself unable to summon the energy needed for spells or to activate his arcane cards. With a heavy heart and a sense of defeat weighing down his shoulders, Blake gulped audibly, his throat tight with emotion. Closing his eyes briefly, seeing the grisly scene unfold, the others present understood the dire consequences of their actions. Before Lane could fully comprehend her fate, puff, the forceful expulsion of air accompanied by a sickening crunch marked the end of Lane's struggle. The white snake's tail, tight as a vice, crushed her body mercilessly, causing flesh and blood to erupt in a gruesome display. The once serene greenery was now marred by splashes of crimson, a grim testament to the brutality of the scene. As the snake slowly swallowed the remains of its victim, it also claimed the arcane crystal Lane had been holding. Hiss, it was then that everyone realized the snake's true intentions. It was after the 2 silver star crystals in order to evolve itself. It seemed the snake had been waiting for this opportune moment to seize the crystals from its weak prey instead of engaging in a fight against the monster. SSTRR. Aether tried to call out to Stella with his parched throat. His voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos. Hearing his cracking voice, Stella snapped out of her fear and immediately focused on healing Aether as quickly as possible. Her hands glowed with a soft, healing light as she worked tirelessly to mend his wounds. SSSHNNNRR. Aether attempted to stop her, his frustration evident in his weak attempts to speak. He wanted her to run and escape, to save herself from the impending danger. As long as she was safe, he would be fine, as his fucking log would fucking help him somehow. But she, SSH, continued to heal him. Aether groaned in anger and helplessness as his eyes fixated on the snake. It was a horrifying sight. Seeing the creature target Blake and the others after claiming its first victim. The snake's gaze was now locked on its next prey, its hunger for the crystals driving it forward relentlessly. Blake, we need to run. His party members shouted in desperation, their voices filled with urgency and fear. I know. Blake shouted in frustration, sweat dripping down his face as he blocked the snake's relentless attacks. Each blow was getting harder to deflect, and he could see that everyone was already on the brink of reaching their limit. It was then that Blake's desperate eyes fell on 2 figures amidst the chaos. I have a plan, he muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. Aether's face contorted in a grimace as he observed Blake's determined expression, a hint of worry creeping into his eyes. Estelle. Aether struggled to call out to Stella, his voice still hoarse and parched from the intense ordeal. It's fine, Aether. I'm here, Stella reassured him in a gentle tone, her hands glowing with healing energy as she tended to his injuries. Despite her calm demeanor, tears streamed down her cheeks, a silent testament to the emotional turmoil she was experiencing. If she hadn't stayed by his side in that moment, he would have endured this hell alone. The pain of healing him was excruciating for Stella. It felt as if her own skin was searing with the flames of suffering. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, not showing the depth of her emotions. Aether's eyes reflected his agony, pleading silently for her to leave. He knew she carried a burden of guilt, but now wasn't the time for it. Aether slowly reached out to touch her face, his voice strained with pain and urgency. Please leave. I need, why you to run away. Please, he managed to say between coughs and rasps. 1000 affection. Despite his plea, Stella simply nodded and continued to pour her healing energy into him, her resolve unshaken by his words. But then, something unexpected happened. Clang, clang, a glass scratching sound echoed as a small pouch landed near Stella and Aether. They glanced at the pouch that seemed to contain some arcane crystals, then at the person who threw it. Only to find the huge white snake hurtling toward them, its eyes fixated on the pouch. Meanwhile, Blake and his companions were frantically running away from the scene. Aether's face contorted in grim as he looked at the mission tab, where the green light blinked rapidly. Very fast, indicating imminent danger and the urgency of the situation. Chapter 65, She Needs You, Aether. I will gather its attention. You need to run away once you have everything healed, Stella said, determination in her voice as she wiped her remaining tears and looked at Aether seriously. And no, I. Before Aether could respond, Stella stood up and began chanting, her voice growing stronger, / by the power of the mind and will, let Arcane fulfill my wishes, / her body began to glow brightly before she touched Aether's forehead, and then she uttered, /zenith / Aether's body was immediately enveloped in a golden ball, and his skin and muscles began to heal rapidly. He was astonished by the incredible display of healing power, feeling the warmth of rejuvenation spreading through his body. Cough, cough, Stella coughed, blood trickling from her mouth as she covered it with her hand. She looked at Aether one last time, her eyes filled with gratitude, and said, I am glad I found someone like you. Her voice was a mix of exhaustion and determination as she gathered her strength to run away. Taking the pouch containing numerous low-aptitude arcane crystals, Stella started to run away from Aether. No, more like she was trying, and yet her body had reached its limit, pushed beyond by the immense effort of healing Aether. She was in between walking and running, jogging. Though that's not the right word for it. Stop. Aether yelled, banging on the golden ball. His emotions a whirlwind of concern and fear. He wanted to stop her from risking herself further, but she only turned back with a small smile, her eyes filled with tears, before continuing to run away, her body trembling in fear yet resolute in her emotion. 2000 affection, as the white snake followed Stella's direction, leaving Aether with a mixture of emotions. Aether's shaky voice echoed in the stillness, What should I do now? Only a silence, adding to his growing frustration. He felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. I have to save her, but how? The weight of his helplessness was evident in his expression. Blink, blink, the mission panel's rapid blinking intensified much faster than ever before. Mirroring Aether's uneasiness and fear, he didn't want to lose the girl who had been by his side through all the ups and downs of their journey. In a single night, Aether felt a deep sense of responsibility to save her, not just because of the mission, but because of the profound sacrifice she had made to protect him. This feeling of responsibility was familiar, reminding him of past regrets he carried from his previous life. Till now, I regret letting her go. Aether bit his trembling lips as memories from his previous life flooded back, stirring emotions he had long buried. Deep breath, taking a moment to compose himself, he called upon his log and began to formulate a plan. / name Aether, sex, male, race, ########, level, 0, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to ##############, the only holder of Aether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, 6, agility, 8, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, compatibility, 88%, survival rate equals 0.89%, affection points, 04908, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / what did he need now to save someone? What was the new power need to gain? He needed something that he had yet to try or even feel. He had avoided it until now, fearing it might endanger his life if Mortimer ever knows it. Yet, he was left with no choices. Increase magic affinity, ding, 1 magic affinity. Magic affinity, 1, ding, you have leveled up, level, 1, ding, congratulations on leveling up, reward, 10,000 affection points. That's the last thing that entered Aether's mind, and next, he found himself standing in a surreal space that seemed to defy all logic. One half of the space shimmered with blinding pure white light, symbolizing purity and clarity, while the other half was engulfed in deep, consuming pure darkness, representing unknown fears and mysteries. Aether stood transfixed in the middle of these contrasting realms, his senses overwhelmed by the stark dichotomy before him. His mind raced with questions about what was happening in this inexplicable place. Where am I? I need to go, she is in danger. Aether's voice echoed in the strange space as he attempted to move towards the light, but an unseen force seemed to keep him suspended in the center, like a puppet in a grand theater. Is anybody here? Aether's face furrowed in frustration, and receiving no answer, he shouted, "You arcane bitch. I know it's you, bitch. Come out, you fucking bitch." Aether spat out his anger without reservation, pouring out his frustration and desperation. Trrrr. The entire space trembled as if in response to his outburst, yet there was no tangible reaction or presence. But then, without warning, Aether suddenly screamed, feeling a jolt as if something were forcefully entering his mind. Overwhelming his senses, the sensation was like being plunged into icy waters, a shock that sent shivers down his spine and made his vision blur for a moment. Arcane energy, the fundamental force underlying every aspect of existence in these worlds, acted as both its genesis and its ultimate fate. It's the beginning as well as the ending. It permeated every form of life and matter, from humans to monsters, animals to plants, air to space, and even the very essence of light and darkness. The very fabric of existence itself, everything, without exception, was built upon the foundation of arcane energy. The mother of everything, she controls everything in every fiber of time and life. She decides what this world needs and what it does not need. And so, she wants you in her world. Aether suddenly heard the words echo in his mind, causing him to clutch his head in pain. She needs you in this world. She will mold you into a thing that she desires, she will make you crave for her, she will do anything to hold you in her roots. She, who loves every being equally, now focuses on you. She hates it when you hurt her with insults, she truly hates seeing you get hurt. You cannot escape from her grasp, you are not ready to escape from her clutches. What hell am I supposed to do now? Aether screamed as the conflicting voices reverberated like a drum in his head. Survive until the beginning. The two voices merged, delivering the same message before releasing Aether from that perplexing realm. Huff 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 dash. Aether's breaths came in ragged gasps as he crouched down, his chest rising and falling rapidly. For a moment, his pupils flickered with a mix of black and white energy before returning to normal. Once he calmed his racing heart, Aether noticed that he was now naked, his body completely healed as if it were new. The golden ball that had surrounded him had disappeared. Ignoring his own state of undress and the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Aether focused on the most urgent matter at hand. With determination etched on his face, he stood up and began to run, following the trail left behind by the massive white snake. I can do this, Aether muttered to himself, a half-smile tugging at his lips as he mentally prepared for the task ahead. He knew what he needed to do to defeat the monster. As he sprinted forward, Aether soon caught sight of them. Stella stood silently as if she had reached her limit. Stella. Aether's shout was filled with relief and happiness as he approached her. However, his joy was short-lived. Stella turned her head slowly towards him, her smile carrying a weight of sadness. Don't worry, I have had. Aether's words were abruptly cut off. Gulp, thud, the monstrous serpent lunged forward, swallowing Stella whole in a swift, horrifying motion. Chapter 66. Hesitation almost cost a life. Aether stood frozen, like a statue, unable to move an inch as he felt his blood turn cold. His heart almost stopped beating, the shock of seeing Stella being swallowed whole by the white snake paralyzing him momentarily. The huge white snake, now satiated and content after devouring Stella and the remaining arcane crystal, turned its gaze towards the newcomer. Aether, however, the snake sensed that it had already feasted enough for the day, especially after devouring a 2-silver star crystal and some random low-aptitude arcane crystals. It knew it was time to evolve. And so it ignored Aether, considering his energy signature wasn't potent enough to pique the snake's interest for another meal. Slithered away slowly into the forest. Thud, Aether's knees buckled under the weight of pain and anguish, etched clearly on his face. The memory of Stella's sad smile lingered in his mind, haunting him. He felt his heart being torn apart as if he had lost something incredibly precious to him. Drip, drip, tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving a trail of sorrow in their wake. If only he had arrived a few seconds earlier, he might have saved her. just a few seconds. He currently felt the weight of those few seconds. Aether's lips trembled. His mind replaying the single night he spent with a stranger. A night that now caused immense pain in his heart. Aether felt as though he had just lost a wonderful, naive sister. So, this is why you wanted me to seduce her, log? Aether muttered, his expression broken and filled with sorrow. Why you want me to have a mental breakdown, alright? Aether asked again, but there was no answer. Answer me, You fucking bitch. Aether's shout echoed with frustration, loss, and anger, reverberating through the silent woods. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Aether's heart beat as faster than ever before, his ocean blue pupils partially filled with a mix of black and white, and slowly the black started spreading around his eyes. His breath hardened as if something started to possess his mind. Blink, blink, blink. At that moment, a series of rapid green blinks manifested before Aether's very eyes. Aether blinked his eyes as his eyes turned normal and focused on the blinking green panel of the mission tab. What's that suppo? His words halted abruptly as realization dawned on him, striking his mind like a bolt of lightning. She is alive. Aether whispered to himself as he observed the departing white snake. His gaze then shifted to the affection points displayed on the interface. Affection points, 13908, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, without hesitation or meticulous planning. Aether murmured under his breath, increase strength by 4 and agility by 2, ding, for strength, 2 agility, strength, 10, agility, 10, SSSH. The air around Aether swirled in a silent dance, enveloping him as his body surged with a potent wave of energy and newfound vitality. The unknown energy surged through every inch of his blood and flesh, revitalizing him from within. Deep exhale. With a profound exhale, Aether fixed his gaze upon the snake and then glanced towards the nearby branches, contemplating his next move. SSSSS. The white snake moved happily toward its nest, deciding to take a nice, long nap. It knew that upon waking, it would have evolved into a 2 silver star-ranked monster. Totally cool. It's going to be king of the forest very soon. The creature's joy was palpable as if it were soaring among the clouds on wings of bliss. Days of relentless pursuit had led to this moment. It had relentlessly tracked the elusive 2 silver star orc, a creature of immense power that had nearly claimed the snake's life on 2 harrowing occasions. Undeterred by these close calls, the snake bided its time, waiting for a more opportune moment to secure a successful encounter, and then, fate intervened in the form of Blake and his formidable team. HIS == humans are easy. The serpent's hiss carried a tone of smugness, a testament to its confidence in preying upon humans. Considering them mere playthings compared to the daunting challenges posed by the other monsters, HHHISSSSSS, however, its triumphant reverie was abruptly shattered by a piercing shriek of agony, the result of an unexpected and painful intrusion as something sharp impaled its delicate tail. Turning swiftly, the white snake's serpentine eyes locked onto a wooden branch impaled in its tail, blood trickling down in crimson rivulets. With a sudden, forceful tug, it ripped the branch free, though the wound still seeped with crimson evidence of its injury. Hiss. The snake's hiss echoed with pain and frustration, its obsidian eyes scanning the surroundings for the unseen assailant. Yet finding nothing but the serene silence of the forest, despite the lack of visible threats, it remained vigilant, honing its senses to detect any subtle disturbance. Tuck, hiss, a sharp hiss escaped as it swiftly slithered towards the origin of the sound, its instincts on high alert. However, upon reaching the spot, there was naught but old branches and sturdy stone, devoid of any living presence. Undeterred, the snake maintained its heightened vigilance, sinuously weaving through the underbrush, keenly searching for any potential threat lurking in the shadows. A little further away, perched upon a sturdy branch, a figure observed the snake with a focused gaze. It appears that the snake's anatomy shares similarities with ours. Aether remarked softly to himself. With a swift motion, he selected another stone, tossing it near the base of a nearby tree. The stone struck the ground, eliciting an immediate response from the snake as it slithered towards the sound, arriving at the spot in a blur of motion. Its speed is impressive, Aether noted, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Increase agility by 2, ding, error, limit reached according to the level. Aether's expression turned puzzled. He had just experienced a surge in power and leveled up, hadn't he? His gaze shifted to the indicators of his level and magic affinity, and then it dawned on him, prompting a nod of understanding. I see, TSK, it's like this, huh? Aether's expression shifted to annoyance as he contemplated the situation. It was a straightforward matter, unlike others who started with a level 1 due to their skill points distributed at least minimally in every attribute. Aether's initial stats were practically 0, with some even registering in the negative. Hence, it was no surprise that his level remained at 0 until his magic affinity finally reached 1. Anyhow, what should I increase? Aether pondered aloud, his gaze fixed on the limited options before him. Magic and charm. He muttered, considering his available choices. Of course, while increasing his magic affinity seemed like the logical choice. Aether hesitated. The knowledge he had recently acquired regarding spells and incantations was undeniably potent. That's fucking powerful. It appears that gaining intelligence maxed out at level 0 caused some sort of anomaly or perhaps a unique occurrence. By his luck, for instance, consider how flames typically arise. Puff, like that, right? Puff. A small yellow flame spontaneously erupted from Aether's fingertip, devoid of any chanting or understanding of the fire's concept. It was merely a product of his imagination. Oxygen acted as the medium while arcane energy served as the fuel. And combine them then. Voila, fire. In an instant, he seemed to have transcended into a state of genius. What's more, when he pointed his finger towards the sky, the flame shot upward, accompanied by a resounding boom. The fiery display erupted into the sky like a grand spectacle of fireworks. The white snake, taken aback, glanced upwards with a mixture of surprise and wry writ on its serpentine features. Sigh. I've become OP now, Aether muttered with a tinge of sadness in his voice. No, he was happy he became an OP, but regret lingered as he contemplated how things might have been different if he had initially focused on increasing his magic affinity instead. Perhaps then, he wouldn't find himself in this challenging situation. It's not like he didn't want to increase magic. It's just his hesitation, driven by the fear of being discovered by Mortimer. Who knows what kind of cunning plan he would make next, and yet, his hesitation had nearly cost not just his own life but also another innocent life. Maybe that's how things would go. Anyhow, until he tuned his control over the magic, he couldn't even bring himself to use these powerful spells, knowing full well the devastation they could cause. The thought of accidentally harming not just the monster but also Stella, who remained alive within its stomach, weighed heavily on his mind. So, it was a bad choice. What about charm? Aether pondered briefly, only to dismiss the idea almost instantly. It's not like I can seduce the Mons, his voice trailed off, his mind drifting towards a seemingly ludicrous thought. Chapter 67, he had no other choice. Aether didn't possess any weapons capable of piercing the thick skin of the monstrous white snake head-on. Therefore, a sneak attack remained his sole viable option, much like how he had initially stabbed it. However, as the snake became more vigilant, Aether found himself with only one choice. Boom, a sudden explosion reverberated in the distance, catching the snake's attention and causing it to tense with alertness. Sensing an opportunity, Aether swiftly hurled a wooden branch towards the same spot where he had previously struck the creature. Chuck, HISS, the white serpent emitted a pained hiss as it swiftly turned to inspect its injured tail, revealing yet another sharp wooden fragment embedded within its flesh. Hiss, frustration and fury marred the snake's features as it attempted to locate the assailant responsible for its agony. However, before it could retaliate or defend itself, boom, another explosion erupted nearby, diverting the snake's focus once again to a new source of disturbance. Using this distraction, HISS, the snake let out another anguished cry as it discovered yet another wooden branch piercing its already wounded tail. The relentless onslaught of pain and surprise attacks left the formidable creature in a state of enraged vulnerability. Aether couldn't help but smile at the seemingly predictable reactions of the idiotic snake. At the end of the day, an animal is still an animal, Aether muttered with an amused grin playing on his lips. The plan was straightforward and simple: exploit the snake's heightened sensitivity to sound by using his overpowered magic to create distractions nearby. This tactic would allow Aether to divert the creature's attention long enough to execute his sneak attacks. Although this method was somewhat time-consuming, the fact that the mission tab continued to blink indicated that he still had time to accomplish his objective. As for charm, he wasn't an idiot to put his hard-earned affection points on something useless. It seemed utterly pointless in this scenario. He ain't no way to believe he could use his charm to survive. That's fucking unbelievable. With a confident smile, Aether conjured another flame and pointed it towards an empty area nearby and, the flames shot forth, aimed at diverting the monster's attention. However, his confidence wavered when the snake's hiss took on an ominous tone. Hiss, boom, Aether froze mid-action, his hand poised to throw the branch. Instead of reacting to the distraction, the snake monster fixed a menacing gaze directly at Aether, causing a chill to run down his spine. Hello? Aether stammered, his expression a mix of surprise and awkwardness. In an instant, the snake swiftly slithered towards Aether's hiding spot among the branches of the tree. Before Aether could react or retreat, the massive snake swung its colossal tail, smashing the tree to pieces. Trrcckkkkk, the tree splintered and collapsed, sending Aether tumbling to the ground. Despite Aether's initial belief that these monsters were merely oversized animals, he soon realized this was only a partial truth. A creature that had cunningly orchestrated a plan to use humans as bait for hunting an orc was far from foolish, and even if somehow someone fooled it, there was no way it was going to get fooled by the same trick again and again. It was like this: when the white snake felt something amiss, it soon turned vigilant and focused on everything. There was a blast, but it didn't intend to hit it, so sensing something awry, swiftly shifted its focus from the distracting blasts to the source of the disturbance. Its keen black eyes caught sight of small flames erupting on the tree, leading the creature to pinpoint a human's presence that was fooling it with deadly accuracy. HSSS, the white snake fixed Aether with a furious glare. It had no interest in Aether as a potential meal. Instead, it was determined to eliminate this bothersome human who had dared to fool it repeatedly. It was got truly annoyed after being happy about evolution. Come at me, Aether shouted defiantly, clutching a broken branch as he prepared to face the enraged monster head-on. He was ready to kill the monster, and yet, slap, the snake's tail struck Aether with brutal force, leaving him unable to react, a stark indicator of his insignificance in the eyes of the monster and the level of difference between them. Thud, cough, cough, colliding with the tree, Aether coughed up blood as he struggled to regain his footing. Despite the impact, his body strangely seemed to numb itself to the pain, as if the injuries were mere inconveniences. His body was slowly but surely getting accustomed to the pain. Heh. Aether's lips curved into a sardonic smile, stained with blood. A testament to his unwavering determination even in the face of overwhelming odds. Gripping the shattered remnants of a branch tightly in his trembling hand, ran towards it. He was aware of the recklessness of his decision, but with the snake now marking him as an enemy, he felt it was a matter of kill or be killed. Observing the puny human's futile attempt, the snake smirked. Its hiss was a prelude to a lethal action. SSSSSS, it's poison. Aether's eyes widened in alarm as he realized he had forgotten about that. Just like any snake, this snake also posed a deadly poison. He cursed himself for forgetting about that, and seeing the yellow fluid almost near him, he immediately pointed his finger to the ground to initiate the blast. But then, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. No, I will die, he muttered, his voice laced with urgency and fear. Swiftly recalibrating his aim, he slightly changed the direction and side of the blast, hoping to avoid the imminent danger. Boom, the explosion rocked the immediate vicinity, propelling Aether forcefully sideways. Aether had been certain that aiming the blast directly at the ground would send him hurtling skyward, and then, as everyone knows, gravity would fuck him without mercy. Thus, he made a split-second decision to adjust the trajectory to the side, a choice that proved to be a narrow escape from certain death, but still, in the chaotic whirlwind of heat and debris. His legs were engulfed in searing flames, and the impact shattered several bones, sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. Damn it, he muttered. This harrowing experience underscored his lack of control over his magic. If he had just used it on the monster, who knows what might happen to the innocent girl inside its belly. Nevertheless, Aether crashed into the nearby trees with a resounding thud, the impact nearly snapping his backbone before he landed harshly on the unforgiving ground. Drip, drip, blood trickled from Aether's mouth and nose, a telltale sign of internal injury. Through his haze of pain and blurred vision, he watched as the massive snake slowly slithered closer. Its predatory intent palpable in the air, summoning the last shreds of his strength, Aether lifted his trembling hand and pointed his fingers at the advancing creature. SSH, small yellow flames flickered to life, dancing at his fingertips, a feeble display of his magical prowess that would still help him. The snake, however, halted in its tracks, a testament to the fear instilled by Aether's previous powerful blasts. Despite his current weakened state, Aether's gaze locked with the snake's, a mix of determination and desperation evident in his eyes. His fingers trembled as he attempted to reduce the intensity of the energy, and yet he didn't know how to do it. All he knew was flames, that's all. The weight of the situation bore down on him heavily. One single mistake. He might kill the innocent girl with his own 2 hands. Come on, log. Give me something. Aether's frustration bubbled to the surface. Blink, blink, the log remained unyielding, displaying only the blinking mission tab, a stark reminder of the tasks at hand and the pressing danger that loomed. Useless. Aether groaned in frustration, his hand dropping to his side in defeat. Sensing his weakness, the snake resumed its advance towards him, its predatory instincts reignited. Increase. Charm, ding, Chapter 68, it's over, increase. Charm, ding, 1 charm, charm, 3. As the log's response echoed, Aether couldn't feel any immediate change, unlike the distinct sensations that accompanied adjustments in his other attributes, that was pain and energy. Charm seemed to manifest as a plain, unremarkable improvement. Glancing at the monster, Aether's hope flickered faintly, unsure of what to expect. The creature's reaction remained inscrutable, lacking any significant shift in demeanor. He wasn't entirely sure what he was hoping to achieve, but Aether, who had garnered affection from various animals in the past, felt a glimmer of confidence stir within him. It was a fleeting sensation. He could do something. Increase charm, ding, 1 charm. Charm, for, still, the white snake showed no sign of pause or reaction. Increase charm, ding, 1 charm, charm, 5, hiss. The sudden hiss from the snake carried a hint of confusion and displeasure, yet it pressed forward, undeterred. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Aether muttered under his breath, increase charm by 2, ding, 2 charm, charm, 7, now. To his surprise, the snake abruptly halted, its piercing 2 black eyes fixed on Aether with a newfound curiosity. 1 affection. Aether blinked in astonishment, his mind echoing with a silent exclamation of, seriously? Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, he persisted, increase charm, ding, 1 charm. Charm, 8. The snake visibly reacted, flinching and blinking in quick succession before an unexpected surge of affection flooded in. 100 affection, OMG. Aether's internal excitement surged, a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. Hiss, the snake, now showing a hint of curiosity mixed with caution, approached Aether methodically. Its movements were deliberate, almost calculated as if it were assessing him for something beyond mere physical threat. But then, in a sudden turn of events, the snake's demeanor shifted abruptly, its previously curious gaze turning into a menacing glare as it focused intently on Aether's hand. The air seemed charged with tension. The threat of imminent danger palpable in the snake's aggressive posture. Gulp, Aether swallowed audibly, a nervous reflex in response to the escalating tension. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he cautiously released the branch he had been holding, just in case he was fucked up really. Thud, despite Aether's attempt to defuse the tension, the snake continued to stare at him with an unwavering intensity, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. The snake then slowly parted its jaws, a gesture that usually signaled an impending strike. In response, Aether decided to take a bold yet calculated action, put everything into charm, ding, 2 charm, charm, 10. Remaining AP, 00009. The sudden change in something caused the white snake to abruptly halt its movement, its menacing posture giving way to a moment of stillness. With a graceful motion, it closed its mouth and delicately moved its nose toward Aether's face and, sniff, sniff, the snake's inquisitive exploration continued, its keen senses taking in Aether's scent with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Hiss, Aether remained composed, though inwardly tense, as the snake's tongue made contact with his face. The sensation was alien yet oddly gentle, a stark contrast to the creature's earlier hostility, the white snake's dark black eyes, usually gleaming with a predatory intensity, suddenly flickered with a mesmerizing mix of black and white hues before returning to their usual ominous darkness. Hiss, as the snake withdrew. Aether, who had been clenching his eyes in anticipation, slowly opened them. Surprisingly, he felt no lingering touch from the snake's tongue. As his gaze met the snake's intense stare, Aether couldn't help but feel a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Hello? Aether waved his hand tentatively, attempting to break the tension that hung in the air. The snake blinked a few times, its gaze unwavering but not hostile. Hiss, the sudden sound from the snake didn't signal aggression but rather a gentle response. 100 affection. Gulping nervously, Aether slowly extended his hand toward the snake's face, his movements cautious and deliberate. He observed the snake's reactions closely, searching for any signs of danger or hostility. Just inches away from making contact, the snake remained vigilant, its eyes fixated on Aether's hand, analyzing for any potential fires or any kind of other hidden attacks. Sensing no imminent danger, the snake gradually moved its head closer, allowing Aether's hand to approach without resistance. Touch. Aether's hand made contact with the snake's cool, scaled nose, the texture surprisingly smooth and soft to the touch. With gentle strokes, Aether explored the contours of the snake's face. Marveling at the creature's intricate features. Hiss, the snake emitted a soft hiss, not of warning but almost in response to the comforting touch it received. Its eyes, previously sharp and alert, now closed slowly, a gesture that hinted at a newfound sense of trust or relaxation in Aether's presence. 200 affection. Hee. Aether couldn't help but let out a small, sad smile, tinged with a mix of emotions as he rubbed the snake's nose. It was an odd situation, attempting to seduce. He wasn't sure whether it was seduction or something else, an animal, more like a monster that just ate his friend. Hee. I fucking seduced a monster. Hee. Aether couldn't help but feel the bitterness. After a few moments of gentle rubbing, Aether spoke softly. My name is Aether. The snake slowly opened its eyes, its gaze meeting Aether's as he stopped the soothing motion. Hiss. Aether smiled warmly, interpreting the snake's hiss as a response, even if it was non-verbal. With a mix of nervousness and hope, Aether ventured, "See, could you spit out the girl you ate?" The snake's reaction was immediate, a frown forming on its scaled face as it withdrew slightly, conveying a sense of reluctance and perhaps impossibility in fulfilling Aether's request. Hiss, the snake hissed again, this time with a hint of frustration and refusal, making its stance clear. Undeterred, Aether persisted with a pleading tone as he really wanted to save the friend he got here. Pretty please. His expression was one of earnest pleading, hoping against hope for a positive response. 1000 affection. Hiss, in a surprising turn, the snake coiled its tail around Aether's leg and stared at him with even more curiosity. Aether stood there, his mind reeling from the surreal turn of events, as if he had just borne witness to something beyond his comprehension. Cough. The snake's sudden coughing fit caught Aether off guard, a desperate attempt to expel what it had consumed. Thud, the sound of something hitting the ground snapped Aether back to reality. He rushed forward as the snake spat out Stella, her form covered in a slimy residue from within the snake's belly. Stella. Stella, Aether called out to her repeatedly, his voice filled with a mix of relief and concern. He glanced at his log and noticed the blinking green finally settled down as if there was no danger hereafter. As he checked her pulse, Aether noticed, her heart was beating but she wasn't breathing. Without hesitation, he laid her down gently, lifted her chin partially, parted her lips and performed CPR, and tried to revive her. The white snake observed curiously, unable to comprehend why the human wasn't using healing potions. It watched intently as Aether worked to revive Stella. After a few tense minutes, cough, Stella, Aether called out as he saw her coughing. With hazy eyes, Stella looked up at Aether, recognizing him through the haze. Aether? Yes, Aether smiled softly, gently brushing the sticky hair from her face. What happened? Stella's voice was weak as she struggled to make sense of her surroundings. Well, I saved you. Kind of, Aether replied with a hint of uncertainty, and his expression was kind of, wasn't sure. Hee hee. Stella giggled softly, her trust in Aether evident in her demeanor. Hiss. At the sound of the snake's hiss, Stella's eyes widened in surprise as she finally noticed the creature that swallowed her whole fully standing behind Aether. It's fine, it won't hurt us anymore, Aether reassured her. Sensing her apprehension, Stella frowned but ultimately sighed, her body weary from the ordeal. She accepted Aether's words, but then, did you? Stella's words trailed off as she rubbed her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. Of course, I needed to pump your lungs. Aether began to explain why touched her without her consent, as he believed this world might revolve around some old traditions or something, but before he could finish, Stella's face lit up with embarrassment. Just as agreement was enough to fuse Stella's mind as her face, neck, and ears turned bright red and 10,000 affection, ding, congratulations, mission completed, reward is unlocked now. Congratulations for completing the trail. As the notifications flashed before him, Aether felt something warm against his neck, and then everything faded to black as he fell unconscious. Chapter 69, Please Don't Leave Me, ZZZZZZ. Aether's eyes slowly fluttered open, greeted by the sight of a brown-colored ceiling adorned with beautiful candelabra casting a warm glow. The softness of the cushion beneath him felt like floating on thick feathers, a comforting sensation enveloping his weary body. Though he knew he was lying in a bed, the details of how he got there eluded his groggy mind. ZZZZZZ. As he listened to the rhythmic sound of someone sleeping nearby, Aether turned his gaze to his side, where he noticed a familiar figure, Celine. Aether's voice was laced with surprise when he saw the bluish-black-haired girl, Celine, sleeping soundly in an awkward position. Her head rested on the edge of the bed, indicating that she had fallen asleep while sitting in a chair. Likely keeping watch over him. Looks like I've been caught. Aether's thoughts turned rueful, a tinge of pain and annoyance coloring his emotions as he realized the effort he had gone through seemed to have been in vain. All that for nothing. Stirred from her slumber by the sound of her name and sensing movement, Celine let out a soft groan. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing the exhaustion and redness indicative of tears shed during the days and nights. Upon seeing Celine in such a distressed state, Aether's heart twinged with a mix of emotions. His heart pained seeing her like that. Celine. What happened? Aether's voice carried genuine concern as he sat up slowly, his gaze fixed on her. He forgets to call her with respect, Aether. Celine's voice was filled with surprise and relief as she saw him finally waking up, her eyes widening in response. Drip, drip. Tears began to unconsciously drip from Celine's eyes again, the emotions from the nights and days before still lingering in her heart. Her vulnerability was evident in her expression, a mixture of joy and worry. Aether. Celine's cry was filled with both relief and pent-up emotions as she threw herself into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around him as if seeking reassurance and solace. Her tears flowed freely, the weight of her emotions finding release in that moment of closeness. Sob, sob, Aether, sob, sob. Aether, I thought I lost you, sob, sob, Celine mumbled between sobs, clinging to him as if her life depended on it. Aether froze, taken aback by the intensity of her emotions and unsure of how to respond. 1,000 affection, 1,000 affection, 1,000 affection, wow. What was that? Aether snapped out of his daze when he saw the sudden surge in affection points. It was so much that Aether couldn't help but wonder who this girl really was to him. I'm sorry, Aether, sob, sob, I should have been with you, sob, sob. Why you must be scared. Celine's words were filled with fear and regret, her voice trembling with emotion. Hearing her words, Aether was surprised. How was he supposed to react to a girl who, on the very first day, punched him in the gut and then later fed him cookies, and now was crying in his arms? But one thing was clear to him, when he felt her trembling body and heard her sobs, Aether's natural response was to wrap his arms around her and offer comfort. He hugged her gently, patting her head reassuringly as he whispered, I am fine. Feeling his comforting embrace, Celine's tears continued to flow even more, her emotions pouring out uncontrollably and staining the bed pillow beneath her. After a minute or so, Celine's crying subsided, but she didn't pull away from Aether. She remained in his arms, holding onto him tightly as if she let him, he might disappear again. Madame Celine. Before Aether could say anything, Celine interjected. That cell, Celine said softly, her voice muffled by the hug but filled with warmth. Aether tilted his head slightly in confusion, trying to process the emotional whirlwind he found himself in. No, he understood what she meant, yet the complexity of their situation made it hard to respond appropriately. Call me Cell, Celine continued, her tone gentle as she shifted slightly to look at Aether's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears but also a glimmer of affection. Aether's heart raced as he felt the proximity and emotional intensity of the moment, his own eyes reflecting a mix of emotions as he gazed back at Celine as if something inside him had woken up. He was about to touch her tear-stained face when suddenly, "Are you awake or not?" Someone's voice shattered the tender moment as they entered the room. Boom, what just happened? Kai, the newcomer, exclaimed in shock at the scene before him. Aether lying on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, and Celine sitting on the chair with an indifferent expression. Her face was pristine and clear as glass. I got annoyed seeing Aunt worried over a slave. So I punched him, and he woke up, Celine explained with a serious expression, her tone unwavering. Aether was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, looking at Celine with a mix of confusion and surprise. She had just cried in his arms and asked him to call her nickname or something moments ago, yet now she seemed composed and unemotional. Tsk. If I had known that's all it takes to wake him up, would have kicked him a few days ago, Kai muttered in annoyance, clearly frustrated by the situation. He then called his assistant Timmy to inform their aunt about what had happened, and soon, "Are you okay, boy?" Delphine entered the room and approached Aether, sitting on the bed beside him. She checked his forehead, eyes, and mouth, making sure he was all right. I am fine, madam," Aether responded with an awkward expression, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Sigh, Delphine audibly sighed, relieved to find that there was nothing seriously wrong with Aether's condition. She couldn't afford any mishaps with him, knowing that any harm to him would ultimately reflect poorly on her in front of her father. Now that he is fine. Mind telling us how in the hell you managed to run away? Timmy's voice cut in with a glare, his frustration evident. Because of you, our young master suffered the consequences. He almost needed extensive healing, Timmy. Delphine's firm voice silenced him immediately. Timmy lowered his head apologetically, acknowledging his overstepping. I am sorry, Lady Delphine. If I am stepping out of bounds, but... He glanced at Kai, clearly wanting to emphasize the point that Kai had suffered because of Aether's actions and continued, because of him, young master suffered for that day. He almost reached the point of blank out. Yet again, Delphine stopped Timmy and looked at Kai, who also had something to say, but Delphine simply interrupted him, saying, "You guys let him sleep in the slave area, so, of course, anything could have happened, and he ran away. That's because of your sloppy decision. Now leave, I need to speak with him alone." However, Kai wasn't about to let the conversation end there. He needed to assert his authority over his slave, so he stepped forward and began, "Aunt, he is my slave and I will." Before he could finish his sentence, Delphine cut him off. "You do know that we will be leaving tomorrow, right?" Delphine interjected with a stern frown, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. That, you need to level up before leaving, so go and do it faster rather than sitting here wasting your time, Delphine instructed firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Kai frowned, realizing his aunt's intentions. He clicked his tongue in frustration and stated, "I will definitely tell this to father." As he turned and left the room, Timmy, equally displeased, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He hoped Aether would already die, but some luck bullshit, he was alive, and clicked his tongue again before following Kai out of the room, leaving only Delphine, Celine, and Aether in the hotel room where they had been staying. Chapter 70, Anger Cannot Explained in a Single Word. Aether, Delphine called him with a serious face, her eyes scrutinizing him as she asked, "How did you run away?" That question hung heavily in the air, a puzzle that Delphine needed to solve. She had chosen this hotel for its safety and security, and Aether slipping away without raising any alarms was concerning. Aether met Delphine's gaze with an indescribable expression. He truly didn't know how he managed to escape this place. It felt like a blur. One movement he was here and next, he was there in the forest all alone, yet he knew it somehow related to the log and he couldn't openly discuss the log's involvement with others. It was as if I had a habit of sleepwalking, so maybe I did something like that, Aether explained calmly, trying to make sense of the situation himself. When I woke up, I found myself in the forest, so I wasn't sure how I managed to get away. He hoped Delphine would buy his explanation. No. He wasn't entirely convinced of its truth himself. It truly felt like a childish. Yet, Delphine responded with a nod, not pressing further for details. This response caused a frown to form on Celine's face as she silently listened to the conversation. Aether couldn't read Delphine's thoughts, leaving him uncertain about what she truly believed. "Show me your log," Delphine asked with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on Aether with unwavering intensity as if saying she wouldn't believe another bullshit lies. Aether hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with uncertainty. However, he understood that he had no choice but to comply with Delphine's request. Noticing his hesitation, Delphine's gaze sharpened, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Celine. You can also leave," she directed, sensing the tension building in the room. Celine, who had been observing the exchange with a furrowed brow, shook her head slightly. "I am sorry, Aunt," she said softly but firmly, indicating her intent to stay. She intended to know, as her aunt was the one who brought Aether here alone. Delphine's eyes flickered with a mix of frustration and understanding. She knew Celine well enough to recognize that she wouldn't budge easily once she had made up her mind. Taking a deep breath, Delphine tried a different approach. "Celine, she began, only to be cut off by Celine's determined voice. Before Delphine could talk the same shit she did to Celine's brother. "Aunt, he is our household slave, so I have every right to see whatever it is," Celine asserted, her stance unwavering despite the tension in the room. Delphine paused, considering her niece's words carefully. After a moment, she sighed softly, acknowledging the validity of Celine's point. She sighed audibly again, a mixture of resignation and acceptance in her tone. Turning back to Aether, Delphine's expression softened slightly as she spoke. "Show us." Reluctantly, Aether accessed his log, saying their names, / name Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 1, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, 5, agility, 5, intelligence, 5, magic affinity, 1. Charm, 5, / Both Celine and Delphine raised their eyebrows in surprise as they observed Aether's increased level. Their curiosity brimmed with energy, evident in their expectant gazes as they turned their attention back to Aether, waiting for the story he had yet to tell. Aether visibly sighed, feeling the weight of the events he was about to recount. He began narrating the story in a different light, framing it as an encounter with a girl named Stella. He described how he had been attacked by monsters and saved by Stella's healing powers. He detailed their encounter with a group of hostile individuals determined to kill him since he was a stray slave, and how Stella's intervention had helped him escape. Even at the cost of her own safety, Aether recounted their subsequent encounter with a monstrous creature that ultimately led to his ingestion by the beast, only to be rescued by Stella once again. He emphasized how she had not only saved him, but had also taught him valuable magic skills. Great escape, so those guys. Delphine nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the faces of the individuals who had informed her of Aether's heroic actions, though it was clear they had also used him as a means to escape their own predicament. Celine silently gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in frustration and anger, unknown emotions swirling within her as she processed the situation. Aether provided them with as much information as possible, leaving few loopholes in his narrative. After recounting everything, he posed a question. "So, did you guys happen to see a whitish-gray-haired teenage girl?" Aether wasn't certain about who had rendered him unconscious or what had occurred to the girl and the monster with whom he had formed a friendship. He wasn't sure about that. Delphine nodded a few times, indicating that she comprehended the situation. Then, she produced a small piece of paper and handed it to Aether, her face slightly blushing with embarrassment as she said, I found this paper when I discovered you lying on the ground all alone, naturally. Naked. When she found him in such a state, she wasn't sure how to respond. It was an uncomfortable and unexpected situation for her, nearly causing her to feel nauseous. She almost puked. Hearing that, Celine's expression darkened as she couldn't help but wonder, did that girl do something to him while he was unconscious? Aether took the note and read its contents. I will meet you again very soon. Stella. A small, gentle smile appeared on Aether's face, causing not only Celine's heart to skip a beat but also making Delphine blush slightly as if an unexpected gentle handsomeness blinded their face had stirred between them. Ahem, very well then, I need to help my nephew. I am leaving now, Delphine announced, preparing to depart. However, just before she left, she added, take the day to rest. Tomorrow, I want to see your magic before we depart. Celine quickly followed Delphine, not wanting to spend too much time alone with Aether. Once they had left, Aether's expression turned serious and dark as he gazed at his true log, /name, Aether, sex, male, race, ########, level, 1, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to ###############, the only holder of Aether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 1, charm, 10. Compatibility, 89%, survival rate, 1%, affection points, 14309, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes. But that wasn't the pressing matter at hand. Aether switched the panel and his eyes fell on the mission tab. Ding, congratulations for completing the trial with flying colors. Since you completed the trial, you must have grasped most of the information regarding this log and its upcoming missions. If not, click the link below to learn more. Please help me, Arcane dear, I am dumb guy without you. Aether's right eye twitched involuntarily, his expression now clouded with anger. Chapter 71, he was beyond horrified. Log, it's the crucial element that connects every individual to a central point, functioning much like a server in a vast network. When individuals register in the mother root or any artifact requiring a login, it signifies their initial access to the new system. After successfully logging in, there's no need to repeat the phrase log in. A simple log suffices to activate the connection. Name, this vital identifier plays a significant role in distinguishing individuals within the system. It can only be altered or updated at the head of temple, a prestigious authority located in Elysiumus Aurora Empire. Sex, this reflects a person's physical autonomy and remains unchanged despite any desire to change yourself just to feel it. It's a fundamental aspect of identity that remains constant unless you cut it off. Race, this aspect denotes the ancestral lineage and heritage flowing through one's veins, determining characteristics and abilities. Examples include humans, elven, vampires, dwarf, dragon, and phoenix, among others, each contributing unique traits and qualities to individuals. Level, this parameter indicates the overall evaluation of your attributes. To illustrate, when aiming to level up from 0 to 1, each attribute must exceed a minimum value of 1. Falling short of this standard renders one inept, akin to a shit, and less capable than a yesterday-born child. Subsequently, advancing from level 1 to 2 necessitates that all attributes reach a threshold of 10 points. Failure to meet this requirement bars advancement, irrespective of pleas or emotional outbursts akin to a child's tantrum. Beyond this, every subsequent level up demands a consistent increment of 10 points in each attribute to progress further. Title, this designation characterizes your worthless life's accomplishments and failures. For example, the Lost One, you give up something important just like how a child loses their favorite lollipop for a fake ice cream. Slave, eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### However, residual enslavement persists under Kai Frostblade, the only holder of Aether. You have something that Arcane didn't like. That's all, pastless, futureless entity, error. Cannot be determined or inaccessible for disclosure, attributes, these are fundamental qualities that define your capabilities and abilities. Strength, this attribute measures your physical stamina and endurance, determining how much physical exertion you can sustain. Agility, this attribute gauges your speed and quick reflexes, showcasing how swiftly you can react to stimuli and navigate challenging situations. Intelligence, while not a comprehensive measure of one's intellect, may be little but not for you. This attribute aids in understanding complex concepts, especially those related to magic and arcane knowledge. Magic. Affinity, this attribute reflects your innate connection to the arcane and your ability to manipulate magical energies and different compositions. A higher affinity level grants you greater access to arcane powers and enhances your ability to manifest your desires through magic. The more you get attached to the arcane, charm, this unique attribute sets you apart from others. For others, it was just their beauty, however for you, it's more than that. Just your aura was enough to charm small animals. It charms everyone. Everyone. So be careful. The more points you put, the more your life will be fucked up. Compatibility, error cannot be explained. Survival rate, survive at any cost. Error cannot be explained further. Affection points, these points represent the level of positive regard or liking others have towards you. Even a small act of kindness can significantly boost your affection points. It could be anything other than hatred. Aether meticulously absorbed every piece of information directed at him, even if it seemed to pierce his weak heart. He disregarded any personal feelings, recognizing the importance of understanding the provided information. I see. Aether nodded in comprehension, then remarked with disdain, what's truly useless is your log. Most of this information was already known to me. TSK, however, his attention was abruptly captured by a notification sound. Ding, important. Please read this information carefully. Aether's brows furrowed as he read the following message. Congratulations on unlocking the ding. Seduction, 1/10, seduction mission. Your objective is centered around seducing the woman designated by the log. Affection point scale, 1 affection point, neutral, 10 affection points, liked, 100 to 500 affection points, friendly, 500 to 1000 affection points, more than a friend, 1000 to 1500 affection points, love blossoms, 5000 affection points, seduction complete, 6000 affection points, more than seduction. Partner readiness for marriage, 7000 affection points, more than marriage. Willingness to sacrifice for you, 8000 affection points, more than sacrifice. Ready to bear your child as proof of love, 9000 affection points, more than bearing a child. Extreme commitment. Ready to rape you, 10,000 affection points, more than rape you. Error. Cannot be explained any further. 10,000 affection points, alert. Error. Error. Thus, log prays for your fucked up life that going to be fuck up even more. Upon receiving the mission, it is imperative to complete it as swiftly as possible. There is no specified time limit, but you must receive at least 10 affection points daily after receiving the mission. Failure to do so will result in the mission being considered a failure. From here on, your rewards will be based on your dedication and effort in seduction. And upon reaching the allotted quota, the achievement of seduction shall lead to the removal of the eternal slave status. Do it if you don't want to get to be fucked up more. Seduce them at any cost. As this would increase your unknown survival rate. Alert. Alert, failure to complete the mission may result in the imminent death of the designated woman and MUC. Error. Cannot be explained further until you face the failure. Hope you don't. Thank you for your attention. Please have a safe day and give your best effort towards achieving your goals. That's if you don't want to get to be fucked. Ding. This message will delete it upon reading. Aether observed as the panel disintegrated into particles, leaving only his data behind. No longer in a state of mere shock, his expression turned to horror as he processed the contents of his log. Mission, seduce. Death, reward. Remove. Aether muttered the fragmented words, sounding like a broken toy struggling to comprehend its purpose. His mind raced, grappling with the implications of the data he had just absorbed. What the fuck am I signed up for? Aether whispered in shock and disbelief. even more about the affection points he received from the little girl, 10,000 points, right? More than rape you. Gulp, did I get raped by that little girl? Aether's face turned in fear, but then knowing her pure heart and gullible nature, nah, she won't. I mean. Yeah. She would never do that, right? His voice sounded weak. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door snapped Aether out of his bewildered daze. Chapter 72, A man in 30s can understand a woman in 30s, is something the matter? Delphine's concerned voice broke through Aether's horrified expression as if he had tasted something so repulsive it wouldn't leave his mouth. Huh? And nothing. Aether stammered, snapping out of his fear-induced daze and awkwardly meeting Delphine's gaze. Delphine frowned slightly but didn't press further. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed and asked softly, "How are you feeling?" "I am fine," Aether replied, his guard still up as he tried to decipher her intentions. Recognizing Aether's guarded demeanor, Delphine let out a soft sigh. "I understand you have reasons not to trust easily after everything that has happened in your life," she said, moving closer to him, "but think of me as your big sister. I won't harm you. Please, trust me." Aether found himself completely caught off guard by Delphine's sincerity. However, she didn't give a fuck about affection points. He knew where this was going. Thank you, madam," Aether replied with a hesitant nod, his mind racing with a mixture of caution and curiosity. "Well then, could you confide in me, speak your truth?" Delphine's voice was soft, almost pleading, as she leaned in closer, her eyes searching his for answers. What truth are you referring to?" Aether attempted to maintain a composed facade, though his inner turmoil was palpable. Delphine's frown deepened as she closed the physical gap between them. Her presence growing more intense with each passing moment and enveloping Aether like a suffocating embrace. Sniff, sniff, as the scent of Delphine's matureness filled the air, Aether found himself momentarily entranced, his senses overwhelmed by the intoxicating allure of her femininity. Finally, Aether, who didn't care about anything other than survival, looked at the woman in her 30s and inhaled her womanly scent, causing him to tremble, in fear. "I am 30, she looks 30. So." He couldn't help but think. All these complexities swirled in Aether's mind. All of this because his log said he needed to seduce if he wanted to live. How did you manage to escape? Delphine's curiosity was evident as she inquired about Aether's past experiences. She had a genuine interest, but then she thought he was hesitating because of her niece, so curiosity led her to sneak back, hoping to glean more insights. Oh, that. Aether's response was tinged with awkwardness. Despite feeling somewhat drawn to Delphine's mature demeanor, he was careful not to show any signs of being overly eager or gullible. He wasn't going to act like simp. "However, Aether, please believe me, I have no intention of causing you harm. In fact, I was attempting to assist you. Please trust me." Delphine reassured him, noticing his hesitancy. However, Aether remained cautious, not detecting any noticeable increase in affection points that could sway his trust. Observing the lingering doubt on Aether's face, Delphine sighed softly. "I understand that earning your trust won't be easy, but perhaps this will help." She extended her palm towards Aether, prompting a puzzled frown from him. Confusion clouded Aether's expression as he tried to decipher her intention. Is she expecting me to read her future? He wondered before a sudden movement caught his eye. SSSS, a tiny white snake materialized on Delphine's palm, eliciting a surprised gasp from Aether as he instinctively reached out to catch it. HOH. Aether exclaimed, his eyes widening in amazement as he cradled the snake in his hands. SSSS, 1000 affection. The tiny white snake continued to affectionately lick Aether's face with its delicate tongue, evoking feelings of warmth and tenderness within him. Could this be love? No. Aether couldn't contain his inner exclamation as he processed the surge of affection points. Despite his initial skepticism, he couldn't deny the happiness he felt knowing that the snake was content, even in its small form. Delphine couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene before her. Observing the playful antics of the snake as it frolicked around Aether, she couldn't resist a light-hearted chuckle. He. You know, when I first found you, you weren't alone, she reminisced, gesturing towards the serpent. It cradled you in its tail, keeping you safe and warding off any potential threats. Aether's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he regarded the snake with a skeptical face, but then the snake, 1000 affection, the small creature responded with a gentle nudge, emitting a wave of affection that melted Aether's reservations. Delphine recounted the story with a fond smile, recalling the moment when she had encountered Aether and the humongous snake. I was on the verge of dispatching it. She explained, but I held back when I saw how delicately it cradled you, as if you were a precious treasure. Seeing its action I know it is tamed, but I am truly surprised that you tamed it without needing any artifact. So, I promised to take care of you, but the snake adamantly refused to part ways. It seemed determined to stay by your side. It tagged along with me. As she remembered how Aether rested on the snake's tail and how it followed like a puppy without hurting anyone, and even more how it didn't give Aether to her until they reached the exit of the forest. Is that so? Aether murmured softly as he affectionately rubbed the snake's head with his pinky finger. 1000 affection. As he marveled at the snake's loyalty, Aether couldn't help but wonder about his growing affection points. Do I even need others to increase my points? He pondered with a hint of amusement and then asked. So other, however, before he could voice his question, Delphine intervened. No, I haven't informed anyone else about the snake, she stated firmly, her expression serious. I feared they might exploit its connection to you. Aether's eyebrows shot up in astonishment at this revelation. Don't be too surprised, Delphine continued, her tone softening. I'm doing this because I'm on your side. You may not be aware, but my sister-in-law and I strongly opposed the old man's decision to bring you to the household when he brought you, and further when another bastard subjected you to eternal slavery. We left our home in protest against his actions, she added with a mix of sadness and frustration evident in her voice. Aether processed the new information, trying to piece together the puzzle of Delphine's involvement. Your sister-in-law? Velk's wife, he repeated to confirm. Yes, that's correct, Delphine affirmed with a nod, though Aether could sense a hint of reservation in her tone. I see. Aether nodded in response, though he remained uncertain about the sincerity behind Delphine's words. Despite the conversation, he noted that she hadn't displayed any neutral affection towards him, which added to his skepticism. Curiosity still lingering, Aether directed his attention back to the small snake nestled in his hand. Why are you so tiny? He inquired, genuinely intrigued. That's because it has evolved, Delphine explained matter-of-factly. Evolved? Aether's brow furrowed as he examined the small snake, silently musing, more like it's degraded, his amusement evident on his face. The small white snake's expression darkened as it sensed Aether's doubt and amusement, prompting it to hiss in displeasure. Hiss, no. Don't do that here. Delphine's voice rose in urgency, but it was too late. The snake's hiss resonated with anger, accompanied by a sudden burst of light that momentarily blinded everyone in the room. The transformation was sudden and startling. The small white snake underwent a rapid metamorphosis, growing into a formidable creature almost the same size as before, but now adorned with a silver crystal on its head. Within the crystal, 2 stars gleamed, signifying its mid-level aptitude at around level 20. Despite the significant change, the snake's appearance remained largely unchanged, except for its newfound aura of power and confidence. SSS, the white snake hissed proudly, its demeanor radiating a sense of superiority as if silently proclaiming, bow before me, human. Meanwhile, Aether's attention was drawn to Delphine's deep blue eyes, framed by stylish glasses. The sudden expansion of the snake caused an unexpected chain of events. Delphine, caught off guard, found herself landing on top of Aether, her ample bosom pressing against his bare chest. A blush crept onto her face as embarrassment washed over her. 10 affection, ding, survival rate, 2%, something was rising. Chapter 73, Stella, survival rate, 2%, something was rising, hiss, but then. Hearing the displeased sound from the snake prompted an immediate reaction from Delphine, who swiftly moved away from Aether, her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at the serpent. Shrink back to your smaller form, Delphine commanded, but to her dismay, the snake disregarded her order and instead flaunted its elegant white-scaled body to Aether. Veins bulged on Delphine's forehead, a clear sign of her growing frustration. This scenario had been repeating itself for the past few days, the snake consistently ignoring her commands, despite her superior strength, and she could even kill it within a second, and yet. It seemed determined to maintain its own course of action, oblivious to Delphine's authority. On the other hand, Aether's attention was fixated on his survival rate, which increased out of nowhere just because of small likable points towards him. But according to the log, my survival rate depends on seduction. Aether puzzled over this sudden spike in his survival rate. It wasn't just a marginal increase like the usual 0.01% but a significant jump of 1%. This deviation from the norm left him questioning the mechanisms governing his survival and the significance of his recent experiences. Does she somehow relate to my survival? Aether's thoughts turned to Delphine, considering the possibility of her involvement in his newfound resilience. However, a sharp glare from someone redirected his attention to the snake. It's awesome," Aether exclaimed, breaking free from his contemplations and focusing on the snake that was clearly trying to show off. SSSS, the snake sounded delighted as it affectionately licked Aether, its tiny tongue tickling his skin in a playful manner. 1000 affection, Aether couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight of his affection point skyrocketing without him having to do anything. Delphine, noticing the growing bond between Aether and the snake, couldn't hide her annoyance. "Could you please ask it to shrink back to its normal size?" she requested with a tinge of impatience. Her eyes fixed on the now larger-than-life serpent. "Of course," Aether replied, understanding Delphine's concern as he also started to feel the suffocation. He turned to the snake, his voice gentle yet firm. "Would you mind returning to your smaller form, please?" SSS, the snake complied without hesitation, its body shrinking down to a more manageable size and settling comfortably in Aether's palm. Delphine's expression softened slightly, although a hint of annoyance still lingered in her features. As Aether stroked the snake's scale back with his pinky finger, he couldn't help but smile at its adorable demeanor, yet the trauma of seeing someone getting swallowed by it. Truly traumatizing for him. "So, how long have I been unconscious?" Aether inquired, his gaze shifting to Delphine as he sought answers to the time he had lost. "It's been 5 days since I found you." "Now, please tell me everything," Delphine responded, her demeanor a mix of concern and curiosity as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes focused intently on Aether, waiting for his account of events. Aether took a moment to collect his thoughts, his gaze drifting to the small paper in his hand, a note left by Stella and the friendly snake. Considering Delphine's earnest demeanor, he decided to trust her to some extent and began recounting. "I'm truly sorry. But all I remember is hearing someone call my name. The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by dark clouds, and I instinctively ran towards the source of the calling. The clouds dissipated, and I found myself standing in the forest. The rest of the details match what you've heard, I see." Delphine nodded in understanding, though her mind was racing with questions. "So, it appears that someone was manipulating the situation, but who could it be?" she wondered, unable to sense any significant energy disturbances during the previous night. The mystery deepened, leaving Delphine with more questions than answers. "Where have you been hiding all this time?" Aether directed his question to the snake, curious about its whereabouts during his unconscious state considering its size. He wondered if it sneaked under the bed or what. The snake tilted its head, fixing Aether with a stern gaze before redirecting its attention towards Delphine, who appeared lost in contemplation. With a deliberate movement, it pointed towards her big bosom. Aether's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he followed the snake's indication, nodding in realization. "Ah, yes, it is enough to hide a snake," he murmured absent-mindedly. Upon hearing Aether's comment, Delphine's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Boom, in a swift motion, she delivered a powerful punch to Aether's gut before storming off, leaving him doubled over in pain but not before warning. "Mind your words, little brat." Hiss. The snake hissed disapprovingly at Delphine's reaction, its gaze filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Aether, still recovering from the blow, muttered through teary eyes, That son of bit." Let's be clear, Aether was truly innocent. He merely mentioned that white snake. White snake. He means real snake. So it was Delphine who misinterpreted his words and reacted impulsively. So never blame Aether, who said nothing but an innocent word. Aether was truly innocent, while Aether writhed in pain from Delphine's unexpected punch, far away from the Naiade Empire. Yeah. Literally far, far away. Elysiumus Aurora Empire, in a vast land brimming with tender love, radiant light, and untainted purity, there stood a grand temple adorned with layers of glistening white marble that seemed to radiate a brilliance beyond ordinary white hues. The air around the temple was charged with a sense of sacredness and serenity, drawing people from far and wide to its majestic presence. Amidst this backdrop, a sternly armored man, a guardian of the temple's sanctity, halted his steps as he noticed a figure approaching with hurried determination. It was a teenage girl, her appearance starkly contrasting the opulence of the temple. With whitish-gray hair cascading around her shoulders and piercing dark gray eyes hiding something. She wore a patched dress stained with traces of blood, giving her an almost beggar-like appearance. It was none other than Stella. "Hey child, who are you?" "You are not allowed to enter," the armored man called out, his voice carrying authority and resolute as he addressed the approaching figure. Without sparing a glance for the guard, Stella continued her approach, determined to enter the temple grounds. Anticipating defiance, the guard prepared to intervene forcefully, raising his weapon in readiness. However, before he could take action, a commanding voice halted his movements. "Stop, Who dares, Saintess?" The guard immediately flinched upon seeing the important figure standing before him, and he immediately kneeled down. "I will take care of that girl," the woman said, dismissing the guard's concern. Despite his curiosity about the mysterious beggar-like girl, he chose not to voice his questions. The Saintess held a prominent position in the temple's hierarchy, so he chose not to question her authority and simply obeyed her order. Stella proceeded to enter the inner sanctum of the temple, her steps carrying a sense of purpose as she made her way to the sacred altar. "Oh, Mother. I have found the light," Stella whispered reverently as she knelt before the altar. At the heart of the altar stood a figure formed from twisting roots, representing the nurturing aspect of nature intertwined with spiritual enlightenment. The roots entwined gracefully, forming the silhouette of a slim female figure. On one hand, the figure held a root-formed sphere. The other hand was outstretched towards the heavens as if reaching for the divine source of all life. The nuns and priests around the inner sanctum cast disapproving glances at Stella, their expressions marred by frowns of disapproval. To them, she appeared as a dirty intruder in their sacred space, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as if her presence was somehow tainting the purity of their sanctuary and just about call the guards and throw her out. Tirrrr, a deep rumbling sound, like the earth itself awakening, echoed through the chamber. The ground beneath Stella's kneeling form began to tremble, and before anyone could react, the roots of the altar responded to some unseen force. They grew rapidly, weaving and winding around Stella's figure until she was entirely covered in their embrace, and then, as if in response to this mystical communion, a blinding light burst forth from the entwined roots, bathing the inner sanctum in a divine glow. The light was so intense that the nuns and priests had to shield their eyes, unable to withstand its brilliance. After the blinding light subsided, what they saw rendered them speechless. The figure that emerged was no longer the humble girl named Stella. Her once unruly whitish-gray hair now cascaded down her shoulders like spun silk, each strand gleaming with a celestial radiance that accentuated her stunning features. As if touched by divine hands, her petite frame elongated and curved in all the right places, transforming into a tall, slender, and sensuously curvy silhouette. The curves of her body, now accentuated by the ethereal light, seemed to beckon with an irresistible allure, capable of stirring sinful desires in any man who dared to look upon her. Her form was a symphony of feminine grace and beauty, a temptation that whispered of forbidden pleasures. To cloak this heavenly temptation, a gown of pure white and shimmering silver enfolded her, its fabric clinging in all the right places yet leaving much to the imagination. The gown flowed like a cascade of moonlit waves, teasing glimpses of the curves beneath while maintaining an air of mystique and elegance. "Archpriestess," the exclamation echoed through the sanctum, reverberating off the hallowed walls as all eyes turned toward the radiant figure that had appeared before them. In a display of reverence and awe, the assembled crowd swiftly knelt on the marble floor, their heads bowed in humility. Their whispered prayers for forgiveness mingled with the hushed murmurs of astonishment at the sight before them. Chapter 74. "It must be that Timmy, Archpriestess," the cry of reverence echoed through the sacred halls, yet the woman paid no heed. Her dark gray eyes, swirling like a void, fixed upon the altar with a deep intensity. "Yes, Mother, I have found the light," the Archpriestess spoke with a tone of elation, as if in communion with the very essence of the divine. The gathered congregation in the sanctuary observed in puzzled silence, unable to decipher the cryptic dialogue between the archpriestess and their god. Yes, mother. His soul shined brighter than anything I witnessed in these worlds. As if he is purer than me, she continued, her words carrying a sense of wonder and admiration. A sudden shift in her expression revealed a playful side. No, I never intended to play him. It's just amusing to play along with him. Mother, she remarked with a whimsical smile, adding an enigmatic layer to her demeanor. Understood, mother. I shall observe his movements, the archpriestess affirmed, her tone taking on a more serious note. But then, a subtle change in her countenance betrayed a chilling resolve. Understood, mother, I will eliminate him if he proves to be a threat, she declared with a cold, emotionless voice that sent a shiver through the entire temple, hinting at power and authority that brooked no defiance. The nearby nuns and priests trembled in fear, their demeanor shifting to one of supplication as they lowered themselves even further, as if begging for mercy, while sweat poured down their foreheads. After the commanding display, the archpriestess rose gracefully and surveyed the sanctuary before fixing her gaze on a particular individual. Saintess, the archpriestess called out to the 15-year-old girl, who possessed silky golden hair and sharp golden eyes that seemed to penetrate the veils of falsehood. Archpriestess. Saintess responded promptly, kneeling before the revered figure, I must attend the engagement of Empress Marisandra Nyadia's daughter. Prepare for my departure, the archpriestess commanded, her words carrying the weight of authority that brooked no dissent. Though murmurs of surprise and curiosity fluttered among the gathered, none dared to voice their questions or objections. The archpriestess held the highest position in the temple's hierarchy, and her directives were unquestionable. Saintess, displaying her unwavering loyalty, nodded in compliance, signaling the beginning of preparations for the impending journey. As the bustling activity filled the sanctuary with a sense of urgency, the archpriestess remained for a moment, her eyes drifting towards the silent altar. With a whispered under her breath, I will protect, coming to the Aether side, who was happily eating fine food. Ding, survival rate, 1.9%, PUFFF. Aether's reaction was immediate and visceral. He spat out his food in shock, his expression morphing into one of horror as he realized what the notification meant. His survival rate just dropped out of nowhere. What? What happened? Aether exclaimed, his shock palpable as his for 1 second, and with a horrified expression, he concluded, someone poisoned it, and promptly discarded the tainted food into the dustbin. He didn't need to check anything else as he believed the food was poisoned. Only possibility, thank log. You just saved my ass, Aether muttered with a mixture of relief and apprehension. He couldn't fathom the idea that someone would try to poison him, and if not for his useless log that started to act useful, he would have already been deathbed to poison. It must be that Timmy, the bastard. Aether gritted his teeth with sheer anger, his eyes burning with frustration. He had been cowering because of his bodily weakness, but now, he. Aether's laughter was tinged with an evil edge, reflecting the darker thoughts swirling in his mind. A different side of him emerged. A former delinquent. Aether, come on, we don't have time. Delphine's voice echoed urgently from outside the room where he had been staying, breaking through his reverie. I am coming. Aether responded hurriedly, swiftly dressing in a normal t-shirt and pants. He didn't bring any extra sack clothes or even hotel have any extra, so Delphine brought him a new set of t-shirts and pants. Sigh, finally a good dress, Aether muttered a little happily, a smile playing on his lips as he adjusted his clothing. With a last glance around the room, he stepped out. Aether arrived at the training area that was provided in the hotel, an amenity one could access by paying extra. That was, Delphine whistled appreciatively upon seeing Aether in a more human-like attire. As anyone could guess, appearance always mattered, no matter what bullshit others shit out. Aether knew this all too well, having suffered to get a decent job and getting rejected in the past due to not having costlier coats and a neat appearance. Aether awkwardly chuckled as he observed Delphine's scrutiny, realizing she was likely no longer angry about yesterday's incident. He muttered to himself, I guess she's not angry anymore, before stepping closer to Delphine. You said that Stella girl taught you magic, right? Delphine inquired, her gaze sweeping over Aether's form. She couldn't help but notice the visible changes in his physique. His body had become more muscular and attractive. She couldn't help but wonder why. Aether cast a wary glance around, fearing that someone might have snatched him to Mortimer. "Don't worry, no one is here," Delphine reassured him with a smile. Sigh. Aether let out a sigh of relief, realizing that any further delay in his magic training could lead to more complications in the future, given that they were scheduled to leave in the evening and the others were occupied with battles in the forest. Delphine made the decision to conduct their training here instead, away from the distractions of the ongoing skirmishes. Aether shifted his focus to the target ahead, a dummy figure strategically placed a short distance away, which was intended for his training exercises. He closed his eyes and pointed his fingers, and just like before he envisioned the oxygen, acting as the medium while arcane energy served as the fuel and combined them. Then, puff, a burst of yellow flames materialized at his fingertips. Opening his eyes with a squint, he released the flames. SSSH, the flames shot towards the target, but Aether's aim was off, missing the mark by just a single meter and hitting the wall instead. Boom! Aether awkwardly scratched his head, realizing his miss and silently thanking himself for hesitating earlier in forest. "Thank goodness I didn't fire it at anyone," he thought, relieved that no innocent souls were harmed. As the dust settled, Aether's surprise turned to delight when he saw the target completely charred. "I won," he exclaimed with a smile, turning to face Delphine, who regarded him with a look of astonishment like she was seeing a treasure. "You didn't chant," Delphine muttered in shock. Aether froze, realizing his mistake. "Ah, shit. I fucked up." Chapter 75. What did I do to deserve this? You must know, Aether thought to himself, in every game, chantless magic was incredibly overpowered, so he trailed off, his gaze fixated on the woman standing before him, her eyes scanning him with a disconcerting intensity as if he were nothing more than a treasure to guard. "You possess the ability to wield chantless magic." "Ah," Delphine remarked, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of her lips. "Yeah. I know, I messed up," Aether bitterly thought. He had only wanted to control his energy, but now he had forgotten he was in enemy territory and had inadvertently revealed his overpowered skills. "Is this really important?" Aether asked. "Indeed, you may not fully grasp its rarity here," Delphine replied, her arms folding beneath her ample bosom as she spoke. "Chantless magic is a precious rarity, a feat accomplished only by those who have earned the love of the arcane," she explained, her tone carrying a mixture of admiration and caution. "I understand." Aether nodded outwardly, though inwardly, a storm of conflicting emotions raged within him. Loved by the arcane? That fucking bitch is responsible for fucking life. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before, contemplating using Stella as a shield, portraying her as a hidden master whose teachings he had absorbed. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion, since arcane bitch was involved, although she is far from a hidden master. Aether thought how naive and good-heart girl Stella was. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at Delphine with a serious expression and asked, "Could you keep this a secret?" "Why? You know how much." Delphine's expression shifted as she realized the implications. With a sad smile, she said, "I guess it's better for you to keep this hidden." After nodding, Delphine's gaze shifted to the scene of destruction, her brows furrowing in contemplation. That level of devastation surpasses what a mere level 1 magic affinity or 1 point could cause. Her voice trailed off into a thoughtful frown as she turned back to Aether, requesting to see his log once more for verification. Without hesitation, Aether obliged, revealing his fake log. Delphine nodded in acknowledgement, her expression serious. This level of power is certainly beyond what one would expect from a level 1 magic affinity or merely 1 point. It almost resembles the capabilities of a level 2 magic affinity or someone with over 10 points, she remarked, her eyes scanning the remnants of the chaos around them. "I told you. Mine is OP. Aether's inner thoughts clenched with a mix of pride and apprehension. "Oh, well, sometimes miracles do occur in the world," Delphine remarked with a playful grin as she glanced at Aether. "1 affection, ding, survival rate, 2%, haha." Aether's smile widened like that of a child receiving praise. But inwardly, questions gnawed at his mind. Looks like she's truly related to my survival, but why hasn't the mission prompt appeared? Despite his curiosity, he shrugged off the momentary confusion. Delphine proceeded to set up another dummy figure, her movements deliberate and focused. As she raised her hand, a hushed whisper escaped her lips, /flame / puff, with a gentle puff, a small yellow flame materialized on her palm, casting a warm glow in the dim surroundings. Every form of magic has its basic requirement rooted in arcane energy, Delphine explained calmly, her eyes alight with knowledge. No matter the type of magic you wield, as long as you master the manipulation of arcane energy, you can transform and enhance every aspect of your magic. Tuning. Her voice trailed off as the yellow flames in her hand began to shift and morph into a small sphere, modifying. The flame condensed into a minute, pulsating with contained energy, structural changing. The dot elongated into a nail-like structure, demonstrating Delphine's precise control. Compositional changing. The yellow flames transitioned into a fierce shade of red, finally, allowing every flow to move freely. Puff. With a dramatic exhale, Delphine released the pent-up energy, causing the flames to surge upward, nearly reaching the roof in a spectacular display. Wow! Aether couldn't contain his amazement at Delphine's mastery over the flames, his eyes wide with excitement and curiosity, a newfound respect blooming within him for her magic skills. Hee. Delphine's laughter rang out softly, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed Aether's curious expression. Stepping closer, she gently took his hands in hers, her touch warm and reassuring. Try to sense anything invading your body, she instructed, her tone carrying a mix of encouragement and anticipation. Aether nodded gravely, a sense of determination flickering in his features as he closed his eyes, focusing intently on his inner senses, waiting for any sign of intrusion. After a brief moment of silence, Delphine's voice broke through the stillness. Do you feel it? Aether's response was a subtle shake of his head, indicating his inability to detect anything out of the ordinary. Delphine acknowledged, her brows furrowing slightly. With a deliberate motion, she increased the flow of arcane energy from her own body to his, hoping to trigger a response. After a few more seconds, once again, she posed the question, do you feel it now? Yet, Aether's response remained unchanged as he shook his head once more. He wasn't feeling anything other than sweating forming in their joined hands. Do I tell her? Aether pondered internally but decided not to. Delphine's frown deepened, her determination evident. She increased the flow of energy once more. However, he denied it yet again, sighing she was about to stop and change the method when, wait, I can feel. His words trailed off momentarily, a hint of surprise coloring his tone as he sensed a flowing from her hand to his. Really? Delphine's smile widened, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Adjusting the flow with precision, she maintained a steady stream of energy between them, encouraging Aether to take control. Now, you should guide it through your body, akin to directing blood circulation, she instructed, her voice gentle yet firm. Understood, Aether affirmed, his focus sharpening as he attempted to navigate the unfamiliar sensation coursing through him. As moments passed, a mixture of confusion and frustration crept into Aether's expression. He furrowed his brow, voicing his struggle. I can't seem to control its flow smoothly, it's like it stops at certain points. Delphine's frown deepened upon hearing that Aether still struggled with controlling the flow of energy. Something isn't right. Echoed in both of their minds as Aether slowly opened his eyes, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Aether hesitated, drawing Delphine's attention. Yes, I think it's your sweat flowing from your palm to my hand, Aether confessed, gesturing towards his hand where a faint trail of moisture glistened, tracing a path from his wrist to his elbow before dripping due to the bend of his arm. Delphine's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she realized the source of the unexpected sensation. You must get easily wet every time, puff. Aether's innocent words were cut short as Delphine swiftly delivered a punch to his gut once again. Aether doubled over in pain, a torrent of expletives echoing in his mind. Fucker. What did I do to deserve this? He screamed inwardly. Chapter 76, It Hates. Delphine, eager to continue the training despite the earlier hiccup, guided Aether through a new technique. Now, close your eyes and focus on your chest, she instructed, placing her 5 fingers gently on his sternum. Aether complied, determined to master this aspect of energy manipulation. Both of them chose to overlook the recent embarrassing incident, prioritizing progress in their training. There are 2 ways to feel the arcane energy, one from the hands while the other from the chest. However, drawing energy from the chest was rare, reserved for those who had earned the love from arcane. Delphine, recognizing Aether's potential, opted to test his abilities in this regard. SSSH, Aether's eyebrows twitched as he felt the energy flow into his body. I can feel it, he confirmed, a sense of accomplishment coloring his tone. Delphine's surprise was evident, her thoughts swirling with acknowledgement. I guess, he truly has earned the love of the arcane, she mused silently, nodding in affirmation. Now, try to circulate the energy throughout your body, akin to the flow of blood, she instructed, her voice steady and encouraging. Aether nodded, his focus unwavering as he began to guide the energy through his veins and nerves, feeling its subtle pulsations as it spread. Sensing the subtle absorption of energy from Aether, Delphine nodded approvingly. I'm going to withdraw my hand slowly. Remember this sensation and try to draw it from the surroundings, she explained, preparing to relinquish her physical connection. As Delphine lifted her hand, Aether felt the flow of energy ceases momentarily. Taking a deep breath, he focused on replicating the sensation he had just experienced, and soon, he felt the familiar energy entering his body once more. Good, Delphine acknowledged, observing the visible flow of arcane energy into Aether's being. Now, circulate it slowly throughout your body, ensuring it reaches every part, and then, focus on your fingertip or wherever you intend to cast the magic, Delphine instructed further. Aether followed her guidance diligently, circulating the energy methodically through his body until he felt ready to channel it outward. With a determined expression, he opened his eyes and raised his hand, focusing his intent on his fingertip. SSSSH, a small yellow flame flickered to life at his fingertip. Now, release your focus on the fingertip, Delphine directed. The yellow flames dissipated without a trace. Delphine nodded and then, do it again, but this time, only release the amount of energy you intend, she said. Aether nodded, and then, SSSH, a controlled, small yellow flame appeared. Aether smiled with satisfaction at the successful manifestation. Receiving an approving nod from Delphine. With determination, he aimed his magical flame towards the dummy target. Puff, the flame burst forth, hitting the wall rather than the intended target, though with less disastrous results than before. Aether awkwardly smiled upon seeing this. You'll need to work on your aim, Delphine remarked with a playful smile, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she offered her guidance. After hours of relentless practice with his flames, Aether finally collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Huff huff huff, fuck, I am drained. Aether exclaimed between gasps, his body protesting from the intense exertion. Despite his fatigue, Aether's eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment and joy, evident in the satisfied grin that tugged at his lips. You're certainly a fast learner, Delphine remarked, her gaze shifting from Aether to the dummy target that bore multiple tiny holes from his precise attacks. Thank you, Aether replied, his voice still laced with exhaustion but filled with genuine appreciation. The silence was broken by a soft sound. SSSSH, a small white snake, hidden until now in Aether's pocket, slithered out and affectionately licked his hand, acknowledging his hard work and progress. 1000 affection, Aether's smile widened at the gesture. His bond with the creature growing stronger. Since you have reached level 1 proficiency. Delphine's voice interrupted, drawing Aether's attention as he lay on the ground, still catching his breath. Aether responded with curiosity, his brows furrowing slightly. Now, summon the arcane card, Delphine instructed, her tone serious yet expectant. Aether's surprise was palpable, though not entirely unexpected, as he had been preparing for this moment. Following Empress's teachings, he placed his hand over his chest and uttered the command, arcane card. A faint glow emanated from his chest, indicating the activation of the arcane card. Inwardly, Aether muttered, I'll fucking tear you apart if you come out, bitch. The light abruptly ceased, leaving both Aether and Delphine slightly puzzled. Delphine furrowed her brow, silently. Maybe he needs a little more training. With time pressing against them, their departure preparations took precedence. Do you have a name for it? Delphine inquired as she settled beside Aether. Well, I did try to name it, but it didn't seem to like it for some reason. Aether replied, a hint of annoyance evident as he glanced at the white snake. Hiss. The sudden hiss from the snake indicated its displeasure, almost as if it were protesting Aether's choice of name. Oh. It seems to have taken offense. What name did you give it? Delphine's curiosity was piqued. I named it Penelope. Aether shrugged, added inwardly, X's name, HHSSS. The snake's agitation escalated, reacting vehemently to the name. Whoa. It really despises that name. Delphine remarked, surprised by the snake got even angrier. I wonder why. Aether pondered aloud, perhaps it's a male. Delphine suggested, glancing at the snake. Oh, damn, I hadn't checked. Aether face-bombed in realization before attempting to inspect the snake's gender by holding its tail and was about. HSSS, Chuck, OUCH. The snake's sudden aggression caught Aether off guard, its bite drawing blood as it wriggled free from his grasp. You. Aether's voice carried a mix of frustration and pain as rubbed he the wound. Hiss. The snake responded with equal fervor, its anger palpable as it sought refuge behind Delphine, its defensive posture evident. Delphine's expression soured, her disappointment evident as she glanced at Aether with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. You are the worst, she muttered under her breath, her tone tinged with frustration. Wait. Why am I the worst? Aether's frown deepened, Delphine's expression remained stern, her voice carrying a hint of reprimand. Though they are classified as monsters, they possess consciousness and intelligence, much like any other beings. This is especially true for those with silver and higher aptitudes, she explained, her words measured and firm. What you did was utterly inappropriate, forcing it to reveal its private parts. Aether opened his mouth to say but. Looking at those two menacing eyes, he chose to close it. It's not like I am gone to finger it. He thought but ultimately shut his mouth. Chapter 77, let's hurry now, do you think I could sneak it inside with me? Aether finally voiced his query, his eyes shifting between Delphine and the snake. Well, taming a creature isn't uncommon, but. Delphine's response trailed off, her expression reflecting a mix of understanding and unease. Aether caught her implication immediately. Slave. Aether pondered his options. It was evident that the snake had formed some kind of attachment to him. Possibly due to his SEDUCING, unknown reasons. Let's go with that. He hesitated, unsure of the implications of taking the snake with him. Should I leave it here and retrieve it later? Aether mused quietly to himself, weighing the consequences of his decision. SSSS. Before Aether could finalize his decision, the small white snake hissed and leapt onto Aether's head, fixing him with a fierce glare. I suppose leaving it behind isn't an option after all. Aether awkwardly admitted, glancing at Delphine for any guidance or support. Sighing softly, Delphine spoke up, well, I'll be staying with Seelan and Kai until the engagement concludes, so I can take care of it in the meantime. Her willingness to help was evident, a gesture aimed at earning Aether's trust. Aether felt a wave of gratitude towards Delphine, appreciating her assistance in dealing with the unexpected situation. However, a nagging question lingered in his mind. You're not aware. Delphine tilted her head in surprise at Aether's question. What do you mean? Aether's curiosity piqued, prompting Delphine to explain further. As soon as the engagement concludes, Kai and his sister will enroll in the academy for higher education and other important matters. Like something important, Delphine elaborated. Anyhow, their departure implies that you'll be accompanying Kai, and given your status as a slave, you'll be allocated a separate room from Kai. You'll be fine for the next 4 years under that arrangement. Her words carried a matter-of-fact tone, outlining the path that lay ahead for Aether in the foreseeable future. Aether slowly digested the information. Higher studies, Aether muttered under his breath with little longing. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the small white snake, feeling neglected by Aether's distracted thoughts, had been licking his face for affection, and yet, here this human was ignoring this powerful king. HHSS expressed its displeasure with a loud hiss that reverberated through the room, followed by a blinding flash of light. Shit! Aether and Delphine instinctively shielded their eyes from the intense glare, their senses overwhelmed by the unexpected brightness. As the light subsided, their vision gradually returned, only to be met with a startling sight. A massive white snake, its size magnified to an intimidating scale. Its tail coiled around them tightly. HHSS, the snake's furious hiss reverberated through the air, its eyes fixed accusingly on Aether for his apparent disregard. However, Aether's total focus was on Delphine. Both of them found themselves in a remarkably intimate situation, entangled together, their bodies pressed closely against each other. Aether could feel the warmth of Delphine's breath, the softness of her skin, and the unmistakable sensation of her ample bosom pressing against his chest. Her bosom almost felt like it was about to bust off from her tight dress. Delphine's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, her embarrassment evident as she tried to regain her composure. Her body, especially her ample bosom, pressed against Aether's chest in a tight embrace, adding to the awkwardness of the situation. "Let me go, you idiot." Delphine's voice carried a mix of irritation and restrained power as she addressed the colossal snake, her cheeks still flushed from embarrassment. Despite her command, she refrained from using her full strength, knowing that it could harm the snake. Meanwhile, Aether's gaze remained fixated on Delphine. A curious intensity in his eyes as if drawn to her presence. "What are you looking at, brat?" Delphine's frustration bubbled over, her words sharp as she redirected her glare towards Aether. The term "brat" struck a nerve with Aether for the second time, igniting a spark of defiance within him. Despite his youthful appearance, no matter what, he was a man in nearly his 30s, and calling him a brat was truly touching his nerves. He indeed looked like a brat, but that didn't mean she needed to be so bitchy about it. With a mischievous smirk, Aether leaned closer to Delphine, his actions driven by a combination of curiosity and amusement. "Let's see how my survival rate fares now," he mused inwardly. What are you doing?" Delphine's voice trembled with alarm as she sensed Aether's proximity. Aether was just about to whisper in her ear when, puff, a sudden burst of light engulfed them, accompanied by the abrupt shrinking of the snake back to its original size. In the chaos, the tiny creature swiftly retreated into Aether's pocket as if he sensed someone. Thud, thud, ouch! Aether let out a scream as he tumbled to the ground, but his anguish was far from over. Fuck. Another cry escaped his lips as he felt something heavy crush his hips. Looking down with pained eyes, he realized that Delphine's plump ass had landed squarely on his waist, nearly breaking him. "Move your fat ass." Aether's voice rang out in agony, his discomfort palpable. What? Who are you calling fat, brat?" Delphine's face flushed bright red with embarrassment as she attempted to rise, only to stumble and twist her leg, leading to another calamitous impact. Thud, fuck. Aether's cry was a mix of pain and frustration as he felt the weight of Delphine's body crush him once more. Delphine's inadvertent moan slipped out, her face immediately contorting with shame as she covered her mouth. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at Delphine, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. "Did you just FFFFF?" he began to question. Only to have Delphine swiftly cover his mouth, her glare intense. "Don't you dare say another word." Delphine's face was flushed with embarrassment, her actions revealing her discomfort with the situation. It was then that an emotionless voice interrupted the tense moment. What shouldn't he be saying? "Aunt?" The voice belonged to Celine, who stood near the door with an impassive expression, tilting their head like mechanical robots. They saw Celine standing near the door with emotionless eyes. I need to prepare my luggage." Delphine hurriedly excused herself, disappearing into particles as if vanishing into thin air. Aether was left bewildered by Delphine's sudden disappearance. Looks like she was really powerful. Realizing the power she possessed, though it wasn't the right time to dwell on it, attempting to compose himself, Aether greeted Celine with a stammer. Hello, Madame Celine." As he struggled to regain his composure and stand up, before Celine could inquire further, Kai, Delphine's brother, entered the training room. "Celine, why did you run here?" Kai's voice held a note of concern as he addressed his sister. "Tisk." Celine clicked her tongue, her demeanor shifting to a softer tone as she explained. "I am sorry, big brother. I thought the slave had run away again, so I came to check." While Kai was slightly puzzled by Celine's choice to come indoors instead of searching outside, he quickly refocused on their imminent departure. "It's time for our departure. Let's hurry." Kai urged, addressing Aether directly, and you, help me dissect the monsters I killed. With that directive, Kai exited the scene. A heavy sigh escaped Aether's lips as he felt the weight of the situation settle upon him. However, before he could dwell on his feelings of inadequacy, Celine's ominous words pierced the air. "Don't think we are done." Celine's voice carried a hint of warning as she held the door, which suddenly shattered into pieces before she departed. Ding, survival rate, 1.9%, I fucked up. Chapter 78. Return to the starting point. Tuck, 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 echoed the rhythmic cadence of the carriage wheels as they traversed the bustling street. Blending with the symphony of urban sounds, inside the carriage, an uneasy silence settled among the passengers, punctuated only by the occasional creaking of the carriage's wooden frame. Delphine, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery outside, feigned interest in the bustling cityscape to avoid meeting the piercing gaze of her niece, the tension between them palpable in the confined space. Kai and Timmy, seated nearby, exchanged frowned glances, their furrowed brows betraying their unease. With the stifling atmosphere within the carriage, amidst the uncomfortable silence, all eyes turned to the figure with a flushed face, the unmistakable sign of embarrassment. It was none other than Aether. Attempting to mask his discomfiture behind a facade of indifference as they made their way back to the mansion, did I really just call her a fat ass? Aether winced inwardly, his mind replaying the unfortunate exchange with vivid clarity. He couldn't shake the memory of her weight pressed against him. Those plump things landed on his waist, almost giving him a heavenly sensation had it not been for his broken bone. Even more vivid was the memory of her crushing his body, her moans near his ears. Stirring something within him. It's all because of this teenage body. Aether cursed inwardly and shooed away his thoughts, refocusing his thoughts on the significant change in his log. Seduction, 1 out of 10, seeing that, Aether couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So I need to seduce 9 more women, he wondered, though it felt great and all. Aether wasn't very good at seducing. Even his former lover had taken the initiative, proposing to him rather than the other way around. Turning his thoughts to Stella, a perplexed expression crossed his features. Well, she must have mistaken my life-saving CPR for a romantic gesture, igniting feelings within her. His mind buzzed with uncertainty, unsure of how to navigate the delicate situation. Let it be clear, Aether held a firm conviction in his determination to survive at any cost. However, deep down, he couldn't shake off the discomfort of the idea of seducing someone so young. It's just he felt, little wrong to seduce a child. For him, his gaze wandered unconsciously to Delphine, lingering on her for a moment. I mean, come on, Log, he muttered under his breath, a note of exasperation in his voice. Can't you just select women who are in their 30s? It's not like I am after I mean mature women. Frustration etched lines on his face as he grappled with the complexities of his situation. Whenever Aether's thoughts turned to Stella, he couldn't help but see her as a younger sister, a feeling that brought both comfort and frustration. Sigh. I can see where this is going, but still. Can't you do something about it, Log? Aether asked aloud. Clinging to a hope of some fortunate turn of events, yet, it seemed Log remained indifferent to his pleas, unmoved by his desperate bullshit. Sensing a dangerous tension building, Aether slowly averted his gaze from Delphine's piercing glare, shifting his focus to the passing scenery outside the carriage. Seduction. He murmured to himself, the word carrying weight and uncertainty. As Aether delved deeper into contemplation about his mission and the trajectory of his new life, he felt the weight of uncertainty pressing upon him. He needed to be sure before taking any further steps, lest he find himself engulfed in regret. Lost in his thoughts, Aether was jolted back to the present as the carriage arrived at the Frostblade mansion. Father! Kai's joyful shout filled the air as he leapt out of the carriage. Ha ha ha. Velk's laughter echoed as he caught his playful child, spinning him around in a display of paternal affection and planting a kiss on his cheek. Father! Kai's cheeks flushed crimson at the unexpected display of affection. Ha ha ha. Velk's laughter continued unabated as he affectionately interacted with his children, each receiving a similar treatment of joyful embraces and playful banter. Father! It's good to see you again, Celine spoke respectfully, bowing with grace as she greeted her father. Ahaha. Yes, My dear, Velk responded with warmth, returning her greeting with a kiss on the cheek before setting her down. Ha ha ha. Yes, my dear, Velk laughed as he also swirled around and kissed her cheeks before putting her down, father. Timmy's reaction mirrored that of the siblings, but his happiness was met with a stern chop to the head from Alfred, be mindful in front of the masters. Okay, father, Timmy responded, rubbing his head ruefully as they made their way into the mansion, engaging in familial chatter and catching up along the way. As Aether observed this heartwarming scene, a soft smile graced his lips. Despite his complicated feelings toward them, he couldn't help but marvel at the strong bond shared by the Frostblade family. Do you miss your family? Delphine asked, leaning against the carriage with a curious expression. No, I just want to be a good dad, Aether muttered with a sad smile tinged with longing. Delphine's face contorted in confusion. Father? Him? What the hell is he talking about? She grabbed his shoulder, her tone turning stern. Brat, you're not even grown down there. What the hell are you thinking about? Veins bulged on Aether's face, irritation was evident. He had been enjoying a fleeting moment of vulnerability before the harsh realities of his fucked up life, and he couldn't understand why she couldn't let him have that. How do you know I'm not grown down there? Aether retorted with annoyance. Despite his desire to deny it, the truth remained, there wasn't a single pubic hair on his private parts. Delphine was taken aback. How did she know? Well, she had mentioned catching him naked in the forest, so maybe her eyes had unconsciously fallen on the elephant trunk, perhaps that explained why she had been acting strangely around him. As she felt her cheeks flush red with embarrassment, Aether couldn't help but realize, this woman is a fucking pervert, he screamed inwardly, his irritation escalating. Something inside him tingled at the sight of her shame and discomfort, and a thought crossed his mind, come on, Log. Give me a mission about this woman. He couldn't deny the strange attraction to the chaos she seemed to bring into his life, he truly wished, yet. The Log, as before, decided to stay silent, as if disinterested in his mature woman kinks. Observing Aether's disgusted expression, Delphine's face turned bright red as she stammered, let me tell you, but before she could continue, Aether interrupted, gently taking her hands in his. Do you want to be the mother of my child? Aether asked, his tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of mischief, just as he expected. 10 affection, ding, survival rate, 2.9%, Delphine's face turned even redder upon hearing his unexpected confession. Just as I thought, she is really related to me, my survey. Aether's thoughts were abruptly cut short by a sudden punch to his gut. What the hell are you saying to an adult, brat? Delphine's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Fortunately, luck was on their side, no one was around to witness, or care about their presence. Chapter 79, Before the Empress, care to explain what happened? Velk demanded, his voice carrying a menacing tone as he fixed his gaze on Aether. After their arrival at the mansion, Velk and the others partook in a hearty meal before retiring to their chambers due to the long and exhausting carriage journey. Having overheard the events of their monster hunting expedition, Velk summoned Aether to his office for an explanation. Aether began, sticking to the same lie about his supposed sleepwalking. However, his words were cut short by a sudden cough, blood tinged with his breath, as he felt the immense pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to kneel. Cough, cough. However, his words were cut short by a sudden pressure, blood tinged with his breath, as he felt the immense pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to kneel. Do you think I'm an idiot, boy? Since when did you have a sleepwalking problem? Velk's frown deepened as he increased the pressure, his doubt and anger palpable. I. Aether struggled to speak, the pressure making it difficult to breathe. Despite his recent level up, he keenly felt the vast gap between himself and Velk. Aether's eyes flickered to his magic affinity. Contemplating whether to increase his magical might to resist the pressure. However, he hesitated, knowing that drawing attention to himself might alert Mortimer, that old bastard far stronger than Velk. Just as the tension reached its peak, Delphine entered the room, her mere presence causing the oppressive pressure to dissipate instantly. What are you doing? Delphine's voice cut through the tension as she assessed the situation with a single glance, her expression unreadable. TSK, I thought you were still speaking with father, Velk remarked with disdain, reclining back in his chair. Yes, I finished our conversation and briefed him on everything, Delphine confirmed, her gaze shifting from Aether to Velk with a hint of amusement. I never expected you to resort to threats against a child. Velk, some things never change. Velk's expression twisted in frustration as he retorted, so now you think you're better than me, huh? He's my son's servant, I can treat him as I see fit. Velk's voice rose with anger. Delphine nodded calmly a few times before a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes as she leaned forward, her tone chilling. Have you forgotten who you're speaking to, little brother? Velk flinched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to maintain composure. I was just asking why he tried to run away, that's all, he said, masking his true emotions behind a soft tone. Who said he ran away? Delphine interjected. Her voice calm but piercing, huh? Everyone. Velk's response faltered as Delphine cut him off. I'm the one who threw him into the forest, Delphine declared matter-of-factly, her statement causing Velk's frown to deepen in confusion. What? Velk's shock was palpable. This was not what he had heard from others. What do you mean, what? Delphine shrugged indifferently. You all asked me to increase his level, so I tossed him into the forest to let him gain experience. Why you? Velk's voice shook as he struggled to process this new information. Do you realize that if anything happened to him, Kai would, that's your concern for making him master of Aether? Delphine cut in sharply. I've done what you all asked. With that, she grabbed Aether's arm and briskly exited the room, leaving an angered Velk behind. Are you all right? Delphine asked Aether, concern evident in her eyes as she noticed him wiping blood from his lips. Yeah. Aether nodded with a small smile, but internally seethed with anger. I will kill him. This marked the first time Aether entertained thoughts of killing. Until now, his retaliation had been limited to physical confrontations or overcoming challenges, but after enduring so much hardship. Lots of shit, his mind was slowly adapting to the harsh realities of this world. Is that fine? Aether suddenly asked, his expression clouded with worry about the lie they had told Velk. Delphine glanced at him, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. Are you concerned about me? Yes, I am, Aether replied honestly, his thoughts racing with the realization that her fate was closely tied to his survival rate, though he couldn't understand why. Delphine nodded with a serious expression before continuing. I've informed my father the same story, so there's no need to worry. Even if they send an investigation team, they won't find anything. Aether simply nodded, feeling a bit reassured by her words. SSS, the white snake peeked out from its hiding spot. Delphine's bosom cleavage. Hello, Snowflake, Aether greeted the snake with a smile. Since the snake didn't like Aether's ex's name, Aether had tried to name it Boy, but it had rejected that name as well. Seeing its white snow-like skin, Aether settled on the name Snowflake. Just as Aether was about to touch Snowflake, he heard Delphine's voice. Brat? Delphine's smile was anything but friendly. I'm sorry, Aether apologized awkwardly, realizing he had almost touched her without thinking. Despite his best efforts, Aether's curiosity often got the better of him. But seriously, you could hide more than one snake in those knockfuck. Aether's words trailed off as he abruptly realized the implications of what he had just said. Without looking back, he immediately bolted away from Delphine, his face flushing with embarrassment. Delphine's face flushed red once again, her frustration evident as she gritted her teeth. This was the third time Aether had verbally crossed the line with her. She pushed Snowflake back into her cleavage like a button, and for some reason, the snake obediently complied. With determined steps, Delphine made her way in the direction of Aether's so-called room, her expression a mix of annoyance and anger. Meanwhile, as Aether attempted to escape the Milahem demon, Velk hurriedly ran towards his father's chambers. Father. Velk burst into the ice room, his face a mask of anger and concern. I'm aware. Mortimer replied calmly, as he knew what his son was going to talk about. And you didn't punish her? Velk's voice carried a hint of accusation. It was clear to him that Delphine was the one responsible for everything, and if anything were to happen to Aether, Kai would bear the brunt of it. You know she does as she pleases, and there's no point in punishing her when we were the ones seeking her assistance, Mortimer explained, his voice tinged with weariness. After hearing the details from his daughter, he was shocked to learn that she had put Aether's life in danger. Moreover, when Delphine mentioned that she acted to prioritize her nephew and niece over a mere slave, Mortimer relented from punishment. For him, family reasons outweighed the need for retribution. Except when it came to his own useless son, Ger. Velk gritted his teeth in frustration before storming out of the room. Mortimer sighed and let his son's anger pass without further comment. His thoughts turned to Aether's failed summoning attempt, so, he couldn't summon the card. He sighed again, regretting that he couldn't witness Aether's potential power before the Empress could intervene. Fate, it seemed, had different plans for him. Chapter 80. Arriving at the palace. Hurry up, come faster. I am trying. You can move even more faster. But it is so tight. My error. Fuck. Aether stood with a blank expression, observing the three individuals, whom he often referred to as the dogs of Timmy, struggling to rotate the massive wheel that facilitated the kitchen's fire circulation, connecting it to the burner. It was a daily ordeal. The mechanism would frequently get stuck, necessitating the effort of 3 people to get it moving again. These 3 idiots had volunteered for this task, seeing it as an opportunity to prove themselves. Those useless idiots, Aether thought to himself, shaking his head in mild exasperation before deciding to step away from the chaotic scene. His designated duty time had already ended, and he saw no reason to intervene in others' affairs. Retreating to the solitude of his empty room, Aether settled down on the paper, contemplating the monotony of his routine since returning from the monster hunting expedition. The only notable change was his attire. Thanks to Delphine, who was currently residing in the same quarters, he now wore a neat t-shirt and pants. Meanwhile, Delphine held Snowflake, the white snake, nestled within her bosom. Staring up at the ceiling, Aether reflected on the impending changes. Today marked the final day in this room since his arrival in this unfamiliar world. Tomorrow, they would commence their journey to the castle for an engagement ceremony, followed by Kai and Celine's enrollment in the prestigious academy for further education. So, yeah. Today marks my last day here, Aether mused aloud, a sense of relief mingling with anticipation. It wasn't that he harbored any ill feelings toward this place, rather, he looked forward to the newfound freedom away from Mortimer's watchful gaze. Once away from Mortimer's scrutiny, Aether planned to devote himself wholeheartedly to honing his skills, something he hadn't been able to do since arriving in this world. It was also the moment he would confront the daunting reality of his seduction mission. Aether was feeling a little hesitant when it came to the seduction mission. While he could handle fights and other challenges, even taking on roles like a villain or a demon king, playing with people's feelings left him feeling disgusted, especially since he longed for genuine love himself. He pondered many things and attempted to call upon his log to change his mission, but it never responded. He even tried to annoy the arcane bitch, but it seemed like no one was willing to respond to him. Despite cursing and venting frustration about everything in his new life, deep down, he felt a sense of happiness for getting a second chance. He had lost nearly everything in his past life, although not everything, as he still had his friends with him until the end, but still, he had lost control by his political father, unloved by his mother, and betrayed by his bastard brother and broken lover. It was a bitter realization of his past. He truly lost, yet, here. Everything seemed familiar yet different, with new faces and opportunities. He was given a chance to seize control of his fate. Unlike before, though uncertain of the kind of fate that awaited him, he vowed to utilize every means necessary to defy the constraints of the log and confront the arcane bitch or whoever she was. Still, I'd prefer an older woman, not a child, Aether grumbled inwardly. To him, everyone around his physical age seemed like mere children. Seduction, he mused, contemplating the unfamiliar territory ahead. He had never seduced anyone, so he wasn't sure how to do it, but still, he determined to see the end of his fucking life. As sleep slowly enveloped him, his mind buzzing with thoughts of defiance and change, dawn broke, signaling a new day of hustle and bustle in the mansion, where Aether was just one among many rushing to fulfill their duties and destinies. After getting ready, grandson, make sure to stay strong. Mortimer's words were filled with paternal concern as he kissed Kai before the departure for the engagement. Kai, though a bit worried about his grandfather's absence from the engagement, was reassured by Mortimer's promise to be present for the marriage. To my dear, take care of your health and don't fall for any worthless guys. Please also ensure your brother stays strong, Mortimer's words shifted to Celine. His pat on her head a gesture of both affection and responsibility. Mortimer then nodded to Velk and Albert before turning his attention to Delphine, who showed little interest in his words. Soon, a line of carriages departed from the Frostblade mansion, each carrying its passengers and their respective thoughts and emotions. Aether found himself seated in one of the carriages, accompanied by other servants. However, his solitude was disrupted by the presence of three troublesome individuals. "Hello, bastard, you're quite good at hiding, aren't you? Did you wet yourself when you saw us slime? Ha ha ha. Oh, come on, he's just a child, he cries for his mommy, ha ha ha." The three idiots had been trying their best to annoy Aether, taking advantage of being alone with him as if someone had orchestrated it to teach Aether a lesson. However, Aether's response was unexpected. "Hey, do you know who I hate the most?" Aether smiled, tilting his head with a seemingly friendly expression. "Weak bitches acting all tough to bully the weak, huh?" The three idiots suddenly flinched and felt a little uneasiness. "You know, you can kiss anyone's ass. Not that I care, but you should know when to stop. Otherwise." Aether clenched his fist and muttered under his breath, "You might not have a tongue left to lick ass, wapuff, wahhff. Sorry fffff." The carriage rocked and swayed as if in the throes of a storm, the muffled sounds of scuffling barely contained within its confines. Observing the chaos with a satisfied smirk, the carriage driver gave a discreet thumbs up to Timmy, who reciprocated with a knowing grin from the adjacent carriage. "What happened?" Alfred inquired, noticing the commotion as he settled into the carriage. Timmy, his face a picture of innocence, replied, Nothing much, just a little pest that needed some discipline." Alfred's brows furrowed momentarily before he resumed his focus on the road ahead, trusting his son to handle matters as he saw fit as long as his name was not pulled into anything. After a day of travel and a rest stop at a hotel, the convoy resumed its journey, arriving at their destination the following day. Aether's breath caught in awe as he beheld the grandeur of the palace, its azure facade adorned with intricate carvings of marine life. The sculptures seemed to come alive as sunlight danced upon them, casting playful shadows that accentuated every detail of the sea creatures depicted. Beyond its walls stretched the boundless expanse of the ocean, a sight that filled him with wonder and excitement. "Open the gate." The soldiers stationed at the colossal entrance bellowed, alerting the palace guards to the approaching Frostblade entourage. Aether, transfixed by the sight, felt a surge of exhilaration course through him. Yet, amidst his awe, a steely resolve simmered within. For Aether, who had lived a life devoid of such majestic sights, this moment was nothing short of magical. It stirred a sense of adventure and possibility within him, igniting a spark of determination to explore this new world and all its wonders. "Ryubpfff." Aether's voice cut through the air like thunder, his foot landing squarely on one of the troublemakers with a resounding thud. The impact sent a jolt of pain through the troublemaker, who let out a stifled gasp. "Remember my words, you filthy." Aether's voice was steely, his eyes narrowing with determination. "I may be weak now, but my heart has never faltered in the face of some local shit. So, you better heed my warning and keep your damn mouth shut, otherwise, I'll break your fucking face so badly that your own mother won't even recognize you. You got it?" Aether glanced down at him with emotionless eyes, finding no satisfaction in the response. Without a word, he delivered another stomp. Chapter 81, Meeting the Empress Again. "Welcome, Duke Frostblade." A maid wearing glasses bowed her head respectfully as she welcomed Velk and his family. Velk nodded in acknowledgement as he stepped out of the carriage, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. However, Velk's expression soon soured as he noticed the lack of grand decorations or any elaborate arrangements for the engagement party. It was not what he had expected for such an important occasion. Kai, too, frowned but for a different reason. He couldn't help feeling a sense of unease that the Empress herself hadn't come to welcome them. Shouldn't she at least welcome the guest? Kai thought. There was nothing wrong with his thoughts. Except the other party was the Empress. Where is the Empress? Velk's inquiry was direct, reflecting his disappointment. Kai's annoyance mirrored his father's sentiments as he added, shouldn't the Empress at least welcome her future son-in-law? Silence fell over the group, their discomfort palpable as they awaited the maid's response. With a calm demeanor, the maid addressed Kai directly with a small and cool smile. It seems Mr. Kai Frostblade didn't appreciate our hospitality. I shall report this to Her Maj. There's no need for that, Velk interjected hastily, his forehead beading with sweat. He chastised Kai with a knock on the head and excused his son's words. He's just a child. Please, don't take his words too seriously. The maid remained composed, her cool smile unwavering as she continued to watch Kai closely before leading the group inside. Velk let out a heavy sigh, his frustration was evident in the furrowed lines on his forehead as he glared at his son, Kai. He leaned in close, his voice low but sharp with authority, as he whispered, Kai, don't for a moment think you're special here. In this place, she reigns supreme, and whatever she desires, she commands without hesitation. So, shut your damn mouth and heed my words, but, father, all I wanted was a warm greeting, OUCH. Before Kai could utter more words, Velk's fist connected with his head, eliciting a sharp yelp of pain. Velk, with a stern expression, reprimanded him. The maid herself is welcoming with the utmost respect, you bastard, his voice tinged with disappointment and frustration. You know, whenever I visited for a diplomatic problem, at most I was allowed to enter the grand gates of the palace, but never was anyone there to extend a genuine welcome inside unless it was a formal gathering called by the nobles for meetings. I have never in my life received a welcome like this. You should be grateful for experiencing it for the first time, you ungrateful brat. Velk's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mix of hurt and anger evident in his demeanor. WL. Kai felt a wave of guilt wash over him, seeing the hurt expression on his father's face. He silently vowed to himself that he would do everything in his power to rectify this situation and ensure fairness and equality for everyone in the near future, especially when he ascended to the throne as the king of the palace. What in the world happened? The carriage driver exclaimed in shock as he swung open the carriage door, revealing the chaotic scene inside where 3 bumbling idiots and Aether were stationed. Inside the cramped carriage, the driver was met with a sight that made his stomach churn. The 3 individuals were entangled in a mess of limbs, blood, and broken bones. Like discarded puppets after a rough play session. The driver recoiled, almost gagging at the gruesome scene before him. He had wondered yesterday why none of them had exited the carriage, assuming they were merely enjoying themselves, but now he realized the gravity of the situation. Upon confirming that the trio was still breathing, the driver let out a relieved sigh. He scanned the carriage for the intended target of their lesson, only to find an empty space where he should have been. Meanwhile, Aether was diligently following Delphine, gracefully handling her numerous pieces of luggage as if they weighed no more than feathers. His newfound strength and stamina were a stark contrast to his previous struggles. As they traversed the halls, the maid led them to guest rooms designated for each family member, carefully attending to every detail, except for Albert and his son, who were allocated to share a single room. Aether deeply sighed as he luxuriated on the plush, king-size bed. Fluffy. Aether muttered contentedly, sinking into the softness of the bed. You can leave now, Delphine said, her eyebrows twitching as she noticed Aether sprawled comfortably on the bed after placing the luggage. I don't wanna, Aether replied childishly, reluctant to part ways with the heavenly comfort of the bed he had never experienced before. Veins popped on Delphine's forehead as she thought. It seems someone's getting a little too comfortable, about to reprimand him when, come here, we have enough space for both of us. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I'm just a little boy, you know, Aether said with a seductive smile, attempting a wink that somehow ended up looking awkward. Yes, he was trying to seduce her, no, more like trying to learn how to seduce her. He was determined to use Delphine as his testing subject, yet, thud, Delphine slammed the door with annoyance, cutting off any further attempts at weirdness. What did I do wrong? Aether wondered aloud as he stood outside Delphine's room door. She had unceremoniously thrown him out, leaving him feeling dejected that his attempt at seduction had failed. But then, a failure is just another stepping stone to seduction. Aether clenched his fist in determination, refusing to be discouraged by this setback. That's not quite the right word, a sudden voice from beside him remarked, Huh. Aether jerked in surprise, turning to find the maid who had welcomed everyone, leaning against the wall with the same warm smile. Hello, she greeted him cheerfully. Why yeah, "Hello, miss," Aether stammered, slightly embarrassed by his earlier behavior. "What were you doing inside?" she asked, maintaining her friendly demeanor. Aether quickly composed himself and replied with a dutiful smile, "I was just arranging the luggage for Madame Delphine." The maid took a few moments to consider before nodding and gesturing for Aether to follow her. "Come with me," she said with a professional smile. Aether tilted his head curiously, his mind racing with questions about where she was leading him. "Where?" he responded, his curiosity piqued. "I haven't shown you your room, yet," the maid explained as they walked down the corridor of the Grand Palace. Aether nodded, a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty building within him. He followed the maid without further questioning, assuming he would be led to a modest room shared among the palace servants. However, as they arrived at their destination, Aether was taken aback by the opulence before him. Aether blinked in surprise as he took in the spacious room, far larger and more lavish than what he had expected for a servant's quarters. The room was adorned with intricate tapestries, polished furniture, and a comfortable-looking bed that beckoned invitingly. "This?" Aether pointed to the door, seeking confirmation from the maid. "Yes," the maid affirmed with her usual warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Aether's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Was this truly a shared room for all the servants, or had there been some misunderstanding? The unease he felt earlier swelled inside him, mixing with a growing sense of wonder and disbelief. Shared room for every servant. "Right?" Aether asked on last time. The maid just nodded and motioned her hand to enter. I think I forgot something outside, I need to." Aether attempted to excuse himself, his nerves getting the better of him. The maid, however, gently blocked his way, her expression serene yet determined. She motioned for Aether to enter, her smile unwavering. Aether hesitated, his hand hovering over the ornate door handle that seemed disproportionately large in his grasp. He glanced between the door and the smiling maid and looked at the door and then the maid. As he did that for few times. After a brief internal struggle, Aether steeled his resolve and pushed the door open. Tuck. Opening the door, "Hello," a gentle voice greeted him as he stepped into the room. "Ding, survival rate, 2.8%, OH, come on." Chapter 82, the Empress really testing his patience. Empress Marisandra Naiadia, the sole ruler of the vast empire known as Aquarius Naiadae, was a figure of unparalleled allure and authority. With glossy purple hair cascading like a regal cloak and misty purple eyes that held the secrets of centuries, she possessed an ethereal beauty that left women in their 30s questioning their own allure and stoking the flames of jealousy and envy. Despite their envy, even these women couldn't help but be drawn to her, like moths to a flame. She was the embodiment of every man's clandestine desires and every teenage boy's wildest fantasies. A vision of perfection that stirred the depths of desire and longing. Yet, despite her intoxicating allure, no one dared to lay a hand on this lavender-scented goddess. Those who dared to covet her were swiftly dealt with, disappearing from the world without a trace. She was unreachable. "Hello," Empress Marisandra tilted her head gracefully as she regarded the boy who had just entered her opulent chamber. Aether stood frozen, his eyes widening as he took in the sight of the Empress, casually reclined on the triple king-size bed, draped in a flowing black nightgown that accentuated her regal presence. "Ding, survival rate, 2.8%, I am sorry." Aether's voice cracked with panic as he turned to flee. But to his dismay, the door remained steadfastly closed, refusing to yield to his desperate attempts to escape. "That fucking maid." Aether cursed inwardly, frustration bubbling within him as he abandoned his futile efforts to open the door. Slowly, he turned back towards the Empress, steeling himself to plead for his release. However, before he could utter a word, Aether's breath caught in his throat as the Empress, who had been lounging moments ago, now stood before him with ethereal grace, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition from a horror movie. Hello." Aether managed to mutter, his voice barely above a whisper. The Empress hummed softly, her eyes scanning him with an inscrutable gaze. "You've grown in such a short time," she remarked casually, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. "Thank you." Aether responded tentatively, his mind racing with confusion and apprehension in the presence of the powerful woman. "Come with me," Empress Marisandra said, extending her hand towards him without awaiting his consent. "Ding, survival rate, 2.7%, that's just her hand." It's just a hand, you fucking log. Aether's inner voice screamed in panic as he felt the survival rate indicator dropping with each passing moment when she was near him, though her hand is surprisingly soft. Aether couldn't help but notice a strange mix of fear and fascination swirling within him as he reluctantly followed the Empress. His fate hanging by a delicate thread, sitting down on the expansive bed, Empress Marisandra patted the space beside her, inviting Aether to join her. I don't think it's appropriate to sit on. However, before he could voice his reservations about sitting beside her, she interjected with a hint of melancholy in her voice, but I sat on the ground for you that day, didn't I? Don't fall for this, Aether. He chided himself internally, remembering how she had casually sat on his papers without a second thought. Despite his reservations, he reluctantly settled on the bed, making sure to keep a considerable distance from her. After all, the bed was quite spacious. Hee. Empress Marisandra couldn't suppress a playful giggle as she noticed Aether's deliberate distance, realizing she had unintentionally made him uncomfortable. She shifted her posture, adopting a more relaxed and innocent pose, folding her knees and resting her chin on them as she gazed at Aether with genuine curiosity. Empress couldn't help but notice the subtle dance of arcane energy around Aether, a testament to his connection with the mystical forces that governed their world. So, he is really blessed by the arcane, Empress thought, akin to the arcane kings and queens. Yet, the reason behind this blessing remained a mystery. She wondered why, caught in the intensity of her gaze. Aether felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. Why do we feel like a newly arranged marriage couple? He pondered, his discomfort growing with each passing moment. Aether, the Empress spoke, drawing his attention back to her. Why yes. Aether turned to face her, only to be taken aback by her endearing posture. The words slipped out before he could stop them. You look cute. Aether blinked in disbelief, surprised by his own admission. She is really cute, hee. Empress Marisandra couldn't contain her amusement as she observed Aether's horrified expression upon her sudden appearance beside him in the same tucked position. With a playful glint in her eyes, she inquired. Did you eat well? Why yes, Aether managed to answer, his surprise evident in his voice. Then did you sleep well? She continued, her tone gentle and caring. Yes, Aether replied inwardly. Don't fall for her tricks. Aether, did you sustain any injuries during your time in the hunting forest? Empress Marisandra's inquiries were thorough, showing a genuine concern for Aether's well-being. No, Aether responded. He wasn't surprised that much since it was clear that she wasn't merely an empress by title. How was your journey? Her final question seemed innocuous enough, but Aether couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to her words than met the eye as he said. It's fine, I guess. If Kai were here, he would undoubtedly be coughing up blood and on the verge of fainting from the sheer audacity of the situation. Empress Marisandra regarded Aether intently, studying his facial expression as if searching for hidden truths beneath the surface. Then, she posed a question that caught Aether off guard. Can you show me your log? Aether's expression remained unchanged, silently conveying his awareness of where the conversation was headed. His eyes seemed to say, I knew this was coming. A faint blush tinged Empress Marisandra's cheeks as she sensed Aether's skepticism. Despite her interest, Aether wouldn't be fooled since she had yet to provide any real evidence that was. Affection points. Aether proceeded to show his fake profile, maintaining his guarded demeanor. Little did he know that the Empress possessed the ability to partially pierce through the veil of his deception. As the Empress's eyes shimmered with arcane energy, a subtle flicker passed through the panel before her, reminiscent of an old TV struggling to tune into a clear signal. Then, with a sudden clarity, the panel revealed Aether's true attributes, laid bare in front of the Empress. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 1, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 1, charm, 10, / super. Empress Marisandra nodded in response to Aether's true attributes. Her curiosity piqued. 1 affection, ding, survival rate, 2.6%, Aether's initial surprise had now transformed into a subtle worry. He knew he needed to strategize quickly to increase his survival rate, and teasing Delphine seemed like a reliable option in his mind. The one solace in his wretched world, though, I can't deny I enjoy her clumsiness, Aether mused to himself, finding a small moment of amusement in how she turned red like a little girl. However, his fleeting thoughts were interrupted as the Empress's voice cut through the air, cold and commanding. You should not think of other women in front of me. Aether's inward smile froze as he swiftly composed himself, his face betraying none of his inner turmoil. What are you talking about, madam? He asked, feigning innocence. Nothing, Empress Marisandra replied cryptically, her gaze lingering on Aether before she gracefully moved closer to him. Ba-dump. Aether's heart raced as she neared him, the intoxicating scent of lavender enveloping him, mingled with her own alluring aura that made his body respond involuntarily. His body turns a little hot, and no, don't think anything. Aether scolded himself internally, trying to shake off the distracting sensations. Aether's breath hitched when Empress Marisandra's hand made contact with his chest, sending a shiver down his spine. Her tone took on a hint of pleading as she softly requested, "Could you show me your arcane card?" FUCK, Chapter 83, Aether was really going to die. Aether couldn't suppress the shiver that ran down his spine at the mere touch of her slender finger, a potent mixture of excitement and fear coursing through him. "Could you show me your arcane card?" Her request carried a hint of pleading. "Well, I did try before, but Madame Delphine said I need a little more time to summon the arcane card," Aether replied, hoping his explanation would suffice and she would leave him be. Yet, her determination was palpable. "It's fine, you can do it for me. I can help you." Empress Marisandra insisted, her finger pressing slightly into his chest as if coaxing the arcane power to manifest. Aether sighed, resigning himself to her request. That was a lie, it was more like an order. With a touch of reluctance, he placed his hand on his chest and uttered, "Arcane card." A faint glow emanated from his sternum, just like before. However, inwardly, Aether screamed a silent warning, "If you come out arcane bitch, I'll tear you into thousands of pieces." To his glad, the light abruptly subsided, as if something had interrupted the summoning process. Empress Marisandra frowned, her gaze shifting between Aether's chest and his shrugging expression. "Something is interrupting it," she thought, her mind already formulating possible explanations. Her smile returned, sending a shiver down Aether's spine as she caught the hem of his t-shirt, her actions swift and decisive. "Take off your shirt," she commanded. Before Aether could protest, his shirt was already removed. "Wait." Aether's voice rose in panic as he instinctively covered his chest with his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you doing?" he managed to stammer out. Ignoring his protests, Empress Marisandra pushed him gently onto the bed, straddling his hips to prevent any escape. Aether's mind raced with confusion and bewilderment, his thoughts in disarray. Madam?" Aether was at a loss for words. His usual composure shattered by the unexpected turn of events. "It's fine, Aether. I am just going to relieve you," she stated calmly, her right hand tracing the contours of his muscled chest while her left hand finger played seductively by her lips, a tantalizing promise in her gaze. Gulp. Aether's body tensed up. He could feel her warmth beneath her dress, his heart beating faster with each passing moment. Frozen in place, he sensed a familiar force gently pressing him down. Log. Who is seducing whom now? Aether reached a point of utter blankness. It was evident that she was handling him as delicately as possible, perhaps assuming him to be just a teenage boy. Yet, one misstep and he could either meet his demise now or die later. Even more perplexing. "Come on, Aether, just because she is your type doesn't mean you should allow your emotions to run wild." Aether screamed inwardly, desperately trying to control his teenage body's reactions. Clenching his lips, Aether gathered his courage. I don't think it's appropriate for the Empress to be seated upon a slave," he attempted to appeal to her sense of public decorum. "But, nah, who cares about others? Now, call forth the arcane card," the Empress commanded as her fingers trailed along his sternum. GGRR, calming his inner beast, Aether took a deep breath. "Once you've failed, you should release me and let me alone." The Empress suddenly wore a surprised expression upon witnessing him negotiate in such a precarious situation, resulting in a subtle shift in her demeanor. 10 affection, ding, survival rate, 2.1%, FUCK. Aether screamed inwardly as he observed the sudden, significant 0.5 drop in his survival rate simply because she had started to take a liking to him. You really sure I will fail, ah? She asked, a hint of amusement in her tone. Aether remained silent, realizing that responding to her would only complicate things further. He needed to bring this to a conclusion. Closing his eyes and summoning his resolve, he repeated the familiar incantation. Arcane card. A small white light shimmered on his sternum, but before he could stop its appearance, his world froze as the Empress practically thrust her hand into his chest, where the light was radiating. Huh? Aether gasped as he watched in disbelief, feeling a sharp pain coursing through his body. Aether's body convulsed with pain as if something vital was being forcefully extracted from within him. Stop it. Aether screamed, but the Empress paid no heed, her hand delving deep into his chest unknown place, searching for something intangible. Her frown deepened as her hand moved around, finding nothing but emptiness until, thud, got it. She exclaimed. Withdrawing something from deep within Aether's body, Aether cried out, his fingers clenched, his eyes bloodshot with agony. As soon as the Empress removed her hand, Aether's pain vanished, leaving him gasping for air, his eyes teary and unfocused. Seeing his distress, she felt a twinge of remorse and spoke softly. I'm sorry, but it was necessary, she said, pulling him into a gentle embrace and patting his head soothingly. Feeling the comforting touch and breathing in her calming scent, Aether's body gradually relaxed, and he unconsciously returned her hug. Meanwhile, the Empress scrutinized the card she had retrieved, a blank arcane card. She frowned at the fully transparent, standard playing card size. So, this is what you guys are ing for? Aether muttered, lifting his head from her chest and gazing at the card with a childlike smile, his expression half hazy. Yes, this is an arcane card, but it's not the same one I saw that day. The Empress frowned, recalling the vivid image of a half-pure, blinding white and half-impure, void black card from their previous encounter. This, isn't it? Aether inquired with a dreamy look in his eyes. No, this is a blank card. That means no aptitude, the Empress confirmed, her eyes flickering with arcane energy as she attempted to discern the true nature of the card, only to find it unchanged. No aptitude, it means you cannot progress beyond the initial stage. Empress's voice trailed off as a realization dawned on her. But, he's evolved from 0 to 1, so. Empress's face turned even more frown. Interesting. Empress muttered, a smile playing at her lips as she felt a surge of curiosity and amusement toward him. Despite his lack of aptitude, he intrigued her with each encounter, challenging her perception of omnipotence. However, her amusement quickly turned to surprise as she noticed his behavior. What are you doing? She asked, her tone tinged with incredulity. It's comfy, Aether mumbled in his dazed state, nuzzling against her well-developed bosom. Empress's lips twitched with a mix of amusement and annoyance. She had given him an inch, and he was taking a mile. Just as she was about to reprimand him, Tuck, the maid entered and began, Your Majesty, Mr. Velk Frostblade is asking for you are, audience. Her voice trailed off as she caught sight of the Empress embracing a half-naked boy in her arms, her face flushed, and her words stammered, forgive me, Your Majesty, take your sweet dash. Feeling her tongue slipping too much, she quickly apologized, I am sorry. She hastily closed the door, leaning against it as a wave of dread washed over her. The Empress blinked a few times, sighing deeply as she realized her maid had misunderstood the situation. She then turned her attention to the drowsy boy in her arms, preparing to push him away. Miss. Your eyes are so beautiful. You smell warm and gentle, please hold me tight, Ly. Aether muttered unconsciously before succumbing to sleep. If he had heard his own words, he would have been mortified and would have puked. A small red hue tinted her cheeks as she covered her eyes, a small smile forming at the word gentle. 10 affection, 10 affection, 10 affection, 10 affection, 10 affection, 10 affection, ding, survival rate, 0.9%. Aether was really pushing his luck. Chapter 84, A Big Shit, Empress Sandra. Your eyes are so beautiful. Your scent is warm and gentle. Please hold me tightly, I will do as you say, dear, but before that, I shall teach you what real pleasure is. The Empress exclaimed dramatically, brandishing a large kitchen knife in her hands with a theatrical flourish. Chuck, 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 she mercilessly stabbed at him with a crazed expression, her eyes ablaze with a mixture of fury and amusement. No. Aether's scream echoed through the room as he jolted awake from his not-so-wet dreams, the sudden transition from bliss to horror leaving him gasping for air. His face was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart racing as he tried to make sense of the chaotic scene before him. What happened? Where am I? He muttered, his voice trembling with confusion and fear as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind still foggy from the remnants of his dream. The room he found himself in bore little resemblance to the one he had entered before, its decor and layout foreign and unsettling. It resembled more closely the chambers allocated to other servants rather than the lavish quarters. What just happened? Aether's frown deepened, his thoughts racing to catch up with reality as he struggled to piece together the fragmented memories that seemed to slip through his grasp like sand through his fingers. Slowly, the events leading to his nightmarish awakening began to emerge from the depths of his subconscious. Each revelation sending a shiver down his spine, his expression shifted rapidly, a whirlwind of emotions crossing his features in quick succession, confusion, disbelief, shock, and finally settling on a profound sense of horror and disbelief. Horrified, Aether's exclamation was abruptly cut short as a voice interrupted him. You awake, fuck. Aether's startled expletive filled the room as he recoiled from the sudden intrusion. His eyes were wide with alarm and disbelief as he registered the familiar face of the maid standing before him with a small smile. The party is about to start, the maid informed him matter-of-factly, her tone suggesting that she was all too familiar with such bewildering awakenings. Calming down, So. Aether frowned, not understanding what she was saying. Sure, Velk and everyone came for the engagement party, but as a slave, why he needed to attend the party. The maid regarded Aether with a mixture of patience and exasperation before sighing softly. As a slave, shouldn't you be with the master? Should I? Yes, now hurry up, the maid urged, her tone leaving no room for further discussion as she efficiently began tidying up the room. Sigh. Here goes my paradise. Aether's inner monologue reflected his resigned acceptance of the unpredictable and often surreal nature of his existence, as he reluctantly rose from the bed and made his way, still half naked, towards the bathroom. The maid sigh mirrored Aether's sentiments, her thoughts briefly drifting to the cryptic instructions she had received from Her Majesty regarding the peculiar events going to unfold within the palace walls. Entering the bathroom, Aether faced the mirror, his dark blue eyes scanning over his reflection. Everything is the same, he muttered, noting that his physical appearance remained unchanged from his previous life as a teenager. However, he couldn't help but notice the significant increase in muscle mass and the faint traces of definition on his stomach. Packs were on the way. His gaze then drifted to his distinctive white hair, a feature he found somewhat unsettling. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, the white hair always served as a reminder that he inhabited another person's vessel. Grrr, he growled in frustration, his displeasure evident in his expression. Sigh, calm down, it's my new second life. Aether reassured himself, adopting a determined expression as he prepared to take a shower. As he reached for the shampoo, his eyes caught sight of a few bottles of hair dye nestled among his toiletries. Aether hesitated, contemplating the option of altering his white hair color. He looked at his reflection one last time in the black dye. After finishing his bath, Aether emerged from the bathroom to find the maid waiting for him. Holding out a new set of clothes. Here, she said simply, handing him the new dress. She didn't leave. Aether wondered but then voiced his uncertainty. New dress? Yes, I'm not sure about wearing this. You know I'm just a slave, Aether remarked awkwardly. As much as he appreciated the idea of donning a new outfit, he was all too aware of Velk's cruel tendencies, especially when it came to imposing his will on Aether's sack dress. Last time it was Delphine who helped him to wear those t-shirts and pants, otherwise Velk would have already burned them. The maid regarded Aether with a sympathetic gaze before sighing softly. It's fine. Today is a celebration, and wearing old clothes might be seen as disgraceful. Aether pondered her words for a moment before conceding. It wasn't as if he had much to lose by trying on the new attire. If Velk objected, he could always switch back to the familiar t-shirts and pants. Okay, Aether agreed, taking the costly dress with utmost care. He had never worn such extravagant garments before, and the novelty of it all left him with mixed feelings, wondering whether he should feel grateful for his current situation as a slave under the Duke's roof or a survival rate-sucking empress. Aether glanced at the maid, expecting her to leave now that he had the clothes. What? She responded, her tone tinged with a hint of impatience. Are you not leaving? Aether asked. Slightly taken aback by her continued presence. Do you know how to wear it? The maid countered. Aether felt a twinge of offense at the implication but managed a forced smile. I know, he asserted. Then tell me where this piece is supposed to go, the maid challenged, pointing to a small blue accessory. Aether stared at the piece, his mind drawing a blank. After a moment of deep contemplation, he admitted, I don't know, with an awkward smile. The maid audibly sighed, her frustration evident. Why am I dealing with a child? She wondered silently. I'll help you get ready, she decided, preparing to assist him. However, just as she was about to proceed, Aether's realization struck. Wait, I didn't wear any innerwear. Aether exclaimed, hastily retreating into the bathroom to rectify his oversight. The maid's face flushed crimson at the unexpected revelation, her embarrassment palpable. Hurrah, she groaned. Moments later, Aether emerged from the room, now clad in a slim, dark blue-black tuxedo dress. Not bad, the maid muttered, nodding in approval at her handiwork. However, Aether couldn't help but quip, hey, Mississippi. Are you sure I'm supposed to wear this dress? It feels like I'm the fiancé or something. He couldn't help but marvel at how a simple change in attire could transform one's appearance so drastically. The maid visibly flinched at Aether's remark before awkwardly responding. Don't worry, here this dress is considered normal, while fiancés and brides wear even grander and costlier attire, I see. Aether nodded, though he couldn't shake off the uneasiness gnawing at him. Come to think of it, did you change your hair color? The maid inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. There was something different about Aether, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Seriously, you're just noticing now? Aether replied with a hint of amusement in his voice, hee. The maid chuckled nervously, leading Aether toward the grand door adorned with golden words and intricate marine symbols. Everywhere is fish. I wonder why that is. Aether mused silently. Glancing at the maid who motioned for him to open the door, taking a deep breath, Aether braced himself, knowing that his altered appearance would undoubtedly attract attention, especially from the Empress. With a sense of trepidation, he reached out and grasped the doorknob. Ding, survival rate, 0.8%, OMG, Aether's internal scream echoed loudly as he imagined 4 men shouldering a coffin while dancing inside the room. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a calm exterior, concealing his shock and confusion. Observing his hesitance, the maid inquired, is there a problem? Yes, I really need to take a shit. A big one that might take days or even months. Aether blurted out without a second thought. His desperation evident in his voice as he contemplated fleeing the scene. However, before he could make his escape, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, you came at the right time, Aether. Aether flinched, his heart skipping a beat. Your Majesty. The maid bowed respectfully. Chapter 85, Where have you been? Is something troubling you, Aether? The Empress Melissandra's expression softened slightly as she noticed the perplexed look on Aether's face, resembling that of someone who had seen a ghostly apparition. The Empress Melisandra Nyadea, true to her royal status. Her choice of attire, an exquisite purple one-piece gown, spoke volumes of her impeccable taste and regal elegance. The fabric clung to her curvaceous form in a way that accentuated her figure without being overly revealing. The gown's deep purple hue enhanced her natural beauty. Intricate embroidery adorned the edges of the gown, adding a touch of intricate detail that caught the light in mesmerizing patterns as she moved. Her neck and wrists were adorned with jewels of unparalleled quality and brilliance. Each gemstone, carefully selected and expertly set, not only enhanced Melissandra's physical allure but also served as a tangible symbol of her status and authority as the Empress of the whole empire. a focal point of her attire was the small, exquisitely crafted golden crown perched atop her head. The crown, adorned with intricate designs and delicate filigree work, gleamed softly in the ambient light of the corridor, while Aether remained silent, clearly taken aback by the Empress's sudden attention. The loyal maid of the Empress stepped forward with a respectful nod. "Yes, Your Majesty." He said that he needed to take a very big shmmfff. Aether immediately covered her mouth. Before the maid could elaborate further, Aether swiftly intervened, his hand covering the maid's mouth in a gesture of urgency. "She's just joking, Your Majesty," Aether interjected quickly. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine," he added, casting a pointed look at the maid, who nodded in agreement as he removed his hand from her mouth, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. The maid's glare intensified as her face flushed crimson due to the sudden closeness between herself and Aether. The Empress observed this interaction with a neutral expression before nodding in acknowledgement. Her gaze then shifted to Aether's altered appearance, particularly noting his new hair color. "You look different," the Empress remarked, her eyes lingering on Aether's darkened locks. "I prefer black to white," Aether responded awkwardly, running a hand through his hair in a self-conscious gesture. The Empress merely hummed in response, her expression thoughtful as she continued to study Aether for a moment longer as if pondering something. "Is something the matter?" Aether felt unease, sensing the Empress's lingering gaze. However, instead of answering, the Empress remained silent, her eyes fixed on Aether in an inscrutable manner. "Shoo," the maid suddenly whispered softly, catching Aether's attention. As he leaned in to hear her whisper, she urged him, "Tell her she looks good." Aether's expression betrayed his confusion, silently questioning why he should make such a remark. "Why would I? It seems the two of you have grown quite close, am I correct?" The Empress's voice broke the silence, her gaze shifting between Aether and her maid. The maid flinched under the Empress's penetrating stare, hesitant to respond. Before she could deny any closeness, Aether spoke up first, affirming, "Yes," with a nod, and, "I've never been comfortable with physical contact, but she's helped me dress up without ever intruding on my personal space. Her hand never touched my skin. It's truly fascinating," Aether added. "Ding, survival rate, 0.79%, what?" Aether flinched, not understanding what had just happened. He glanced at the maid, briefly considering if she might be an enemy. However, when he saw her expression, it was as if she were silently saying, "Are you an idiot? Let's go inside." Suddenly, the Empress said in a cold voice as she turned to face the door. The maid nodded and ignored Aether's bewildered state. She gracefully swung open the ornate doors to the grand hall. With an air of authority, she announced to the assembled dignitaries and guests, "Your Excellencies, honored guests, and esteemed colleagues, it is with the utmost reverence and respect that I announce the arrival of Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Marisandra Naiadia, sovereign ruler of the Aquarius Naiadae Empire and defender of the realm." As the doors parted, revealing the grandeur of the engagement hall beyond, a hushed anticipation fell over the crowd. People of various backgrounds and stations, each adorned in their finest attire befitting the occasion, knelt in deference and bowed their heads in acknowledgement of the Empress's presence. Step, with measured and deliberate steps, Empress Marisandra entered the hall, her presence commanding attention and respect. Her posture was regal, and her expression, though inscrutable, exuded an aura of authority and poise. Every movement seemed calculated, adding to the mystique surrounding her. The engagement hall itself was a marvel of architectural splendor, its vast expanse capable of hosting grand events and ceremonies of significant magnitude. The decor, while opulent, maintained a tasteful elegance that spoke of the empire's refined aesthetic sensibilities. The play of light and shadow accentuated the intricate details of the hall, casting a magical ambience over the proceedings. Upon reaching the focal point of the hall, the elevated throne that symbolized her sovereignty, the Empress took her seat with practiced grace. Beside her, the maid assumed her position like a sentinel, her presence a silent but formidable testament to the Empress's authority and security. "Raise your heads," the maid's voice cut through the solemn silence, prompting the gathered attendees to lift their gazes and fix their attention on the Empress, their admiration palpable in the air. "Hail the Empress Marisandra Naiadia." The collective voice of the attendees reverberated throughout the hall, a chorus of respect and reverence that underscored the Empress's esteemed position in the Empire. Meanwhile, amidst the orchestrated spectacle, Aether found himself ensnared in a different kind of attention as Velk, approached with a mixture of anger and irritation evident in his demeanor. "Where the hell have you been?" Velk asked as lowly as possible. "I beg your pardon, Master. I was aiding Her Majesty with the arrangements." Aether responded without hesitation about using the Empress, as he knew this Velk guy was really scared of Empress. Hearing Aether's explanation, Velk flinched and let out a sigh, his efforts to keep Aether away from the Empress's influence clearly thwarted. He resigned himself to the thought that as long as his son married the Empress's daughter, everything would be fine. Then he frowned at Aether's new attire and hair color, but before he could ask, "Duke Velk Frostblade," hearing his call, Velk immediately moved toward the Empress's side. Aether sighed in relief and decided to watch the show from the corner, carefully hiding from everyone's view. 1000 affection. Who? Aether flinched and turned around. He saw Selene. Selene's royal blue pleated dress flowed elegantly, its rich hue complementing her fair complexion. Adorned with intricate details and subtle shimmer, it caught the light, adding a touch of magic. The cascading pleats created a mesmerizing effect as she moved, enhancing her slender neck and shoulders. The fabric draped her figure with sophistication, accentuating her curves without being revealing. The royal blue color perfectly complemented her enchanting blue eyes. Captivating and exciting enough to make other teenage boys smitten. Even further behind her stood someone Aether knew all too well. She was the reason he first felt emotional like a hero and messed up. It was none other than Kai's first partner, Aurelia Scarlet. Leah's phantom black dress draped her like midnight, its fabric whispering tales of mystery and allure. The sleek silhouette accentuated her curves with subtle grace, while intricate details added depth to its elegance. Paired with her blonde hair and fierce crimson eyes, Leah's attire was a captivating blend of power and allure, leaving an indelible mark on the onlookers' minds. Her phantom black dress elegantly stirred any man's dream, her crimson-red eyes fierce as if ready to devour. "Where have you been, slave?" Selene asked as she stood before Aether. "I had been helping with decorations under the Empress, Madame Selene," Aether replied respectfully. Selene nodded and stared at Aether up and down before asking, "You look different, and where did you get those dresses?" "Since I helped with decorations, the maid standing beside the Empress gave me these as a gift for my assistance," Aether explained without hesitation. I see. "Why you look good." Selene's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and she twirled her silky hair, waiting for something. Aether waited for a few seconds and saw her not moving away. He wondered why, but then he remembered something, looking at Selene who had the same expression as the Empress. "You also look good, Madame Selene. You are exceptionally beautiful today," Aether said with a smile, unaware of how many arrows he had pierced through her heart. Is that?" Selene stammered as her lips trembled, unable to leak any smile. Her face turned red in embarrassment. "Selene, are you okay?" Leah asked, worried about who had been waiting for Kai's arrival. Cough. "Yes, I am fine." It took every bit of Selene's energy to control herself. Leah frowned and looked at Aether with a frown but then dismissed him like a piece of trash. She needed to see the man that she had been searching for. It was then when, "Hey, slave. Where have you been? Come and help me pour drinks for the guests," Timmy said as he arrived before Aether. Fuming with anger when he saw Aether speaking with Selene. Even more, he frowned upon seeing Aether wearing a dress better than his butler's attire. Chapter 86, Stars of the Show. What? Aether tilted his head, curious. "Is something wrong, sir? You're wearing quite a fancy dress for a mere butler, aren't you?" One of the middle-aged guests, whom Aether had just served juice, remarked. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Aether said calmly, stepping away from the group of bothersome men. Hey. The man tried to call Aether back, but Aether chose to ignore them. Yeah. Aether was just jealous, even though he was a teenage boy but still a man nearing his 30s and couldn't help but be jealous of other middle-aged dudes' happy lives. While serving, Aether observed the guests engrossed in their conversations and juice. while the Empress and Velk engaged in a serious discussion, Velk's expressions ranging from frown to shock. He. Aether chuckled to himself, recognizing the cause of Velk's reactions. That's right. A fucking tournament. No, 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 that's not the right way to put it. It's just an ordinary tournament. Aether corrected himself internally, realizing the nuanced meanings behind his words, truly held different meanings. If his friends were to hear those words, they would do anything to come to this tournament. Aether sighed, his gaze landing on a figure of significant influence in his life-saving situation. With a sly smile, he made his way toward this person of importance. Madame Delphine, Aether greeted with the utmost respect. Yes? Delphine turned and was surprised to Aether in new form. Not only her, but Aether was also surprised to see her. Compared to her usual attire, Delphine's current outfit was a breathtaking departure. The centerpiece of her ensemble was a one-shoulder aqua-colored bodycon dress, a garment that hugged her curves in all the right places. The color complemented her complexion beautifully, accentuating her slender, pale legs that peeked out from beneath the hem. With each step, the high heels she wore added a touch of grace to her movements, enhancing her already captivating presence. But it wasn't just the outfit that captured attention, it was the way Delphine carried herself. Her silky aqua hair, usually left to cascade freely, was now elegantly styled in a bun at the nape of her neck. Really hot, she is fucking hot. Aether couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his eyes scanning the hall where he noticed many middle-aged men stealing glances at Delphine, eager to engage with her yet hesitant to approach. Aether nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the beauty before him. Always appreciate true beauty, he thought. However, their admiration was quickly cut short as they were met with disapproving glares from their wives, a silent warning against any untoward advances. Know your limits, idiots. Aether thought to himself as he observed the reactions around him. Hello? Delphine called out, surprised by Aether's new appearance. Huh? Yes. Hello, Madame Delphine. Aether snapped back to reality, slightly flustered. What happened to you? Where have you been? Delphine inquired with curiosity. Aether inwardly sighed, repeating the same explanation he had given to everyone. Is that so? Delphine nodded thoughtfully, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes momentarily. Del, you didn't say you caught yourself a wonderful young man, one of Delphine's friends chimed in. Huh? W8. No, guys. Delphine blushed deeply at her friend's remark. Aether suppressed a chuckle at her embarrassment and then turned his attention to three mature and elegant women. Hello, ladies. Aether greeted them with a calm and gentle smile, earning him positive reactions. One affection, one affection, one affection. Look at that. Hello, young man. What's your relationship with our shy Delphine? One of the ladies asked, curious. Shy. Aether wondered but played along, saying, my relationship with Madame Delphine is a bit close, adding a shy expression for effect. Oh. The women gasped in surprise, casting knowing glances at Delphine, whose blush deepened at the attention. He is referring to how I helped him learn magic and such. Delphine explained awkwardly, is that all? Her friends teased with knowing smiles. Gur. Delphine couldn't help but feel flustered, wondering why she always acted like a schoolgirl around Aether. Pulling Aether aside, she whispered fiercely, what are you talking about? Aren't you taking advantage of me? Aether simply smiled innocently and replied, but aren't we close, huh? Delphine was at a loss for words, feeling conflicted. I mean, I only told the truth to you, and I thought we were close, Aether innocently replied. WL. Delphine struggled to find words. 10 affection, ding, survival rate, 0.8%, yes. Aether screamed inwardly, thinking he was mastering the art of seduction. The notion of potentially winning over this seemingly innocent woman excited him. Ah, how far I've fallen. Aether's self-reflection turned somber as he realized the lengths he was willing to change, albeit reluctantly, all for living a peaceful life. Observing Delphine closely, Aether couldn't resist a quip, is Snow not getting suffocated there, right? As he glanced at her deep cleavage, noticing her bosom tighten, Aether couldn't help but wonder if his snake was being crushed under the circumstances. I think you should release my snake now. Aether's voice trailed off as he caught Delphine's deadly glare. Am I bad? Aether hastily apologized, sweating bullets as he hurriedly retreated. Humph, Delphine snorted with amusement, watching him scamper away like a cat chasing its tail. SS == help, nope, you are not allowed to come out. Delphine playfully pressed down on her attire, as the white snake struggled to breathe. What happened? Delphine's friends inquired when they noticed Aether hastily leaving. Nothing, Delphine replied, trying to brush off the situation. Oh. I see now, you're trying to hide something from us. Her friends began to tease her, unaware of the real truth behind the interaction. Since Aether was dressed in expensive attire, they assumed he was of noble status, adding an element of intrigue to the situation. As they teased Delphine, one of her friends took a moment to study Aether, their gaze lingering for a few seconds before joining the conversation, adding to the playful banter and curiosity surrounding Aether's sudden departure. Though they wondered why he was giving drinks to others, the anticipation in the room reached its peak as guests wondered about the delayed appearance of the event stars. Just as murmurs of concern were about to surface, the maid's voice resounded through the hall. Let's welcome the star of today's celebration. First, we welcome the grandson of Mortimer Frostblade. Kai Frostblade. Thud, the door opened automatically. Kai in a white shirt paired with a neat black coat adorned with glittering embellishments that shimmered like stars under the lights. With a calculated and gentle smile, he exuded confidence as he walked in. WH. The women in attendance couldn't contain their excitement at Kai's handsome and regal appearance. The maid continued her introduction as Kai approached the Empress, Kai Frostblade, blessed by the Arcane, one of the chosen ones. Arcane King of the Aquarius Naiadae Empire. Thud, Kai kneeled before the Empress, showing deep respect and admiration. Long live Her Majesty, he declared. Stand up, the Empress gestured, and Kai complied, standing tall and proud. Now, let's welcome our one and only princess, the epitome of grace and charm, daughter of Empress Marisander Naiadia, Princess Aquilina Naiadia. Thud, SSH, the hall fell into a hushed awe as a girl emerged, surrounded by a swirling veil of white smoke that lent an otherworldly aura to her entrance. With each step of her slender leg, she commanded attention, her expression as cold as ice, betraying no hint of warmth or vulnerability. Her striking purple hair cascaded around her like a regal mantle, swaying gently with each movement as if echoing the rhythm of the sea. The focal point of her ensemble was her engagement dress, a masterpiece that seemed plucked from a fantasy realm. The dress resembled a purple mermaid's tail, clinging to her curves before flowing out in a mesmerizing train. Adorned with glistening pearls and intricate embroidery, it evoked images of vibrant corals and seahorses, creating a tapestry of marine wonder. Despite the intricate details of her attire, it was her eyes that drew the most attention. Misty and purple like the twilight sky, they held no discernible emotions, giving her an enigmatic air akin to stone. The maid continued her introduction as Princess Aquilina approached the Empress, Princess Aquilina Naiadia, blessed by the Arcane, one of the chosen ones. Arcane Queen of the Aquarius Naiadae Empire. Step, step, as she made her way, everyone in the room was captivated by her beauty, even the women couldn't help but be enamored by her presence. Kai stood stunned, forgetting to breathe for a moment. As he realized he was about to marry this mesmerizing girl, a prospect he had never dared to dream of. Hee. The Empress chuckled softly, noticing Kai's enamored expression and the general shock at Aquilina's beauty. A smirk of pride appeared on her face when she saw the total silence in the hall. In the midst of everything, ding, mission, seduce Aquilina Naiadia, NNNNNNO. A solitary horrified expression echoed in the silent hall. Chapter 87, Love, Step. As Princess Aquilina halted her steps, everyone's attention shifted to the source of the pained cry, including hers. Aether's horrified expression didn't go unnoticed, and Delphine gently nudged his hand, prompting him to regain his composure. Aether, sorry. Aether stammered, bowing deeply to acknowledge his mistake. Though everyone frowned momentarily, the Empress didn't intervene, so they shrugged it off and continued with the ceremony. Princess Aquilina stood before the Empress, holding the hem of her exquisite dress as a sign of reverence, and bowed deeply. Long live Her Majesty, she proclaimed with respect and admiration. The Empress smiled gracefully and positioned herself between her daughter and Kai. Her misty purple eyes surveyed the gathering before making the formal announcement, "I am pleased to announce the betrothal of my beloved daughter to Kai Frostblade." Clap, clap, the room erupted in applause and joyous smiles as everyone congratulated the newly betrothed couple. Some even cast envious glances at Velk, acknowledging the significant rise in status his household would experience with his son's betrothal to the Empress's daughter. The celebration continued with gifts and well-wishes pouring in for Kai and Aquilina. Amidst the festivities, Aether, a pitiful man in his 30s, stood in a quiet corner, questioning the turn his life had taken. "Log, I know you're going to fuck my life very soon in any way. But still, I had hoped the hurdle would be a little lower." Like before, Aether lamented internally, feeling a sense of despair. He wanted to cry and yet no amount of tears would help his current predicament. His gaze fell on the mission tab, highlighting the daunting task he was assigned. Mission: seduce Aquilina Naiadia. What should I do now? Aether closed his eyes in fear, already picturing his demise at the hands of the Empress, his dream coming true. "Is everything okay?" Celine asked with a worried expression, noticing Aether's unusual behavior. "Please, give me a hug," Aether muttered unconsciously, surprising Celine. What? Celine's face flushed bright red at his unexpected request. Snapping out of his thoughts, Aether turned and saw Celine, her blue eyes wide with surprise and her legs trembling slightly as she muttered, "I if you wa." However, realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. "I thought you were Ms. Delphine." "Sorry, Madame Celine," he said awkwardly before moving away towards his goal. Celine flinched, her expression shifting from embarrassment to anger as she watched Aether walk away, her gaze filled with resentment towards Delphine, pure hatred. Delphine sensed the intense glare directed at her and flinched slightly, leaving the tense atmosphere behind. Aether steeled himself, prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. He was ready to face death. As Aether approached, the Empress narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. "And maybe later." Aether shrugged and turned away. His mind craved some fresh air amidst the bustling festivities. As he observed everyone engrossed in gift-giving and Timmy's assistance to Kai, Aether made his way to the tranquil balcony. To his surprise, someone was already there, gazing at the star-filled sky that held no moon. "Feeling a bit lonely tonight?" Aether's voice broke the quietude of the balcony as he positioned himself next to the solitary figure. The sudden company startled the person, who turned to see Aether standing there, his gaze fixed on the starry sky with a faint smile. Leah Scarlet, her eyes still moist from shed tears, hastily wiped them away upon noticing Aether's presence but remained silent. Aether, unperturbed by her initial reaction, took in a deep breath of the cool night air, using the moment to reflect on his recent thoughts about the intricacies of seduction and relationships. After a gentle breeze swept through, breaking the silence, Leah finally spoke up, her voice carrying a tone of contemplation and vulnerability. "You know." Leah began, her words were hesitant yet laden with emotions. "Yes." Aether's tone was gentle, encouraging her to share her thoughts. "I don't understand what is love. I believe that by showering him with unconditional love, he would never choose another over me. Yet, he left without a second thought, leaving me to bear the weight of heartache alone." Leah confessed, her voice tinged with pain and disillusionment. Aether listened intently to a child's love failure story. "It's frustrating, you know," Leah continued, her tone shifting to one of frustration. "He seemed so reserved and shy around that bit, I mean another girl, yet he never showed such affection towards me, despite my devotion. I understand she's beautiful and compared to her beauty I would pale away, but isn't love supposed to be about more than just physical appearance?" She asked with pain. "When I finally saw him again after what felt like an eternity, I was overjoyed and waved to him, but he didn't even spare me a glance. It was as if he purposefully avoided meeting my eyes." Leah recounted, her expression twisted with pain and anger, "And yet, when that other girl approached him, he lit up like a beacon and smiled like an idiot. She didn't even acknowledge his presence." Leah's tone shifted to one of anger and disbelief, her emotions fluctuated wildly, oscillating between sorrow and indignation. Aether remained a patient listener. "Have you finished?" Aether asked gently, turning his gaze from the twinkling stars above to meet Leah's tear-streaked face. Leah's face flushed red with shame as she couldn't believe she had poured out her emotions in front of someone she perceived as beneath her, just as she was about to retreat back to the party. You know, for me, love is a fight. Aether's quiet words halted her movements. Fight? Yes, Aether affirmed, his gaze meeting her crimson eyes as he delved into his own memories. I've never been loved by anyone in my life. Then she came along, with unwavering determination, telling me she loved me without faltering. At first, I brushed it off, thinking it was a game. Aether took a step closer, his voice carrying a weight of experience. But she persisted, undeterred by pouring rain or scorching sun, and kept professing her love, day after day. She stood her ground and said she loves me no matter how much time it takes. Aether stepped even further, she fought for what she wanted. Knowing what she needed until her presence consumed my thoughts and my heart beat for her, drawing even nearer. Aether's words were almost a whisper. Love is a battle. You have to fight for it. If you're not willing to fight, you don't deserve that love. Aether then lightly tapped his finger against his own chest, a gesture that sparked a fire in Leah's eyes. You didn't fight for your love. Your love is meaningless. Aether's words hit a nerve, igniting Leah's fury. In a sudden surge of anger, Leah grabbed Aether's collar, her eyes filled with dangerous intent. How dare you question my love, you filthy slave? Despite her aggression, Aether maintained a calm smile and replied. Then prove me wrong. Go fight for your love, if it's real, that is. His tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Thud, Leah threw Aether like a paper and stormed back to the party with purposeful steps. Hee. Aether's smile took on an enigmatic quality as he watched her go, his expression hinting at deeper motives and calculations beneath the surface. Chapter 88. You are not suitable. Aether sighed heavily as he clenched his fist, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. I'm sorry, he whispered softly to the empty night sky, a pang of guilt tugging at his conscience. He was acutely aware of what he had just done, toyed with someone's emotions, manipulating them for his own ends. But what choice did he have? His target was a newly betrothed princess. Already engaged to another, seeking a way into the princess's heart, Aether had seen an opportunity in Leah's plight. By stirring up dissatisfaction with Kai's behavior, even if just a little, he hoped to plant seeds of doubt in the princess's mind. Using that chance, he might strike the iron while it's hot. Yet, despite the calculated move, Aether couldn't shake his apprehension. What if his plan backfired? What if the Empress discovered his meddling and grew angry? Nevertheless, Aether was determined to see his mission through to the end, come what may. Whether it led to a happy ending or death before he knew it, he would face it. By using any chance or anyone. Come on, Aether, he urged himself forward, steeling his resolve despite the heavy weight of guilt pressing down on him, threatening to suffocate him. Come on, Aether. His voice echoed with determination, his trembling face a reflection of his unwavering resolve. If he allowed himself to be consumed by guilt now for using a little girl, what chance did he have against the trials that lay ahead? He knew his journey would be lots fuck-ups, but succumbing to guilt was just another obstacle in his path. Steeling his resolve to pursue his seduction strategy with the young princess, Aether stepped back into the hall. Only to be greeted by a scene of horror. How dare you? Boom, thud, a loud impact reverberated through the hall as Leah Scarlet was forcefully slammed into the wall by a sword. Gasps of horror echoed through the hall as Aether and the others watched in disbelief, their eyes darting to the source of the violence. The Empress. No, not me. The Empress casually shrugged off any blame, deflecting attention away from herself. The room fell into a tense silence as all eyes lowered to Princess Aquilina Naiadia, her expression seething with fury as she stood holding two swords. Gulp. What just happened? Ran through everyone's minds as they tried to make sense of the sudden chaos. The incident had unfolded mere moments earlier. When Leah Scarlet, her steps hurried and determined, approached the engaged pair and uttered words that would alter the course of the evening irreversibly, that all, in a flash, Leah found herself impaled against the wall, the sharp blade piercing her flesh with brutal force. Why, your majesty? Velk, his voice trembling with uncertainty, attempted to seek clarification from the Empress, hoping to quell the rising tension, but the Empress merely shrugged once more, her demeanor betraying nothing but detached amusement. Ask her, she suggested, gesturing towards the enraged princess. Gulping down hard, Velk's gaze shifted to the princess, his voice quivering as he asked, daughter-in-law. But his words faltered. I am not yet your daughter-in-law, Velk Frostblade. Her voice, as cold and unforgiving as ice, echoed through the tense air. Velk's face twisted in a momentary frown, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, Princess, what has happened? Perhaps you should ask your son, she replied coolly, the weapons in her hand dissolving into ethereal particles before she gracefully took her seat. The sword that had mercilessly pierced Leah's side vanished, and Leah fell to the ground unnoticed by all except Celine, whose movement was halted by the Empress's stern gaze. Every eye in the room was fixed on the Kai. Thud, in a swift motion, Aether caught the Leah before she hit the ground. His actions disregarding Empress's silent expression, oh. The Empress's surprise was palpable as she observed Aether's brash actions. What the hell have you done? Aether demanded, his hands urgently trying to stem the flow of blood from Leah's wounded abdomen. Cough, cough. Leah struggled to speak, blood trickling from her lips, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Slave and managed, why you said love is a fight, right? Yes, Aether responded, sensing where it was going. So, cough, cough, I proposed a challenge. If I emerge victorious, I shall be his first wife. If she prevails, she will claim his first, Leah explained amidst her coughs and gasps for air. Aether paused, a mixture of disbelief and frustration crossing his features as he looked at the idiot, thinking to himself, I should have told a different boasting story. Fuck. Yet, a wry smile tugged at his lips as he couldn't help but think, regardless of the outcome, that guy is still the fucking winner. Due to Aether's persistent efforts, the flow of blood had nearly halted, yet it continued to seep, staining not only the ground but also Aether's pristine new tuxedo. I am deeply sorry, Your Highness. But all she requested was a fair contest. There was no need to inflict such harm upon her. Kai interjected, his expression a mix of anger and deference. The princess glanced briefly at Kai. Her demeanor indifferent as she remarked, I see, then, as a man, how would you propose we resolve this matter? Kai's face lit up with a knowing smile. That's what was needed for a relationship. Sensing an opportunity to make his point, Your Highness, perhaps a more diplomatic approach could be considered. Rather than resorting to violence, one could simply ask her to depart or even accept her challenge. The princess regarded Kai with a skeptical stare before shifting her gaze to her mother, silently questioning her choice of Kai as a potential husband. Are you serious? She asked incredulously. Hee. The Empress chuckled, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders. It is what it is. She replied cryptically. Veins bulged on the princess's forehead as she shot a piercing glare at her mother. Really, mother? The Empress maintained her serene smile, refusing to engage further. The princess let out a resigned sigh, turning back to Kai with a matter-of-fact tone. Very well, let's entertain your perspective. If a man were to challenge you on our engagement day, asking to fight for me, what would you do? Without hesitation, I would accept the challenge, Kai replied confidently. The princess nodded thoughtfully, continuing her inquiry, but what if he proposed a contest to determine who would be my first, you or he? Would you engage in discussion or agree to fight? Kai froze like a statue as he couldn't bring out any words from his mouth. Aether, who was also having the same doubt, so he asked the idiot directly, I thought you were fighting for love, not for the position of who comes first. Leah, despite her condition, managed a faint smile tinted with blood as she spoke softly, I don't want him sad to leave her, that's all. Aether stared at the idiotic girl with no words. This bitch is fucked up, he thought. The princess, growing impatient with the silence, prodded Kai, say something. Kai's throat tightened, a bitter taste of regret settling in as he realized the gravity of the situation. Today was meant to be a celebration. A union of two noble families, yet it had spiraled into chaos and pain. Looking at Leah's bloodied form, his heart clenched with anguish. He knew who was wrong here. He wasn't siding with his new fiancée. He just sides with the right side. I will throw him out of the palace, Kai finally uttered, his voice barely above a whisper, his gaze lowered in pain. You heard that, right, guards? Throw that woman away, the princess said with a stern voice. Hearing that, W8. Kai tried to stop her, The princess looked at him like a pathetic guy who could not decide anything correctly and said, "If you act like that, then you are not suitable for the king to rule the empire." Hearing that, everyone flinched in shock. Chapter 89, Thank you for your help, Kai. What exactly do you think you're doing? You're managing to irritate the princess to no end. Velk's urgent whisper reached Kai's ears, laden with concern and warning. With a heavy sigh, Kai turned to the princess, his expression contrite yet resolute. "I apologize sincerely, princess. My actions were influenced by emotions that got the better of me," he admitted, his voice tinged with regret as he steeled himself for what needed to be done. Gazing at his slave, who was tenderly holding the wounded Lia, Kai issued a clear directive, "Aether, please escort her out." The princess, her demeanor unyielding, shook her head disapprovingly and reiterated her command with a firm tone. "Throw her out, throw her out," Kai repeated, his inner turmoil reflected in the way he nervously bit his lip, knowing the gravity of the situation but determined to follow through. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by Leah's quiet gasps and the tension that gripped everyone present. Something within Leah seemed to fracture, her heartache palpable yet hidden beneath a facade of strength. Aether, feeling the weight of the princess's command conflicting with his sense of worry, dared to speak up, "But she needs immediate medical attention." The princess's frown deepened as she turned her disapproving gaze towards Aether, her displeasure evident. Her attention then shifted back to Kai. Her voice tinged with disappointment, "You haven't even trained your slave properly." The revelation of Aether's status as a slave rather than a servant working under the Empress shocked those who had presumed otherwise, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Slave, Delphine's friends exchanged uncertain glances, silently questioning the dynamics they had misunderstood. "Aether, you will do as I say," Kai reiterated firmly, his resolve clear despite the inner turmoil. Aether stayed silent. "Throw her out. Like now. She might die." These were the questions swirling around in Aether's mind. If she died, then Aether knew his guilt would never leave his heart. It all started because he was trying to use her, but who knew this girl was so idiot that she was directly asking for a share instead of getting the food for herself while the other was a ruthless crazy insane bitch, worse than her mother. He had only one option, and that was, the Empress. Aether looked at her, silently asking for her help, seeing him staring at her, as if he was asking for her help. Despite her reluctance to publicly associate with him, there was a glimmer of understanding in her gaze, hinting at a hidden friendly relationship between them. She then glanced at her loyal maid. The maid nodded in understanding and was about to move when, thud, before any action could be taken. The solemn atmosphere was interrupted by a sudden announcement, resonating through the grand hall. "The ruler of the light, the protector of the people, the only holiness from the Elysiumus Aurora Empire." The archpriestess, Seraphina Ashwood, eyes widened in astonishment as the esteemed title was announced, and when Seraphina Ashwood, the revered archpriestess, entered, a hush fell over the assembly. They saw the sinful body, which was considered pureness, and they couldn't help but lower their head in the presence of another ruler from another empire. The Empress furrowed her brow at the sight of the archpriestess's arrival without prior notification, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, the archpriestess gracefully entered the hall, her two followers trailing behind her. For name and title's sake, the Empress rose from her seat and descended the stairs to greet her esteemed guest. "Welcome, Seraphina Ashwood," she said, offering a respectful nod. "Thank you, Marisandra Nyadya," the archpriestess replied, returning the courtesy with a warm smile. A brief pause ensued as the two women regarded each other, a subtle undercurrent of tension lingering in the air, unnoticed by most but keenly felt by those present. Breaking the momentary silence, the Empress acknowledged the purpose of the archpriestess's visit. "Well, thank you for gracing my daughter's engagement with your presence," she said, gesturing towards her daughter. "The pleasure is mine," the archpriestess replied graciously, her gaze sweeping the room in search of a particular individual. "Did he not come?" Noticing the absence, a faint furrow creased the archpriestess's brow before she proceeded to present gifts to the princess and Kai. "These may not be extravagant, but I have personally selected them. I hope they find favor with you," she said, her smile genuine and warm. "Thank you, archpriestess." Thank you, archpriestess," both the princess and Kai expressed their gratitude, with Kai particularly awestruck by her ethereal beauty, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as if he harbored impure thoughts. Let me go." At the sudden outcry, all eyes turned towards the commotion, and a collective sigh of disappointment swept through the room. It was none other than Aether, struggling against the guards while holding Lia in his arms. Princess regarded Kai with a blank expression as if deeming him useless. Kai's face flushed with shame as he shouted, "Aether, I order you to stop immediately." TKKK, Aether's body stiffened abruptly, freezing in place like a statue. "Eternal slave." The room fell into a hushed murmur as everyone's eyes shifted to Velk and then to Kai, their expressions a mix of curiosity and disdain, which quickly turned into whispered conversations among themselves. There was a palpable tension as the distinction between normal/temporary slaves and eternal slaves became the topic of discussion. Eternal slaves, it was known, were bound not just by physical chains but by unyielding orders, unlike other slaves who had some autonomy unless their actions directly harmed their master. As all eyes turned back to Aether, a collective sense of disapproval seemed to wash over the crowd, their glances laden with judgment and superiority. The archpriestess's eyes widened in surprise as she observed Aether's changed appearance. She searched white-haired boy but never she thought he would change his hair color. Ba dump. Internally, she chided herself for the unexpected rush of concern she felt for Aether. "Come on, I only came here to check whether he was in danger or not," she thought, quickly regaining her composure as she calmed the longing in her heart. However, when she noticed the blood on Aether's body, her eyes froze, betraying her true concern for his well-being. She swiftly approached him, her voice cutting through the tension like a cold breeze. "Are you fine?" Her voice was cold as a snowstorm. Aether's response was quick but tinged with awkwardness. "Why yes, madam," he managed to say, though it was clear something was restraining his movements. The archpriestess then saw Lia's bloodied body and turned her gaze towards Kai, her tone authoritative yet composed. "Stop the command. I need to treat her wounds." Kai's hesitation was evident as he glanced nervously at Princess, seeking her approval before complying with the archpriestess's request. With a nod from the princess, Kai stopped the command. Thud, Aether collapsed to the ground, the weight of his restrained movements released. The archpriestess wasted no time and knelt beside Lia, her touch gentle yet potent as she healed the girl's wounds in an instant. "You?" Archpriestess looked at Aether. I am fine, madam." "I appreciate your help," Aether replied, his gratitude mixed with a touch of awkwardness as he tried to make sense of the situation. He wasn't sure who it was but seeing the Empress herself welcoming her meant he thought she must be some kind of big shot. The archpriestess nodded in acknowledgement, her curiosity piqued and ready to inquire about the events when Lia abruptly stood up from Aether's embrace and silently left the room. "I am sorry, madam. But really, thank you for your help." Aether expressed his gratitude once more, his voice tinged with genuine appreciation as he hastened to follow the retreating figure of the unstable girl. Sigh. The archpriestess sighed softly, a mix of concern and curiosity lingering in her eyes as she considered following after them. However, the weight of everyone's stares, especially the penetrating gaze of the Empress, made her pause. With a resigned expression, she decided against pursuing them and instead moved back to her seat beside the Empress's throne. "You came without informing me?" The Empress's murmured question held a note of reproach as she gestured for the festivities to resume. "Well, I wanted to surprise you," the archpriestess replied with a nonchalant shrug, her tone light. The Empress regarded the archpriestess with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "That's the last thing you would do, woman, hee. The archpriestess couldn't help but giggle like a child at the playful exchange, her laughter momentarily breaking the tension in the room and catching Kai's attention. Archpriestess waved her which made Kai blush and turn back. "Hee. You have a cute son-in-law," the archpriestess remarked teasingly. You think so?" The Empress's frown deepened slightly. Not quite grasping the notion of Kai's cuteness. Chapter 90, Fake Shadow. "Miss Lia," Aether called out to Lia Scarlet, who was sprinting through the corridors of the palace. Not only had she endured a brutal humiliation, but she had also been brutally rejected by her lover in front of everyone. Throw her out. Those words from her beloved still echoed in her mind, like a sentence of imminent death. The fact that no one came to her support except the slave added more pain to her already wounded heart. If only she had listened to her uncle, she wouldn't have faced such humiliation. If only she had stayed home instead of coming to see him just to convey her wishes, she wouldn't have endured such heartbreak. If only she hadn't loved him so foolishly, she wouldn't have experienced this unbearable pain, tearing at her sanity and reason like shattered glass. The suffering she endured, both in terms of humiliation and heartbreak, clouded her mind, pushing her towards unreasonable thoughts. What if? What if I died? She wondered. Would he mourn for her? Would he feel guilty for her demise? Would he remember her until the end? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, clouding her judgment and pushing her to the brink of despair. You bitch. Aether's shout startled Leah, causing her legs to slip, and she fell to the ground with a painful thud. Ouch, grimacing in pain, Leah held onto her knees and glared at Aether, who had finally caught up to her. How dare you call me a bitch, she snapped, her voice filled with a mix of pain and anger. Say, Aether sighed deeply and knelt down beside her. What? Leah was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. You truly are an idiot, you know, Aether remarked, his gaze shifting to her scratched knees, blood seeping out. Who are you calling an idiot? Leah retorted, wincing as she covered her wounded knees. Aether stared at her crimson eyes silently. What? Leah felt a pang of unease at his silent scrutiny. Aether's expression softened as he observed the faint light in her darkened eyes. You have beautiful crimson eyes. What? Leah's embarrassment was evident as a hint of clarity flickered in her eyes. Yes, you do have wonderful crimson eyes, just like Lily, Aether said with a small, genuine smile, acknowledging her unique beauty amidst the chaos of emotions. One affection. What are you talking about, you idiot? Leah's face turned crimson in embarrassment as she shouted in response to Aether's compliment about her eyes. Nothing, show me your knees, Aether calmly requested as he removed his overcoat. Upon seeing this, Leah's embarrassment escalated. Wait. What are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes. TTRR, Aether tore his inner white shirt and focused on the task at hand. Show me, we need to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, you'll get an infection. Leah stayed firm, but getting stared at by him long time made her awkward. With a hesitant nod, Leah reluctantly revealed her injured knees. Ouch, it will be a little painful, Aether warned as he skillfully tightened the makeshift bandage around her knees. After finishing the bandaging, Aether inquired, so, did anyone come with you? Leah remained silent, her thoughts muddled. Sigh, listen, little girl, you're vulnerable right now, you might break at any moment, and there are some bastards who might take advantage of that. If there's anyone you know here, tell me, and I'll take you to them. Aether spoke with a serious tone, emphasizing the need for caution. Some bastard, you mean you? Leah muttered sarcastically. Aether's expression remained blank again, not indulging anything, seeing him going to do the staring contest. Leah gave up. I called my uncle, he's coming to pick me up, Leah finally responded, sighing softly. Good, Aether acknowledged, scanning the area near the gate and calculating the time it would take. Well, it's near cut. As he crouched down and prepared to lift her, Leah protested. Hey, what are you doing? Ignoring her protests, Aether picked her up as gently as he could, adopting a princess carry. Though his initial inclination was to carry her differently, like a sack, he realized the need to rectify the situation he caused and opted for a more respectful approach. I am taking you to the gate, Aether explained calmly, his tone firm. I can. Ouch, Leah winced in pain as Aether pinched her knees to discourage further objections. Be bastard. Leah exclaimed, her frustration evident as she gritted her teeth, her weakened body struggling with the pain. Aether continued walking slowly, casting occasional glances at Leah. Her silent demeanor and trembling eyes reminded him of his own brokenness during a past breakup, evoking a sense of empathy despite the current circumstances. However, unlike him, who had at least matured enough to comprehend everything, Leah was younger, and the guilt of using her weighed heavily on Aether's adult responsibilities. Adding to his worries, you know, love is truly an amazing thing, and each person experiences it differently. Aether's words interrupted Leah's thoughts, drawing her attention to him. This might be heartbreaking and all, but one day you will learn something from this heartbreak, so don't dwell too much. His words were cut short by a sudden action. Thump, thump, Leah struck his chest as tears streamed down her face. Why, you don't understand. You never know my pain, she cried out, clutching her chest in emotional turmoil. Ether paused his steps, looking at Leah with a mixture of sadness and understanding. Yeah, I can't understand your pain, and he continued softly. You cannot understand my pain. Leah fell silent, her emotions swirling. She didn't need to see his face, his tone alone conveyed everything. She felt he was the same as her, observing her silence. Ether was about to speak when she questioned, Did she left you? The woman you mentioned, the one who fought for her love, did she leave you too? Leah's voice trembled like a whisper. Yeah, Ether admitted with a heavy heart. Didn't she love you? Didn't she fight for her love for you all these years? Leah's questions revealed her inner turmoil as her body shook with emotion. Well, our status is a big factor, big enough to make her doubt her choices. Ether confessed, his voice tinged with regret. Status. Leah repeated the word, recalling Kai's words about talent not being enough. Drip, drip, why? Why do they care about status? Why do they focus on talent? Why? What about love? Leah's voice cracked as her mental barriers began to crumble, because love often fades when faced with reality. Leah, love can be like a fleeting shadow that vanishes when there's no light. There are times you should let it go when it cannot be held it together. Ether spoke gently, his words finally piercing through her defenses. Leah's outburst was a release of her pent-up emotions, the dam of her suppressed feelings finally breaking down. Chapter 91, He is the Womanizer, You feeling better now? Ether inquired gently after Leah had cried for several minutes, his voice soft and caring amidst the tension. Leah remained silent, clinging to Ether's coat, her face hidden in a mix of emotions and thoughts. You do realize I'm a slave, and I need to return to my master soon, or there won't be any food for me, Ether remarked with a feigned sad and hungry tone, trying to lighten the mood with a touch of humor. Hee. Leah's soft laughter broke through her tears as she lifted her red and teary face, a faint smile forming as she gathered herself. Ether noticed her eyes, once clouded with emotion, now clear like the sky. Their crimson hue shining in the dim light of the corridor, reflecting both vulnerability and newfound strength. You truly have wonderful eyes, Ether remarked casually before carefully lowering her to the ground, mindful of her trembling legs due to both physical and emotional strain. Are you feeling better? Ether asked again, his concern evident in his voice as he scanned her expression for any signs of distress or discomfort. Leah nodded, her face still flushed but with a hint of tranquility returning. With Leah calmer now, Ether's guilt began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief that he could solve it before getting worse due to his actions. He glanced around, looking for any sign of Leah's uncle or someone familiar who could take care of her in this fragile state. Who is Lily? Is she your ex? Leah asked suddenly, her curiosity breaking the brief silence that had settled between them. Ether tilted his head slightly, momentarily puzzled by the question. Ex. Lily? What is she talking about? His mind raced to recall any mention of such a person. I mean, you said my eyes looked like Lily. Leah chuckled awkwardly, questioning herself why she asked. Oh. That's a flower, Ether clarified, a light smile playing on his lips as he caught her drift. A flower? I didn't know there was a flower called Lily. Leah's frown softened into genuine curiosity. Well. Ether shrugged, seeking to share a bit of unfamiliar knowledge with this little girl. That's a red spider lily. Red spider lily? Leah's curiosity was piqued, her eyes now reflecting a spark of interest beyond their recent turmoil. Yes, a poisonous flower that symbolizes death, Ether explained with a touch of knowledge, though inwardly he thought, those are the flowers anime always uses for dramatic scenes. And pull some shitty stunt in the best anime, poisonous? Death? Leah's reaction was a mixture of surprise and disbelief, her mind grappling with the implications of the comparison between her eyes and a flower symbolizing death. Ether chuckled softly. Amused by her reaction but also understanding her shock. What's so funny? Leah pouted, slightly annoyed by his laughter. Well, those poisonous flowers. I truly love them from the bottom of my heart, Ether admitted, his tone sincere yet tinged with a hint of irony. Even though they are poisonous, yes, Aether confirmed, then glanced at her crimson eyes and added, a poison for a poison, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Is that so? Leah averted her eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. Well, where is your uncle, little girl? Aether's tone carried a hint of impatience as he scanned the area. Snort, who are you calling a little girl? Leah retorted, her pride stung by the remark despite Aether being close to her age. A girl who just cried. Aether teased, his playful smirk evident. Leah's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, her gaze sharp as she glared at Aether, seeing her fuming in anger. Be a good little sister, Aether continued teasingly, patting her head in a way that irked her further. Hey. Leah's voice rose in protest, her embarrassment turning into frustration as her face turned even redder. Call me a big brother like a good little sister. Aether pushed the teasing a step further, testing Leah's patience. Hell no. Brat, Leah snapped back, her annoyance clear in her tone. Aether's response was to pinch her cheeks firmly. I don't like when someone calls me brat. Got it? Aether's voice was stern, his gaze locking onto Leah's with a serious intensity. You are pinching hard, brat, ouch. Leah winced in pain, her cheeks squished between Aether's fingers. Goti. Aether reiterated, his tone firm as Leah nodded in response, her expression subdued. So, where is your uncle? Aether redirected the conversation, his focus shifting back to their original objective. I am here, slave. Leah's uncle emerged suddenly, his presence looming over Aether with a threatening aura, and stared at his hands that touching Leah's cheeks and said, remove your filthy hand. I am sorry, sir. Aether apologized, releasing Leah's cheeks, stepping back respectfully and returning to the palace. Leah attempted to bid farewell, but her uncle's stern gaze silenced her. Your mother is really angry now, Leah. Her uncle's warning sent shivers down her spine as he took her hand and whisked her away from the gate. After leaving Leah, Aether swiftly made his way to the hall, feeling the need to gain some affection points from the crazy girl who was crazier than her mother. As he walked, a sudden voice disrupted his thoughts. You are truly a womanizer, fuck. Aether's heart skipped a beat as he turned to see the source of the voice. It was the same sneaky maid. Why are you here? Aether asked, slightly taken aback by her unexpected appearance. Empress told me to look after the girl who was running away. The maid explained casually as she walked beside him. I see. Aether nodded, realizing the maybe, just maybe Empress was as not bad as he thought. The maid continued to stare at him intently, prompting Aether to inquire, what's on your mind? You are truly a womanizer. The maid repeated her earlier remark, her tone firm. Aether raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Me? He pointed to himself, clearly puzzled by the accusation. Yes, the maid nodded without hesitation. Look here woman, if I were truly a womanizer, I wouldn't have struggled so much with that fucked up plan earlier. Aether wanted to retort, but instead, he calmly stated. Her heart is broken. I simply offered a shoulder to lean on. That's all. I am not interested in anyone. Aether said as a matter of factly. The maid seemed surprised by his response but then shrugged it off. You cannot enter with those dirty clothes, she pointed out matter-of-factly. Seriously? Aether was taken aback. Yes, come with me, the maid instructed, leading him to a room where she provided him with another outfit, similar to the one he wore before but in a striking red color. Looks good, the maid approved of his new attire. You heard my talk with that girl, right? Aether asked, noting the maid's choice of a crimson outfit, which seemed intentional given their earlier conversation. The maid offered a smile before they entered the hall, which suddenly transformed into a bustling scene of, dancing. What's going on? Aether inquired, slightly bewildered by the sudden change. Well, it's the final event, a calm dance before the before the finale, the maid explained with a serious expression. Didn't you just going to say storm? Storm, right? Right? Aether screamed, but he pushed them aside. He sighed in tiredness. He had been attempting to charm Kai's future wife, not to tangle with the chaos that's going to happen. Damn, it feels like I'm stepping into NTR territory. Aether inwardly cringed at the thought, realizing how his actions were slowly altering him. It was changing him slowly, but surely. His attention shifted to the dance floor, where Celine was surrounded by eager suitors, while Timmy hovered protectively. Delphine and her friends formed a protective circle, resembling a flock of hens guarding their chicks. Then, Aether's gaze landed on Princess, who appeared bored, and Kai, who seemed hesitant about something. Should I approach her? Aether entertained a risky thought but reconsidered when he recalled Princess's earlier disdainful look in considering his status as a slave. He could only ask the person who was at least the same as him. He sighed and glanced at the maid, who was now eagerly watching the dance unfold. Well, since we're both servants, it should be fine, right? Aether reasoned with himself. He decided to have a bit of fun, hoping that maybe, just maybe, Princess would show some interest after seeing his dance. Would you care to dance with me, milady? Aether asked, taking a dramatic stance as he kneeled on one leg. What? The maid was caught off guard, her expression shifting from excitement to horror in an instant. Ding, survival rate, 0.7%, what? Aether blinked, processing the unexpected turn of events with a robotic detachment, wondering how his innocent invitation had triggered such a drastic response. Chapter 92, Dancing is Good, Is Something Wrong? Aether inquired. His eyes alight with curiosity as he gracefully moved to the rhythm of the music, his hand resting gently on the maid's supple hips while the other maintained a secure hold on her delicate shoulder. You are wrong. Your whole family is wrong. The maid's inner turmoil screamed silently, though her outward demeanor remained serene, a forced smile gracing her lips amidst the chaos of her thoughts. As she navigated the dance floor, a sense of unease settled within her, amplified by the occasional deathly glares she felt piercing through the festive air. While their origins remained a mystery, she couldn't help but imagine if glare could kill someone, she would have died thousands of times by now. Meanwhile, Aether's mind raced with questions. Is she somehow linked to my survival rate? Is she plotting against me? Looking at his survival one last time. Yeah, let's avoid her hereafter. She is Death Flag. Are you not familiar with the steps? Aether's voice broke her reverie as she stumbled once more. Well, I am not particularly adept at dancing, the maid confessed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Aether chuckled softly. No worries. Just follow my lead, I'll guide you through it, he reassured her with a confident grin, drawing upon his experiences from numerous extracurricular activities and his observations of his actress mother's graceful dance routines at extravagant parties. Oh, okay. The maid's response was hesitant, her perplexity evident as she braced herself for yet another precarious misstep. In a swift, fluid motion, Aether adjusted his footing, deftly intercepting her impending fall with practiced precision. With a deft flourish, he maneuvered her body into a graceful arch, her feminine curves concealed beneath the folds of her maid's attire. Your flexibility is truly remarkable. Well then, shall we start the reel? Aether's words were laced with a hint of confidence as he cast a meaningful glance towards the princess, whose attention had finally been captivated by their impromptu performance. Not only her, but the sudden commotion had drawn the gaze of all in attendance. Aether couldn't help but smirk inwardly as he resolved, let's catch the little fish. With a fluid motion, he hoisted the maid to her feet, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony as they picked up the pace of their dance. His grip on her hips tightened, their fingers intertwining as they twirled and swayed to the enchanting melody, commanding the attention of all those present with their mesmerizing display. W8. The maid's voice trembled with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as this was the first time she found herself in such close proximity with another man. What's the matter? Aether inquired, his attention split between their dance and the maid's sudden exclamation. He was determined to seduce. Not knowing who he was actually seducing, I am sorry, it's too close, the maid stammered, her body reacting instinctively to the unfamiliar intimacy, causing her to lean back like a fragile leaf caught in a breeze, her movements no longer entirely her own as this young man seemed to have taken control of her every step. Aether tilted his head in understanding, recognizing her discomfort at the proximity. All right then, I'll step back a bit. Don't worry, just keep your focus on me, and let's continue with the rotations, he reassured her with a gentle smile. What? Before she could fully process his words, Aether smoothly guided her into a spin. Deftly supporting her as she twirled like a spinning top, clap, The sound echoed through the air as Aether's hands met in applause, his movements fluid and graceful as he circled around her, his presence akin to a dancer weaving around a blossoming flower. The maid's cheeks burned brighter with each step, yet she complied with Aether's guidance, her body slowly settling into the rhythmic rotations as he continued to clap in time with the music. Aether's performance drew the attention of all present, their eyes fixed on the duo as they moved in sync, creating an enchanting spectacle amidst the dance floor. Even the Empress and Archpriestess, renowned for their composure, couldn't help but be mesmerized by the unfolding elegance as if witnessing the delicate bloom of a flower at dawn. How does he know a beautiful dance? They wondered themselves. Kai was completely taken aback, watching in astonishment as his slave displayed an unexpected skill on the dance floor, far surpassing his own abilities. Determination ignited within him as he stole a glance at the princess, only to find her fully engrossed in the art of dance, Aether. Meanwhile, the maid's silent plea for respite was palpable as she felt the fatigue beginning to weigh her down, her momentum waning. Sensing her unspoken request, Aether offered a reassuring smile. With a graceful leap, he swept her off her feet, lifting her right leg as she leaned back with supple ease, their movements harmonizing in a mesmerizing display of skill and agility. Ha-ha dash, aha dash, as they both caught their breath, panting with exertion and drenched in perspiration, joyous smiles adorned their faces. Clap, clap, the applause from the onlookers was thunderous, mingled with expressions of surprise and admiration. The unexpected spectacle of a servant's dance outshining that of the nobility left the audience in awe. Locking gazes with the maid, Aether took note of her striking purple eyes peeking behind her glasses, a detail he hadn't noticed before. "What's your name again?" Aether's question was met with a sudden startled silence, the maid's face flushing beet red as she swiftly extricated herself from Aether's embrace, retreating to the safety of the Empress's side. The Empress, amused by the maid's reaction, wore a playful smile as she observed her maid seeking refuge like a startled rabbit. Ha ha ha, the Empress's maid's dance performance was truly astounding. Who would have ever imagined that the Empress's maid possessed such an incredible skill in dance? Well, that's the Empress's maid for you. Always full of surprises. Ha ha ha, I would be honored to share a dance with that exceptionally graceful lady. Laughter and admiration filled the air as the guests continued to discuss the maid's unexpected talent, their voices blending into a harmonious symphony of praise and awe. Aether remained largely unnoticed. To the assembled guests, he was merely a slave, no more than that. In their minds, it was the Empress's maid who orchestrated the entire performance, or rather, they convinced themselves to believe so. A slave was just a slave, nothing more. Nevertheless, Aether paid little heed to their oversight. His concern lay solely with one person, and that person, he. A sly grin spread across Aether's lips as he observed the princess finally rising from her seat. Yes, it's fucking time to seduce her. Aether inwardly screamed with happiness. Taking a moment to adjust his slightly disheveled attire, Aether braced himself for what was to come, but it seemed fate was not on his side yet again. Before he could make his move, a sudden interruption caught him off guard. "Young man, might I have the pleasure of a dance with you?" Aether blinked in surprise, his attention swiftly drawn to the unexpected presence before him. It was the Archpriestess, her gaze fixed upon him with a curious intensity. The room fell silent as astonishment rippled through the crowd, Kai's expression one of incredulity as if he ate something shit, while poor Timmy had already succumbed to shock, fainting away in bewilderment. An Archpriestess asked for a dance with a slave. They wanted to stop her from touching a slave and yet no one dared to come. They glanced at Empress, who was the only person to stop nonsense. But it seemed she was just sitting blankly, and who might she be again? Aether pondered briefly, his gaze lingering on her outstretched hand. Glancing momentarily at the princess, who had resigned herself with a sigh and returned to her seat. This fucker, he thought and sighed inwardly. Aether accepted the offered hand with a courteous nod. "Thank you, madam, for deigning to dance with a humble servant such as myself," he replied graciously as he prepared to accompany her onto the dance floor. He. The Archpriestess's laughter rang out melodically, her smile hinting at a deeper understanding as she met Aether's gaze with an enigmatic twinkle. The sudden turn of events caught the Empress off guard, her mind racing with questions. Does she know something? Chapter 93, he was getting tired for unknown reasons. Is something wrong? Aether's brows furrowed in mild concern as he noticed the archpriestess staring at him intently during their dance. Nothing, young man, just a curious sense of familiarity, the archpriestess replied casually, though her eyes betrayed a deeper intrigue as she unconsciously closed the distance between them. As they danced to the slow beat, Aether's hand rested on her slim hips while the archpriestess's hands found a place on his shoulders, their movements syncing effortlessly with the rhythm. You too? Aether's surprise was evident in his expression, mirroring the familiarity he also felt toward her. The archpriestess's curiosity was piqued, her gray eyes sparkling with hidden secrets. Yes, there's something about your eyes that reminds me of someone, Aether muttered, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, memories from a tumultuous night flashing through his mind. He would never forget that one night in his life, ever again. Who might that be? Archpriestess inquired, though inwardly she couldn't contain her happiness. What should I do, if he finds out? I need to prepare for the wedding, right? She screamed inwardly. Well, she's a bit of a naive little fool, utterly useless most times. Aether's words carried a touch of exasperation, a pain-in-the-ass expression momentarily clouding his features. The archpriestess felt her veins throb with annoyance, her hand trembling slightly as she fought the urge to give him a powerful punch. But then again, she's the one who changed my perspective on many things, and she's kind of cute when she tries her best. Aether's voice softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke of Stella. The archpriestess's face turned a deep shade of red, her gaze shifting downward as her lips trembled, struggling to contain her emotions. You bear a striking resemblance to her, Aether remarked, his eyes studying her whitish-gray hair and gray eyes with a newfound curiosity. Don't tell me. Aether's thoughts raced as a realization dawned upon him. Shit. He figured it out. I need to you must be Stella's sister. Aether's voice held a mix of shock and revelation. It all made sense now. Why this beautiful woman had chosen to dance with a mere slave suddenly became clear to him. She did mention having a large and influential family. He nodded to himself, connecting the dots inwardly. The archpriestess stared at Aether as though he were an idiot, though beneath her annoyance was a tinge of happiness mingled with disappointment that he hadn't recognized her. With a forced smile, she replied, why yes, I am her sister. She asked me to look after you. Look after me? Aether's surprise was evident, his smile growing gentle. Well, some things never change. She truly is a wonderful girl. Ba-dump, ba-dump. The archpriestess's heart skipped a beat, her face turning bright red, and her stomach tingled with an unknown sensation as she stammered, as she mentioned she's in love with you. Her eyes widened in surprise at her own slip of words. Maybe she was having a hard time controlling her tsunami of emotions when she was this close to Aether. She had been controlling herself for many days, so as soon as she heard his lovely voice, she couldn't control but tell her true feelings. Even if her mother goddess against her love, she would do anything to protect him. Affection started to work very fast. And he going to get raped very soon? Aether halted momentarily. He looked at archpriestess, his expression shifting to one of realization mixed with sighing. I guess she mistook my CPR as a kiss. He thought before resuming their dance, choosing not to address her revelation directly. Observing Aether's nonchalant response, the archpriestess felt a twinge of pain in her heart, her gaze searching his face for any sign of acknowledgement. A pang of disappointment tugged at her heart as she mumbled, do you have an answer? I shall deliver it to her. As she might get over the cloud, you know, my answer. Do you expect a slave to have one? Aether's response was swift, well. As long as she's happy with our family, no one will interfere with her love life, the archpriestess replied awkwardly, feeling uneasy referring to herself in such a manner. She was really desperate. Aether offered no further response, instead quickening the pace of their dance. No, he wasn't ready to address those questions just yet. He knew that once he stole a woman's heart, he needed to open his own heart, otherwise, it would only lead to disaster. The archpriestess frowned as she noticed Aether's lack of response, his attention still focused on the dance. Trembling with inner pain, the archpriestess lowered her head, recognizing the need for some time alone to process her emotions. Thank you for the dance, the archpriestess said softly as she separated from Aether. It was my pleasure to dance with you, milady, Aether replied respectfully, refraining from probing further into the situation. As the archpriestess settled back into her seat, the Empress glanced at her, sensing something amiss. What happened? The Empress inquired with a puzzled expression. Nothing much, just feeling a bit broken, the archpriestess replied casually, though her voice betrayed a hint of shakiness. I need to do something. She thought, The Empress tilted her head, her curiosity deepening at the archpriestess's cryptic response. The party continued without a hitch. Though not for Aether, the lively atmosphere contrasting sharply with the tension brewing around Aether. So, you're a slave? The overweight woman, her corpulent frame almost bursting out of her dress, inquired with a disdainful sneer directed at Aether. She was the one who had been watching Aether silently. Yes, madam, Aether replied calmly, his eyes briefly flitting toward Delphine's group where murmurs and glances were exchanged in hushed tones. Yes, the inquirer was none other than Delphine's close friend. While Delphine excused herself to the restroom, her friend saw an opportunity to confront Aether. It appears someone was making quite an effort to carve out a living here. So, tell me, how much for your services? The overweight woman's words dripped with condescension, her friends joining in with judgmental looks. I'm not entirely sure what you're insinuating, madam, Aether responded with composed dignity, refusing to be rattled by the accusatory tone. Oh, don't play coy with us. We know you used your charms to seduce our shy Delphine, didn't you? Another woman chimed in, her voice laced with accusation. Madam, I must correct you. I haven't engaged in any such behavior, Aether stated firmly, his demeanor unwavering despite the mounting hostility. So, you're implying that just because I'm overweight and chubby, you're not interested in offering your services? The overweight woman's indignation was palpable, her tone heavy with disdain and entitlement. Aether's mind raced with confusion. What the hell is she talking about? And why is she making a scene? He wondered silently before speaking aloud. I'm sorry, could you clarify what you're referring to? The three women stared at Aether for a brief moment before the rotund woman accidentally knocked over her wine glass, shattering it with an abrupt, "Tirrrr, clean this mess, slave," the woman demanded sharply, her tone leaving no room for argument. Aether hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting from the broken glass to the woman's expectant face. With a resigned sigh, he began to pick up the shards, his movements deliberate and cautious. However, his efforts were met with another sharp sound as the woman's foot stomped down on Aether's hand, causing a searing pain as the glass cut into his skin. "Trckkk, oops, my apologies, my foot slipped," the woman remarked callously, a cruel smirk playing on her lips as Aether clenched his teeth against the pain. Despite the agony, Aether maintained his composure. Swallowing his anger, he continued to clean up the mess, his hands now bloodied from the encounter. With a forced smile, he addressed the woman. "Whether you're chubby or not, a woman is always beautiful when she has a beautiful heart," leaving the hall with a hurried stride. Aether left behind three stunned women, especially the overweight one who had caused him harm. Aether couldn't help but let out a pained expression as he carefully removed the remaining glass pieces from his hand. After washing his hands in the restroom, Aether glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His face bore a weariness that mirrored the exhaustion he felt within. "I guess I've been a bit paranoid about seduction and all," Aether mused to himself, unsure of why he felt so drained by the ordeal. It was then that a concerned voice broke through his thoughts. "Are you okay?" Chapter 94, Saved himself, "Thank you," Aether softly murmured, his gaze tender as he looked at the archpriestess who had skillfully healed his injured hands. A gesture of gratitude and admiration in his eyes, the archpriestess, her brow furrowed with concern and her eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and pain, met Aether's gaze steadily. Despite knowing that his feelings were not directed toward her romantically, she couldn't help but feel a tug at her heartstrings, a swirl of emotions she couldn't easily dismiss. "You could at least remember to cover up before handling dangerous items," the archpriestess remarked gently, her voice carrying a hint of motherly concern as she carefully inspected Aether's now healed hand. Aether's eyes briefly stared at the woman before him, a fleeting moment where memories of Stella, with her own worried face, flashed through his mind. The similarities in their expressions were just the same. "You asked my answer, right?" Aether's voice held a touch of vulnerability, prompting the archpriestess to meet his gaze once more. "You see, this is my life, a life that holds no tomorrow. I cannot escape it, and if she were to enter my messed up life, she would only hurt herself more." and it would only cause me more pain, Aether said with utmost honesty. The archpriestess stared at Aether in silence. Stella is a good, naive girl, and I'm glad she loves someone like me. I am pretty sure I want her to be happy too, Aether said, smiling and then slowly turning sad, but I don't think my life holds any happiness. So, tell her to face reality. I am not worthy of her. I am just a weak guy who was trying to prolong his pathetic life, Aether said with a sad smile. The archpriestess's eyes trembled as she finally understood. Aether had been thinking about her happiness, not his own. She bit her lips, not shouting at him that he was her happiness. As long he was in her life she would be happy. She could feel his pure heart shining like a light. What should she do? She couldn't control herself when she saw his genuine emotions. However, inwardly, Aether thought, thank goodness, with this, I think her sister would knock some sense into Stella. I don't need to worry about her raping me, just thinking made him shiver. The archpriestess's heart trembled as she realized she was falling for this man even more. I am sorry, Mother, but this man is too pure to kill him. Mother. I will take care of him. You don't need to worry about other things, Mother, I will safely lock him up. She asked forgiveness from the god. Aether flinched for unknown reasons. What if? What if she still says she loves you? Will you be determined to live through every difficult day? The archpriestess asked with a trembling voice. That would be painful. Aether couldn't help but think, but then he masked his expression and said in a pained voice, if she still loves me, he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible above the whisper of the wind. Then I will do whatever it takes to make her hate me. For I would rather live in darkness than condemn her to a life of eternal sorrow. Snap, archpriestess's lips trembled as the final thread of sanity snapped, her mind engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Aether's eyes widened in shock as he felt a soft sensation on his lips, his body instinctively jerking back from the unexpected contact. What are you doing? Aether exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of anger as he fixed a piercing glare on the woman who had just kissed him out of nowhere. Lick, you taste really nice, archpriestess remarked seductively, a playful smirk playing on her lips as she licked them in a teasing manner. 10,000 affection, ding, survival rate, 1%, what the fuck? Aether screamed, seeing his sudden increase in survival rate, and looked at the woman who was breathing heavily like she was in heat. It was then that a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Stella? Aether blurted out, his horror-stricken eyes locked on the woman's face. Archpriestess tilted her head in confusion, her expression innocent yet tinged with a mischievous glint. Why, you are Stella, right? Aether stammered while stepping back. What are you talking about? I am not Stella. I am Seraphina Ashwood, Stella's big sister, the archpriestess replied, her tone firm and resolute as if to dispel any doubts about her identity. And no. You must be Stella. Aether protested, his gaze darting back to the large number of affection points. There was no way she could explain this unnatural amount of affection from her. Unless she fell in love with him, that was in no way happening, yet, no. Archpriestess shook her head adamantly, refusing to entertain the notion. Frustrated by her refusal to acknowledge the truth, Aether demanded answers. Then tell me, why did you kiss me, WL? Archpriestess suddenly grew bashful, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze. Our family has a tradition. When sisters marry, they should marry the same person. Since Stella chose you. I also. She trailed off, unable to voice the unspoken implications. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief at her confession, his mind reeling with shock. Without another word, he turned on his heel and bolted, his thoughts consumed by a desperate need to escape. Aether was running at full speed. The archpriestess huffed indignantly, her lips curling into a sly smile as she watched him flee. I suppose he's not like other men, after all, she mused to herself, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Ding, survival rate, 2%, what the fuck? Aether screamed inwardly. Archpriestess hadn't merely spoken for the sake of hiding her identity. Instead, she had tested his loyalty. And the result pleased her more than she dared admit. Yup, when she kissed him, she wanted to check whether he would push her away or indulge in the kiss. No one would avoid getting a kiss from a gorgeous lady unless he was a eunuch. To her happiness, Aether pushed her without hesitation and even glared at her with hatred. This solidified that he was loyal to Stella. Even more, when she told him that he would marry her as well, Aether showed one of the most horrified expressions, as if he would rather die than betray his beloved Stella. His beloved Stella. This proves his strength, purity, and loyalty, and most of all, he loves Stella so deeply that he would rather suffer alone than see her cry. Archpriestess muttered with deep pain and pleasure. Archpriestess's heart couldn't help but flutter with happiness as if she had achieved enlightenment. Aether might not know this, but if he had actually reciprocated the kiss and agreed to marry them, his head would have already rolled on the ground. He was somehow saved by himself. Aether loves me too much, Aether loves me too much, Aether loves too much Aether. Archpriestess hummed a melody of her own thoughts, her heart dancing with newfound hope and understanding. The Archpriestess reappeared beside the Empress in the engagement hall. Where did you disappear to? The Empress inquired with a furrowed brow. With a coy smile, Archpriestess leaned in and whispered, do you mind if I remove some pests? If it were any other ruler, they might have reacted with anger or suspicion at the Archpriestess's words. However, the Empress remained composed and simply asked, why, well. Archpriestess's gaze lingered on Delphine's friends group, who had tormented Aether, before shifting to Kai. If I eliminate him, Aether might end up as a stray slave and that will be hard for my transfer the slave contract. I need another approach to secure Aether for myself, she calculated silently before speaking, because you're hiding something, Empress tilted her head, oh, come on, bitch. Do you truly believe that no one from the 5 empires would notice the peculiar white and black energy that manifested a few weeks ago? Archpriestess challenged, her tone sharp with accusation. The Empress remained silent for a moment before finally murmuring, and do you think I wouldn't be aware of your clandestine entry into my territory, bitch? The air between them grew heavy with unspoken tension, each woman holding her ground with steely resolve. So, it's him, isn't it? Archpriestess pointed towards Aether, who had just entered the hall. I suppose there's no use in hiding it any longer. Yes, it's him, the Empress conceded with a sigh, acknowledging Aether's role in the mysterious phenomenon that had occurred on that fateful day. Chapter 95, Battle Arena. What the fuck is happening? Aether muttered to himself, his eyes widening as he observed his survival rate increasing while he ran. So, running away from her was the right choice. Aether pondered, his expression shifting to one of dread. Damn it, what kind of tradition is that? 2 sisters marrying one person. It's like a buy one, get one free offer. His frustration was evident in his voice. No. He wasn't opposed to the idea per se, it was the sudden surge in affection points that was causing him to worry. Both sisters are going to rap. Aether couldn't finish his sentence, trembling slightly in fear at the implications. As much as he loved to have some. He also loved to have his life was more worthwhile than some. Tell me, Log, is this what you were hoping for? Getting raped by 2 women. Aether muttered to himself, his thoughts racing with uncertainty. Slap. Aether slapped himself lightly, trying to refocus his mind. Focus on Aquilina Naiadia. With renewed determination, he entered the engagement hall, where he noticed the Archpriestess shooting a quick glance in his direction. Sigh. Whatever, Aether sighed deeply, steeling himself for what was to come, and finally approached his target. Let's deal with this jerk by myself, he thought, mustering his resolve. Master, do you need help? Aether asked politely as he stood beside Kai. TSK, now you remember me, bastard. Kai's response was laced with a hint of irritation, though his smile remained intact, masking deeper sentiments. I apologize, Master, but I've been occupied with menial tasks as per the Empress's directives, Aether explained, his eyes briefly darting towards Princess Aquilina, who maintained an enigmatic stoicism. Snort, Kai scoffed, a subtle indication of his disdain for Aether's absence, before inquiring, how in the hell do you know that dance? Oh. That is. I'm uncertain, but the melody triggered a memory, causing my body to move instinctively as if it's a skill from my past. Aether responded with a calm expression, though a part of him wondered. So, you are not going to ask about the broken girl, dot. Kai's reaction was palpable as he finally turned to Aether with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, whispering, do you recall everything now? No, Aether shook his head with a pained expression. Sigh, Kai visibly sighed in relief, then he whispered, hey, you'll need to teach that dance later. My wife seems to be quite taken with your moves, Kai remarked, an idea sparking in his mind as he observed Aether's unique skill. Yes, master, I am at your disposal, Aether affirmed. With a sense of purpose, Aether approached Princess Aquilina, his gaze steady as he met her stony gaze. Princess Aquilina, my master has asked me to teach you my dance, he said with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards her in a gesture of invitation. The princess's stony gaze slowly turned towards Aether, her eyes narrowing in scrutiny before flicking to Kai, who now wore a horrified expression as if realizing the gravity of the situation unfolding. You bastard. Kai's outburst echoed through the hall as he lunged forward, grabbing Aether's collar and causing a commotion that made everyone pause in their activities. Is something wrong, master? Aether's voice held an innocent tone, though his eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. Wrong? What the hell are you asking my wife, I mean, the princess? Kai's face flushed red with anger and embarrassment, his grip on Aether's collar tightening. Sorry, master. But you said that princess liked my dance and asked me to teach, Aether responded with a furrowed brow, trying to make sense of Kai's outburst. Yes, I told you that, but not to her but to. Kai's words faltered abruptly as he realized the implication of what he was about to say. Is something the matter? Velk, Kai's father, arrived at the scene, his brow furrowed in fear as he sweated. Aether maintained his innocent facade as he explained, Master Kai asked me to teach the princess my dance. His voice was louder slightly to ensure others heard his explanation. Murmurs and whispers spread among the onlookers, speculating about the unfolding drama. Kai. Velk's frown deepened as he tried to comprehend the situation, wondering why his son seemed to be making a mistake. He is lying, father. Kai interjected hastily, trying to divert attention away from himself as all eyes turned towards him. Am I, masked? Shut up, Aether. Kai ordered. Aether shut his mouth forcibly. Meanwhile, Velk glanced over at the Empress and Archpriestess, who were engaged in a heated conversation nearby. Without further hesitation, Velk moved forward and pulled Aether away from his son's grasp to avoid problems. However, you asked a slave to teach me? The princess's tone carried a hint of disappointment and displeasure as she addressed Kai directly. And no, princess, I mean, it's not what it seems. Kai's attempt to explain was cut short. So, you didn't teach your slave very well for his unruly act. The princess's evaluation of Kai seemed to diminish visibly, her dissatisfied eyes conveying her growing disappointment in his actions. Princess, Kai's protest was interrupted before he could finish. Hey, slave, the princess called out to Aether, her voice commanding yet composed. Yes, princess. Aether responded with a respectful bow. Did he really say he wanted you to teach me? The princess's question held a note of incredulity. Yes, princess, he asked me to teach since you like my dance, Aether answered honestly. His gaze steady as he maintained his composure. Oh. The princess's expression shifted, a hint of surprise evident as she turned to Kai, her gaze searching for an explanation. When did I say I liked his dance? Her calm yet pointed question hung in the air, awaiting Kai's response. That. Kai's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like bullets. If he admitted that he had asked his slave to teach the dance to himself and not to the princess, Kai was certain that his beloved princess would essentially label him as useless. Her disdainful gaze already made him feel like a worthless piece of shit, and saying anything more would only further shame him. Why, you were kind of staring at his dance, that's why, Kai stammered, his throat dry as he gulped nervously. Just because I stared at his dance you decided I liked his dance? Princess frowned. That's. Kai was really losing in her eyes. Aether's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, though he quickly masked his expression. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Before, he had made the mistake of underestimating his opponent and using a chip that was not stable, but now he could predict the outcome like a familiar bedtime story. It was almost too easy. he simply exploited Kai's attempts to maintain his composure while the princess, with her sense of superiority, played right into his hands. "You are too young to play with words," Bratz Aether muttered inwardly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he observed Kai struggling to speak the truth, no matter which route he takes. Princess was really going to get disappointed. That's when Aether going to step up his game. The princess's dissatisfaction grew palpable as she watched her future husband falter. "I guess he is truly useless. Let's cripple him on the first night, just like how mother did to her husband," the princess thought to herself, her disappointment evident in her sigh. She couldn't believe she was unwittingly following in her mother's manipulative footsteps. "I guess it runs in the bloodline." The princess's thoughts took a dark turn, a sly smile curling on her lips as an unsettling chuckle escaped her. He. The unexpected laughter not only startled Kai but also caught Aether off guard. "Did I awaken inside or something?" Aether couldn't help but wonder, sensing an ominous undercurrent beneath the princess's demeanor. The princess was just about to delve into this matter further when the maid intervened, breaking the tension with an announcement. "Since everyone has enjoyed the party so far, shall we witness the true power of the arcane king and queen?" The front wall suddenly dispersed into a cascade of water particles, revealing a massive battle arena beyond, capturing everyone's attention and shifting the focus of the gathering to a new spectacle. "The tournament is to determine Kai Frostblade's worthiness to stand beside Princess Aquilina Naiadia," the maid announced grandly, her voice carrying across the transformed engagement hall. As her words echoed, the entire hall underwent a gradual transformation, morphing into a grand seating arrangement. Nobles and esteemed guests were seated below in carefully arranged rows, while the empress and other high-ranked officials occupied elevated seats above, overseeing the proceedings with keen interest. Before the maid could resume speaking, Princess Aquilina Naiadia interrupted with determination evident in her voice. "I shall go first," the princess declared as she rose gracefully from her seat, casting a meaningful glance at the empress, who gave a subtle nod, indicating her approval for the princess's decision to take the lead. With a confident smile, Princess Aquilina directed her gaze towards Kai, her words carrying a subtle challenge. "I will demonstrate my skills first, and then it will be your turn. Please, don't disappoint me again," she added, her tone a mix of encouragement and expectation. Chapter 96. "No one is looking, there's no need to hold back," Princess Aquilina stated calmly yet firmly as she stood gracefully on the ground, her expression serene and composed. "I am deeply honored to have the opportunity to spar with you, Princess," a woman in her 30s replied respectfully, bowing with elegance before her royal. "You may go first," the princess instructed, her tone carrying a sense of urgency despite her calm demeanor. But I don't wish to waste time." "Proceed," Princess Aquilina reiterated, her tone now more serious and authoritative. "Why yes, your highness," the woman responded, her apprehension evident as she readied her staff and prepared to unleash her magical prowess. The woman was a mage skilled in the art of magic but lacking in physical combat abilities. With a snap of her fingers, she chanted her incantation, /wind blade /, an arc of wind blades materialized, hurtling towards Princess Aquilina with speed and precision. However, the princess merely regarded the approaching blades with a hint of disappointment before taking action. Just before the wind blades could reach her, they dissipated into nothingness, as if brushed aside by a gentle breeze. The woman was left baffled by the unexpected turn of events. "What level are you?" Princess Aquilina inquired calmly as she flexed her fingers. "My level is 25, the woman responded hesitantly. "And your aptitude, Sliver?" "I thought as much." Princess Aquilina nodded knowingly before saying, "I regret to inform you that you lack the power to even scratch my skin." What? The woman's confusion was evident, her confidence shaken by the princess's calm demeanor and effortless defense. Before the woman could fully comprehend the situation, a small gust of wind brushed against her body, and in an instant, she found herself covered in numerous cuts, a testament to the princess's formidable abilities. With a weakened stance, the woman slowly fell to the ground. Defeated, the winner is Princess Aquilina Naiadia. Did you see that? Princess dispatched her opponent with ease. "She's incredibly powerful, damn it. I cannot win against her." The spectators who had gathered for the tournament wore expressions of disbelief and awe as they witnessed Princess Aquilina's swift and decisive victory. Realizing the immense gap in skill and power that separated them from royalty, Princess Aquilina's gaze shifted towards Kai, who was staring at her with disbelieving eyes, mirroring the astonishment shared by many in the room, especially. Aether also wore an expression of disbelief, but his gaze was directed elsewhere. Not at Princess Aquilina's display of power, but at the archpriestess, whose shoulders he was gently massaging. The seating arrangement was straightforward. Empress and archpriestess occupied separate chairs, while others such as Kai and his family, along with other high-ranking officials and nobles, were positioned a short distance away, due to certain reasons. No, the archpriestess had called him over out of the blue, asking for a massage to relieve her stiff shoulders. Initially hesitant, Aether was on the verge of declining until Velk, sensing the situation, ordered him to comply with her request. Thus, Aether found himself gently touching the archpriestess's shoulder, a sight that left many male onlookers envious. A faint blush tinted the archpriestess's cheeks, her lips trembling as if on the brink of a moan. Any moment, meanwhile, the Empress observed this interaction with a quizzical expression, noting the peculiar atmosphere. Then, her gaze shifted to Aether, who was doing his best not to look down, his face flushed with embarrassment as if he was having a hard time. Fuck. Log. What kind of mental torture is this? Aether inwardly cursed as he battled his unruly thoughts and tried to keep his perverted hands not to moving below her shoulder for unknown reasons. With all eyes on him rather than the princess's victory, Aether knew he had to keep himself together. Any misstep, he knew he would be fucked up. Why, you are quite skilled at massaging, young man, the archpriestess complimented with a hint of admiration in her voice. Thank you for your kind words, madam, Aether replied, his voice maintaining a professional tone even as his gaze involuntarily flickered downwards for a brief moment. Deep cleavage, only to quickly avert back to her face. Just like how one sees the anime with subtitles, where do we focus? Of course the subtitles. Archpriestess pouted slightly, noticing his efforts to keep his composure amidst the distraction. Ahem. However, the moment was interrupted when the Empress cleared her throat and made a surprising request. Massage my shoulders too. Archpriestess's smiling expression came to an abrupt halt as she blankly stared at the Empress, caught off guard by the unexpected words. Ding, survival rate, 3%, it's increasing. Aether furrowed his brow, perplexed by the continuous increase in his survival rate. Despite his curiosity, he couldn't dwell on it for long. With a quick cessation of the shoulder massage, he prepared to withdraw. But, you can ask your maid to massage your shoulder, Lady Marisandra, the archpriestess suggested with a small smile, and you can ask your follower instead of requesting a slave, archpriestess, the Empress retorted coolly, a spark of tension flaring between them. Ding, survival rate, 3.1%, Aether couldn't comprehend why his survival rate was on the rise, but who cares now? After all, as long as it kept going up, he wasn't about to complain. However, one thing was crystal clear in Aether's mind. He needed to avoid both Empress Marisandra if he wanted to survive, and Archpriestess if he wanted to preserve his innocence. Mother! Princess suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention as she landed gracefully before the Empress. Did you witness my fight? Empress snapped out of her frown-like state and turned her gaze to her daughter. Why, yes. You didn't really see it, did you? Princess frowned, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on Aether, who was dutifully massaging the archpriestess's shoulders. A shiver ran down Aether's spine as he caught sight of the cunning expression on Princess's face. This girl is up to something, he thought, feeling a sense of impending doom. It seems Archpriestess has taken an interest in our slave, Princess remarked with a smile as she approached Archpriestess. Yes, I would be interested in purchasing him. Archpriestess announced boldly, her words echoing throughout the room, causing Velk and his family to flinch in surprise. What? Aether's horrified expression. I am going to get raped? Oh, that's perfect. Princess clapped her hands in delight before turning her attention to Kai, who had already moved on to his next opponent. If you're keen on acquiring him, I'll have my future husband arrange the sale, Princess declared confidently, casting a glance at Velk, who was sweating profusely under the unexpected pressure. You don't mind? Father-in-law? Princess asked with a sly grin, employing a title that caught Velk off guard. Well. Velk scratched his head, unsure how to respond since this was the first time Princess called him father-in-law. He needed to keep the act, but he knew he could not do this, so he looked at the Empress, sensing her daughter's manipulative tactics. But she herself didn't want Aether to others, so she decided to step in. Mortimer was the one who brought this boy, dear, she explained calmly but firmly. Princess turned her gaze back to Velk, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Velk Frostblade is truly lacking in usefulness. Velk's face flushed with embarrassment and anger at his daughter-in-law's blunt assessment. I suppose I could ask Kai, after all, he is the master, isn't he? Princess mumbled, considering her options. What do you want in return? Archpriestess inquired. Her curiosity piqued by the unfolding negotiations. Oh, nothing much, just a position in your temple, Princess replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Which position, exactly? Archpriestess pressed further, her frown deepening. The saintess position, of course. Princess declared boldly, sending a ripple of surprise through the gathered crowd. As soon as the princess mentioned the coveted position, the archpriestess's two followers appeared beside her. One of them couldn't help but mutter softly, aren't you asking for too much for a mere slave, Princess? Oh. If isn't. Saintess, Princess retorted with a confident smile, her gaze fixated on the hooded figure. An unknown tension filled the air, leaving everyone on edge. All in all, no one is going to look at the protagonist. With pitiful eyes, Aether glanced at Kai, who was still trying to impress with his skills. Chapter 97, Only Her. It seems like Princess Aquilina is really interested in the saintess position, but I am sorry to say this. We already filled the quota, and also we cannot accept a person from another empire. The archpriestess raised her hand and waved, her voice echoing with authority in the grand hall. The followers nodded solemnly and disappeared into the shadows, their presence fading into the background like ghosts. However, one of the hooded figures lingered for a moment longer, casting a piercing gaze at the princess before vanishing into obscurity. Sigh, I guess I have gone overboard, the princess said with a hint of resignation, then posed another question, how about a holy artifact that heals any wounds? The archpriestess stared at the princess for a few minutes, her gaze unwavering as she processed the proposal. It was evident that the holy artifact had been the princess's target from the very beginning. By raising the bar, the princess gave the impression of lowering herself, yet in reality, it was a clever business trading strategy. The archpriestess was well aware of this tactic. She cast a quick glance at the Empress, thinking, she just raised another bitch. Before refocusing on the princess. Initially inclined to decline, the archpriestess paused when the princess proposed, how about a piece of land in your empire, a move that seemed to lower her own expectations. Now. The archpriestess hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. As much as she desired the Aether, she had already arrived with other arrangements. However, in this moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that this might be her lucky day. Observing the slight hesitation, the princess concealed a smug smile, resolved to achieve her goal. It wasn't that there was a shortage of land or resources in her empire, obtaining land within their empire. Princess could get free entry to another land, ding, survival rate, 2.9%, Aether's eyes widened in alarm, prompting him to cease massaging the archpriestess's shoulders abruptly. Princess, you appear fatigued, Aether observed. Offering a small glass of revitalizing juice, the princess's brow furrowed momentarily, her fatigue evident, before she accepted the bottle and took a refreshing sip. Here, Aether offered respectfully, handing over a towel. The princess paused for a moment, her demeanor poised, before graciously accepting the towel and dabbing at the perspiration on her neck. Princess, take rest before the next fight, Aether advised, swiftly tidying a nearby chair. Are you trying to avoid being sold? The princess inquired, a hint of suspicion coloring her tone. Of course not, princess. This humble servant's existence is dedicated to Master Kai and you. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Aether replied with unwavering resolve, so why didn't you take this approach earlier instead of merely rubbing her shoulders? The princess wondered, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, deeming it disrespectful towards the archpriestess. Just as she was about to voice her inquiry, the archpriestess interjected, did you witness the spectacle, princess? Kai arrived, sporting a smug expression following his victory. Yes, I observed it with utmost clarity. You displayed remarkable prowess, the princess complimented, her words crafted with finesse, concealing any hint of doubt. This girl. Aether mumbled inwardly. She never even once glanced at Kai's fight, yet the princess showered him with compliments. Aether slowly started to understand why Log chose this target, so, that he could fuck himself, huh? Thank you, Kai responded with a shy expression, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. My dear future husband, you arrived at the perfect moment, the princess remarked coyly, a subtle flirtatiousness in her tone. Cough, cough, Aether almost coughed up blood, her disbelief evident. Kai's face flushed even redder, his embarrassment deepening as he absorbed the details. His face slowly turned to shock and surprise. He glanced at his father for support, but his father simply shook his head in silent disapproval. I am sorry, princess, but I cannot make such a decision without my grandpa's consent. Kai admitted with a defeated tone. Tsk, princess clicked her tongue and looked at him even more dissatisfied expression. The archpriestess observed Kai before shaking her head in resignation. She would try another method. Ding, survival rate, 3%, and soon it was princess's turn to fight. As princess fought effortlessly, Aether leaned in towards Kai and remarked, Master, it seems there was a crack between you two. Kai's brow furrowed with curiosity. What do you mean? He inquired, turning his attention away from the ongoing matches momentarily. What are you saying, slave? Timmy interjected as he served drinks to Kai. Ignoring Timmy's interruption, Aether continued. His words measured yet carrying a sense of urgency. I mean to say that there's an opportunity for you to showcase your protective instincts, your strength as a man, meaning. Kai's interest peaked further while Timmy's expression darkened. What I mean is, why not fight in her place as well and prove that you can protect her? Aether whispered gently, her words carrying weight. Kai hesitated a little. Timmy, catching on to Aether's implication, cursed himself inwardly for not suggesting such a bold move sooner. Furthermore, consider this, while the tournament may seem like showcasing your and princess's skill, but it is ultimately your moment to shine. She merely plays a part for appearance's sake. Aether continued, gesturing discreetly towards the princess, who appeared visibly disinterested in the ongoing battles. By showcasing your strength and courage before all, you not only demonstrate your worthiness but also earn the admiration of the Empress herself. I understand. Kai replied with newfound determination, his gaze alight with resolve as he approached the Empress to express his desire to take on all challengers in the princess's stead. The Empress initially seemed taken aback by Kai's request, but a warm smile graced her lips as she nodded in approval. That's how a man should be. Kai's face lit up with newfound confidence as he glanced at Aether, and gave thumbs up for his slave's idea. In return, Aether really wanted to show his middle finger and wanted to say, fuck you, but, Aether just bowed with a smile. Meanwhile, Timmy cursed himself for not coming up with a plan. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd and the buzz of anticipation, an announcement reverberated through the arena, signaling a shift in the proceedings. From here on, Kai Frostblade will take Princess's place and fight in her stead. Princess's features twisted into a surprised expression as she watched Kai step forward to take her place in the upcoming fight. It was the first time Princess truly looked at Kai, and a subtle, genuine smile graced her lips. Ba-dump, Kai's heartbeat quickened. A rush of excitement coursing through his veins as he felt the intensity of the moment. His blood surged with anticipation, his eyes sparking with newfound energy and determination. He at least knows when to man up. Mother, Princess muttered softly to herself, her gaze lingering on Kai with a newfound respect. She then gracefully took her seat beside her mother, her attention fully drawn to the unfolding events of the tournament. The Empress observed the scene with a serene smile. Aether also smiled, but it held a different meaning. Aether, ever attentive to Princess's needs, smiled warmly as he offered her a towel and a glass of refreshing juice, mirroring his earlier gestures of care and support. Not content with just that, Aether took a few feathers and began to gently wave them in the air, creating a soothing breeze that brushed against Princess's face. Just how servant treats their masters. She glanced at Aether, who was making every effort to ensure her comfort without overstepping his bounds, and she appreciated his thoughtful gesture, also. Who was trying his best not to sell out. She liked it. One affection. Ding, survival rate, 3.1%, URH. Fuck. Finally. Aether screamed inwardly, a surge of relief and accomplishment washing over him. He knew he needed to tread carefully now, especially since Kai would be busy dealing with others. Damn it. I truly felt like I was snatching his wife. Aether cursed inwardly. Only her. Suddenly, the archpriestess interjected with a frown. What about me? Dissatisfaction was evident in her tone. Ding, survival rate, 3%, I want to cry. Chapter 98, a successful plan. Here, princess. Aether offered a cushioned seat, his tone gentle as he tried to catch her attention. Do you find it comfortable? Aether inquired, concern evident in his voice as he adjusted the seating arrangement. How are you feeling, princess? Aether continued, his questions aimed at breaking through the princess's disinterest. The princess, almost amused inwardly, observed Aether's persistent efforts to cater to her comfort without crossing any boundaries and had been trying his best not to sell out. Looks like I've found myself a wonderful pet, princess mused, a glint of amusement in her eyes as she glanced at Aether, who was dedicatedly attending to her needs. The empress and the archpriestess occasionally glanced at Aether, noting his unwavering dedication to the princess's comfort. When they ordered him, Aether rejected them without hesitation, saying, my master ordered me to look after his future bride. Though they felt something weird in those words, they shrugged and concentrated on the fight. That Kai was showcasing his skills for recognition in the princess's eyes while Aether was showcasing his bootlicking skills to seduce the princess. I look like a simp, don't I? Aether thought as he looked at the haughty princess, but what could he do? Push her against the wall and seal her lips like a man? His head would roll before even touching the princess's lips. Aether sighed and offered some juice while fanning her with a large feather and looked at Kai's fight. Come on, this is all you've got? Kai said with an arrogant face as he looked at the opponent. The opponent was breathing heavily while struggling to stand on the ground. Why, you are tough, young man, he said, and then, nah, I have more important things than looking at his fight. Aether clicked his tongue as he averted his eyes from the battleground and looked at the princess, who was smiling with a cunning face. Log, are you sure I can seduce this cunning woman? Haven't you increased the difficulty level very fast from F to SS? Aether asked inwardly but sighed, knowing his system wasn't going to answer him anyway. Jrrrr. Timmy gritted his teeth seeing Aether acting all big. While he was serving other nobles, Aether, who was a slave serving the princess. It was supposed to be Timmy who needed to serve the princess, and yet, I will make you pay. Timmy muttered under his breath, then looked at the strong wine bottle. Timmy couldn't help but leak a sly smile. Princess, do you require anything else? Aether asked wearily, his expression fatigued as he sought a brief respite for his overworked hands. I desire some sweet dishes, the princess ordered, her tone expectant yet casual. Aether breathed a sigh of relief before making his way toward the food court to procure the requested sweets. As he carefully selected the delectable treats, looks like you are tired, Timmy remarked as he positioned himself before Aether, a hint of concern veiled in his words. What do you need? Aether responded without turning to face him. Timmy's frustration was palpable as he struggled to contain his emotions, extending a bottle of water towards Aether with a forced nonchalance. Here, he muttered, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctant concern. Aether paused in his movements, regarding Timmy with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion as he accepted the water bottle. That's unexpected, he thought to himself, noting Timmy's unusual gesture. I thought you might be feeling fatigued, so I brought this for you. Not that I actually care, Timmy hastily explained as he quickly retreated. What's with the sudden Sundra mode? Aether wondered silently, casting a puzzled glance at the water bottle before continuing with his task. Sigh, I am also tired. Aether thought before opening the cap and sniffing to check if Timmy had done something. To his surprise, there was no smell, and so, glup up, he poured the water down into the dustbin. Observing Aether's actions, Timmy couldn't hide his astonishment, his failed attempt at deception laid bare before Aether's discerning eyes. Did you really think? Am I that gullible? Small boys, Aether smirked. He had yet to receive any kind of AP from Timmy till now, so there was no way in hell Aether would going to drink whatever Timmy gave him. Grrrr. Timmy gritted his teeth in sheer anger. He could not believe his plan had failed, even though he had used odorless vodka. Pat. A sudden tap on his shoulder startled Timmy, causing him to whirl around and come face to face with his father's stern gaze. Father, you still have much to learn, my son, Alfred admonished, directing his attention towards Celine. Timmy frowned in shock to see Celine, who was making her way toward Aether with a water bottle in her hand. A few minutes earlier, unlike Timmy, who had resorted to a flawed strategy, Alfred, the seasoned strategist, sprang into action when he perceived his son's position under threat from a lowly slave. Leveraging Celine's concern for Aether's well-being, Alfred orchestrated a subtle maneuver, offering her a drink and planting seeds of worry regarding Aether's health. Surely he works too hard. I fear he may fall ill if he continues to push himself, Alfred remarked with a disappointed glance in Aether's direction, subtly prompting Celine to take action. Without hesitation, Celine, clutching the water bottle, trembled with concern for Aether's well-being and hastened towards him. Now, that's how you strategize, my son, Alfred commended, patting Timmy's back approvingly. All right, Timmy reluctantly agreed, although he hated involving Celine. However, he understood the necessity for the greater good of their plans. Once he consumes that, you must be prepared to intervene and protect the princess, understood? Alfred instructed sternly, his gaze fixed on Timmy, who nodded resolutely as they observed Celine timidly offering the water bottle. 1000 affection, is this for me? Aether inquired, his gaze resting on Celine. Yes, please drink it. Otherwise, you'll fall ill from overworking yourself for other women. Celine's dissatisfaction was evident as she voiced her concern. Fueled by a tinge of jealousy at Aether's attentiveness to others, Aether hesitated briefly, eyeing the water bottle before accepting it and consuming its contents without second thoughts. Ding, survival rate, 4%, cough, cough, Aether coughed, his eyes widening in surprise as he read the unexpected words. Hey, what's wrong? Take it slow, you fool, Celine chided, her worry palpable as she gently patted his head. What's happening to me? Aether muttered, his gaze becoming hazy as a strange sensation enveloped his mind, rendering it fuzzy and unfocused. Are you all right? Celine asked with concern, reaching for her handkerchief to wipe his drooling mouth. But then. Kia, Chapter 99, Drunken Man Part 1, Aether. Celine's whisper was barely audible, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Celine found herself leaning back against the wall as Aether executed a cabotin. Aether's head swayed slightly as he hazily gazed at the trembling girl before him, his words slurring slightly as if intoxicated by something. Hee. You look cut, Aether drawled, his eyes fixated on her mesmerizing blue orbs. 1000 affection. Celine's face turned even redder, her gaze dropping shyly as she struggled to withstand Aether's overwhelming charm and straightforwardness. Hey, Aether's voice was teasing as he caught her chin and lifted her head. Celine clenched her fist, attempting to push him away, yet her resolve weakened. Her true strength drained under the spell of his captivating eyes. Not going to resist. Aether teased, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. Let me go. Celine's voice wavered, barely audible as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Undeterred, Aether placed her hand on his abdomen, with his voice low and seductive as he whispered, I won't release you until you grant me a kiss at the spot where you once struck me. His words sent a shiver down her spine, weakening her resolve even further. Please, everyone, is, here. Celine's voice trailed off. Barely audible as if she were speaking to herself. Hee. Aether chuckled softly, his expression turning wicked as he observed the blush spreading across her cheeks. Just as he reached out to caress her hair, a voice interrupted their intimate moment. What do you think you're doing? Velk's voice rang out with menace as he grabbed Aether's shoulder with a vice-like grip. Velk? Aether turned back, his expression now a mix of annoyance and defiance as he met Velk's intense gaze. I already told you, master. He is harassing the young lady. Timmy chimed in again, his tone condescending. You dare to call my name, you bastard. Velk's anger surged, his grip on Aether's shoulder tightening further. His knuckles turning white with rage. If not for the party, Velk would have already beaten Aether to a pulp. Ha. Then what am I supposed to call you? An asshole? Aether retorted sharply, his annoyance evident as he confronted Velk's aggression. Also take your hands off me. You're hurting me. Velk's eyes widened in fury, his veins pulsating on his forehead. Crack, crack, Aether winced as Velk's grip caused his shoulder to audibly crack. Gritting his teeth, Aether moved away from Celine, fixing Velk with an indifferent stare. I said you are hurting me. His tone was firm as he gripped Velk's forearms in return. The commotion drew everyone's attention, all eyes turning towards Aether and Velk. Feeling everyone's gaze, as much as Velk wanted to beat the shit out of this ungrateful slave, but Velk suppressed his rage, mindful of not spoiling his son's celebratory occasion. Releasing his hold on Aether's shoulder, Velk approached Celine with concern evident in his voice. Did he do anything to you, my dear? Celine, who was finally coming out from her dreamland, said with a blushing face. And no, father. Seeing her daughter in a weakened state, Velk couldn't help glaring at Aether. However, where is he now? Velk demanded. He went to see the princess. Timmy stammered, casting a worried glance at Aether, who was walking unsteadily. Stop him, before he causes any more commotion, Velk said with a sweating face. If slave acted disrespectfully, then it totally falls on their master. That was Kai. Father, what did you give him? Timmy's concern was palpable, but Alfred remained silent, focusing on assisting Celine and Velk. Alfred approached Timmy, his voice barely a whisper as he imparted a directive to his son. Wait a little bit and go and intervene only after he behaves rudely towards the princess. This is your chance to get into princess's good side. With a nod of understanding, Timmy prepared to carry out his father's instructions. The princess's brows furrowed as she noticed Aether standing before her, obstructing her view. What? Did you get the sweats? The princess asked. Her tone dismissive as she waved her hand in annoyance. Yes, Aether replied with a small smile, his cheeks flushing as he gazed hazily at the princess. The princess frowned at his peculiar expression, then inquired, where? Here. Aether extended his arms as if pointing towards himself. What in the TSK? Are you drunk? The princess's annoyance deepened, and she gestured for the stationed soldiers. Throw this useless out, the princess ordered as the soldiers nodded and moved forward. Come with us, you disgraceful dog. One soldier barked, gripping Aether's collar to drag him away. Did you just call me a dog? Aether tilted his head slightly but remained rooted in place. You. The soldier's frustration peaked, raising his hand to strike Aether when suddenly, thud, the soldier collapsed unconscious as something struck his neck. How dare you call me a dog? You dog. Aether's annoyance was palpable as he stood over the fallen soldier. The other soldiers were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Aether knocked out the soldier with just his hands. What the hell are you waiting for? Throw this Slav HFFFFFFF. The princess, about to issue another command, was abruptly silenced as Aether firmly cupped her mouth. What are you bitching about, bitch? Aether's tone was sharp, reflecting his irritation. The princess's face flushed red with a mixture of shame and anger. Never in her life had she imagined a slave would dare to act against her authority. Her gaze shifted to her mother. To her surprise, her mother, who watched the scene with an indifferent yet amused expression. The entire room was filled with shocked and horrified expressions as everyone stared at Aether, expecting imminent retribution. However, the Empress remained calm, her amusement evident in her eyes as she observed Aether's boldness. Even though it was her daughter, the Empress remained calm as if she was planning something. Everyone glanced at Velk with pitiful eyes as if they predicted somewhat a certain outcome. Even the battlefield seemed to freeze, with Kai wearing a horrified expression as he witnessed Aether's audacity in touching his woman. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Despite your beautiful face, you reek of annoying bitch. Aether remarked with disdain, withdrawing his hand from the princess's face as if he had touched something repulsive. He glanced towards the Empress, who had been staring at him with a dead glare. Ha! Aether's smile softened, his tone affectionate as he addressed the Empress. You are far more beautiful than your bitchy daughter. The gathered audience gasped collectively, shocked by Aether's boldness. The archpriestess, who had been observing the situation, sighed inwardly. She knew the Empress enjoyed playful banter, but there were moments when her patience could wear thin, potentially leading to a serious conflict. Aether was extremely drunk now, so better stop this before anything got out of her hands. Young man, yet, before the Archpriestess could intervene, Aether spoke again, his tone filled with accusation. You, how dare you kiss me, what? The collective gasp that echoed through the room betrayed the shock and disbelief at Aether's revelation. Crack, crack, the armrest of the Empress's seat suddenly splintered. Ding, survival rate, 5%, Chapter 100, Drunken Man Part 2, before Aether caused the commotion. Just a few minutes earlier, Your Majesty. The Empress's maid leaned in to whisper something into Empress's ear, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Interesting. The Empress murmured with an amused tone, her gaze fixated on the unfolding events. She hadn't anticipated Alfred resorting to such underhanded tactics. Alfred, ever the cunning strategist, had spiked the drinks with a potent blend of vodka and other ingredients designed to get drunk very fast and reveal their true feelings. The mixture was carefully crafted to be nearly colorless and odorless, a sign that Alfred had been planning this moment. Moreover, he had utilized Celine as a pawn in his scheme. It became evident that Alfred's intentions were to stir up turmoil before the Empress, who, in turn, was well aware of her uncompromising stance regarding any disruption to her daughter's engagement. And since, the way Aether was being treated, she somehow expected what kind of commotion Aether going to cause. Does he want me to kill Aether? Her mind raced with possibilities, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Any harm to Aether would cause Kai also to suffer, and Mortimer would kill anyone if something happened to their grandchildren. Aha! I understand now, the Empress exclaimed, her eyes alight with comprehension. He needed my daughter's acknowledgement for his son. She nodded in realization, her smile tinged with malice. She marveled at how a mere butler dared to manipulate her, a woman who had grown up amidst deception and enmity. To reach this position, she wanted to watch the unfolding drama unfold and. Thus, she casually witnessed everything, not interfering, observing how her daughter would react. Would she be manipulated by others, or would she carefully calculate every move? But then, you, how dare you kiss me? When those words reached her ears, something inside her heart snapped, and she crushed the armrest without realizing it. What the? Shock registered on her face as she witnessed her own intense reaction. Presumptuous. One of the followers of the revered Archpriestess materialized before Aether. Aether, inebriated and with a gaze softened by the haze of alcohol, tilted his head in mild confusion. You dare defile our esteemed Archpriestess with your despicable words. The follower's voice dripped with anger. Hey, brat! She's the one who dared to defile my lips. Aether's retort was sharp, edged with disbelief and a touch of anger as he grappled with being accused and labeled as disgusting. He didn't do anything wrong, did he? Growling. The followers, their faces hidden by the shadows of their hooded cloaks, visibly bristled with anger, their collective fury manifesting in the flickering of candlelight around them, as if the very air crackled with tension, ready to unleash retribution upon the filthy slave when. See, calm yourselves. He's clearly intoxicated, the Archpriestess interjected, her voice a soothing balm amidst the escalating conflict. Her tone carried a blend of authority and compassion, as if she were a deity extending mercy to a wayward soul. His words may be but the ramblings of a troubled mind. Let us escort this young man out with gentleness and understanding. See, this is our benevolent Archpriestess, the follower remarked, their voice dripping with sarcasm as they turned to address Aether, and yet you claim she kissed contact with you. You insolent fool! Aether chose to ignore the follower's accusations, instead fixing his disbelieving gaze upon the Archpriestess, who's acting far better than him, and couldn't help but utter these words. Are you being serious? The Archpriestess's cheeks tinted a faint shade of crimson, a fleeting sign of vulnerability amidst her composed facade, before she regained her serene composure. Veiling her expression in a mask of maternal forgiveness, like a good godmother, while inwardly thinking, come on, Aether, calm down first, though the Archpriestess adeptly concealed her inner turmoil from the prying eyes of those present, the Empress, with her keen intuition honed by years of navigating court intrigues, sensed the underlying tension. This bitch. The Empress seethed inwardly, her displeasure palpable, especially as it became increasingly clear that the archpriestess had indeed kissed him. With a tightening grip on the already fractured armrest, the Empress grappled with a surge of unexpected anger. She wasn't sure why, but she was getting angry over a kiss. And she didn't like it for some reason. You need not fret, Archpriestess. I shall seek justice from the ruler of their empire, the follower remarked, their tone carrying a thinly veiled threat as it addressed the Empress directly. Is this the manner in which Empress Marisandra Nyadya extends hospitality to esteemed guests? By allowing a mere slave to become embroiled in such controversies and insult our revered ruler, the Empress's expression darkened at the insinuation, her gaze piercing as it settled upon the archpriestess, silently conveying her disapproval. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Everyone present was visibly taken aback to hear that the Empress wanted to investigate rather than immediately resort to beheading a slave. But still, what exactly was she planning to investigate instead of killing a slave? They wondered, their curiosity piqued. Hearing that, Alfred's face turned a shade paler as he immediately nudged his son to initiate the planned act, otherwise, their heads would undoubtedly be rolling on the unforgiving ground. I certainly hope so. The followers snorted, a hint of skepticism underlying their words. Though the followers desired immediate action against the slave, they were aware of the limitations imposed by their position, refraining from taking matters into their own hands. The archpriestess couldn't help but be filled with apprehension upon hearing the Empress's intent. It would be a simple matter if everyone believed Aether was just drunk and blurting unconsciously, yet if Empress got involved, she knew everyone might find out, and major problems would arise in her empire. There is truly no need for such drastic measures, Empress. He is clearly intoxicated. Why should we inflict harm on an innocent soul? Let us simply leave this matter be, the archpriestess implored, her voice tinged with concern and compassion. But then, Archpriestess, while I understand your sentiments, this matter pertains deeply to our empire's honor and dignity. The followers' tone grew somber as they emphasized the gravity of the situation. The archpriestess furrowed her brow, a flicker of frustration crossing her features. Is she overstepping her bounds now? With a stern countenance, she asserted, "Hey, know your place, Saintess." The follower flinched and immediately bowed their head in contrition, seeking forgiveness. Forgive me, Archpriestess." Acknowledging the apology with a nod, the archpriestess then turned her gaze to the Empress, her expression now resolute. "There is no need to expend our resources on a mere slave. Please escort him out." The Empress's lips twitched imperceptibly, her suspicions growing stronger as she observed the archpriestess's peculiar behavior. "How dare you act insane before the princess?" Timmy arrived at the scene with a visibly angry expression, his emotions simmering beneath the surface. "Princess, are you all right?" Timmy's voice held genuine concern as he looked at the frustrated princess, his eyes filled with worry and uncertainty. "I am fine," the princess replied curtly, her gaze shifting to her mother, who awaited her decision with a patient yet expectant demeanor. She understood that her mother wanted her to demonstrate the resolve befitting a future queen. "Throw him into the battle arena," she commanded, her voice laced with fury and determination. Hearing her command, Timmy and Alfred exchanged triumphant smiles, while the Empress let out an inward sigh, recognizing that her daughter still needed time to grasp the intricacies of politics and manipulation. "You are easily swayed by anger, just like a younger version of me," the Empress mused silently. "I will carry out your orders, Your Highness." Timmy's voice held a note of victory as he bowed deeply before the princess and seized Aether's collar. Aether, already slipping into a drunken stupor, struggled to maintain his balance. "Come with me, you worthless slave!" Timmy shouted, preparing to drag Aether away, but before he could act, thud, Timmy's eyes widened in shock as he found himself lifted effortlessly by Aether, who then forcefully slammed him down with a swift throwing maneuver, leaving Timmy sprawled on the ground in disbelief. Don't you dare touch me!" Aether slurred, his words laced with drunken defiance as he glared at Timmy. "Useless." The princess spat disdainfully at Timmy, dismissing him with contempt. Without further assistance, she strode purposefully toward Aether, her intent clear. Boom! Aether was sent hurtling through the air like a comet, crashing onto the battleground below. those who beat him to a pulp will receive generous rewards from me. The princess announced, her tone resolute as she dismissed Kai with a disappointed gaze and called him back. The empress was clearly dissatisfied by her daughter's actions, observing how easily she was manipulated by others. Meanwhile, the archpriestess bit her nails nervously, consumed by fear and concern for what fate might befall Aether due to the unfolding events. She had arrived with the intent to buy him, not to witness his suffering.